American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
I made sign talk with the river people about food. They don't have any to spare, not even to sell.
At least we'll have quamash roots to eat. Janie went out to dig some.
Roots are all right temporarily, but the men can't go without meat very long and keep up their strength. If Druyar and the hunters come in empty-handed again, why not kill one of our horses? The poorest one.
Really, the way it is, all of us except Bratton will have to walk over the Lolo Pass. We have just enough horses to tote the baggage.
We could all ride if we could bring Chief Twisted Hair to an accounting. Last fall, we left 30 good horses with him. Do you realize that?
Tell me, Billy, how do you bring a man to an accounting when he deliberately avoids you?
Captain Clark? Thought you ought to know, sir. There's a score of Nez Perce heading this way.
Who's leading them? Twisted Hair, Cut Nose?
No chiefs, sir. Just a couple of braves, mostly squaws, children, and old people.
Wonder what they want.
Remember me?
Wait a minute. Let me think.
I found it. Kamkamish, warrior. You fix leg. You pull heart straighten out. Give stinging water to rub on.
Of course. Now I remember. Last fall. You're the one who learned white man's talk from traders down the Columbia, yes.
It's good. Kamkamish, tell everybody how you make him well. You great medicine man. These people, all sick, all come to be cured.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 10, Decision at Traveler's Rest. May 8, 1806. The Lewis and Clark expedition, after a relatively easy trip from the Walla Walla country in southeastern Washington, was encamped on the banks of the Clearwater River in Nez Perce country, not far from what is now the city of Lewiston, Idaho. Ahead were the formidable Rockies. The crossing would be through the Lolo Pass, where there was never food for man or beast, even in the summer. Now the pass was choked with snow. If nature was kind and permitted the rigorous 3-day passage within the month, Lewis and Clark would reach St. Louis this year. If nature chose to be unkind and delayed them 2 months, but neither captain wanted to think about that possibility.
The Indians looked at Billy as if he were a miracle worker and prepared to display their ill. He got out his medicines and his instruments.
Meriwether, you know more about doctoring than I do. You ought to be doing this.
They put their faith in you, Billy.
Stand by, anyhow. I might need a consultant.
I'll give you one piece of advice right now. We're out of trade goods. We can't buy any necessaries from these people, not unless they pay you for doctoring.
I'll remember. Kamkamish, who's first?
This squaw, wife of war chief, has great pain in back.
Tell her husband we are poor in food and poor in horses. Tell him we will welcome any payment he can make.
The squaw had a severe abscess which Billy lanced, drained, and dressed. The easing of pressure gave her almost immediate relief, and her grateful husband promised to bring us a horse in the morning. Except for a girl with a broken forearm, the other complaints were minor. Sore eyes, strained muscles, constipation. Billy treated these from 3 bottles: eye wash, horse liniment, and Dr. Rush's purgative pills. At last he finished. Kamkamish herded the patients away just as George Druyar and the hunters returned with 3 deer. Look, Billy, 3 deer.
Well, things are improving. Now, if we could only get our horses from Twisted Hair, we'd be in good shape.
No time like right now.
Now? Or what can you do now?
I have an idea. Would you find Kamkamish for me?
There's one over there. Kamkamish! Come here.
George, you came in past Twisted Hair's camp?
Yes, sir. He is there. He is sulking in his lodge.
I want you to go back. Ask him to visit us tonight. We'll smoke the pipe, eat together, talk.
Captain Clark, you want Kamkamish?
Yes. Captain Lewis and I want you to stay. Be our interpreter. Big powwow tonight with Twisted Hair.
George, after you visit Twisted Hair, go on to Chief Cutnose. Invite him here to smoke and eat and talk.
Twisted Hair and Cut Nose? Both of them?
Both of them.
Charbonneau and York set about cooking the venison. Jenny brought in as many quamash roots as she could carry. She put the roots into pots of water suspended over one of the fires. The minutes of waiting compounded into an hour. Meriwether grew restive. What had happened to George Drouillard and the Nez Perce chiefs?
George could have made the round trip twice by now. I hope he didn't run into trouble.
Captain Lewis, Charbonneau says supper's about ready to eat.
Go ahead and feed the men, but save enough venison and roots for us and Drouillard and I guess.
Yes, sir.
Tell Charbonneau to keep our portions warm.
Right, sir. All right, I'll keep the portions warm.
Well, there's somebody.
We can eat.
Twisted Hair. All by himself.
It means George is with Cutnose. Kamkamish.
Here, Captain Lewis. I'm ready.
Welcome, Chief of the Nez Perce. Welcome, Twisted Hair.
We passed the pipe back and forth, and then sat down before Charbonneau's always excellent cooking. As he ate, Twisted Hair smiled happily and made the sign of friendship repeatedly. Then he turned to Kamkamish and spoke in Nez Perce.
Captain Lewis, Twisted Hair say he happy to see white friends. White man's food, good. White man's tobacco, good. White men, Nez Perce, friends.
Ask him if his quarrel with Chief Cutnose concerns us.
Kamkamish spoke to Twisted Hair. The chief listened, frowned, and replied with some heat. Kamkamish nodded soberly and turned to Meriwether.
Quarrel about white men's horses, over honor of guarding them, over use of them. Chief Broken Arm and Chief Cutnose, each allowed to share care and use. Cutnose not careful, his young men scatter horses all over nation.
Tell him the horses must be rounded up fast. Ask about the saddles we cached here last fall.
Kamkamish relayed the statement to Twisted Hair. The Nez Perce chief spoke rapidly with a great sincerity evident in his manner. Kamkamish listened carefully, considering how to put this torrent of words into his limited English. Then he spoke.
Captain, Chief Twisted Hair, give word he get horses back. In cash, ground fall on saddles. Twisted Hair save. He puts in new dry hold.
Then George Drouillard rode in with Chief Cutnose. They dismounted and came over to the fire.
Welcome, Chief Cutnose. Sit down, both of you. Smoke with us. Eat.
Cutnose glared at Twisted Hair, waved aside the peace pipe offered by Drouillard, and grabbed up some venison. He ate voraciously, pausing now and then to spit out Nez Perce words, which sounded like curses.
Captain Clark, Captain Lewis, Cutnose say he true friend to whites, but Twisted Hair is bad, a man of two faces. He let young braves spoil white man's horses by hard riding. Braves would kill horses, but Cutnose say.
Kamkamish, tell Cutnose I am sad. He and Twisted Hair are quarreling. Captain Clark is sad. We want our friends to be friends of each other. We know that as brothers they can do anything. Together they will find our horses. Let them make their white friends happy. Let them smoke together.
Both the chiefs responded to Meriwether's plea. Cutnose put aside his food long enough to take the pipe from George. He smoked and passed it on to Twisted Hair. He smoked. All was well, except we still didn't have our horses.
Billy's fears about the horses turned out to be groundless. Twisted Hair and Cut Nose were honest men. We visited them in turn the very next day and got back our saddles and 21 of the horses in good condition. Their braves helped round up the remaining animals during the next few days, until we lacked only 2. The 2 horses taken by old Toby and his sons as a fee for guiding us over the mountains last fall. Then a messenger arrived from the great chief of all the Nez Perce, the Broken Arm.
He say, you come his village. All Nez Perce people send chiefs and warriors there to welcome great white captains.
On May 10th, we reached the Broken Arms village and were pleased to see that over it flew the American flag we had given him last fall. The village was on high ground with a fine view of the still impassable Rocky Mountains. Representatives from all 7 Nez Perce tribes were there.
It was our chance to speak out for the policy of peace and friendship Thomas Jefferson wanted the Indians to adopt.
My friends, we have smoked the pipe together. We have pledged ourselves to live in peace and harmony with each other. This is the policy of the great chief Thomas Jefferson of the 17 states of America whence I come. Let me draw you a picture on the earth before your feet of this great nation to which I belong, and how it relates to you and other Western peoples.
While his words were translated into the Nez Perce tongue, Meriwether took up a stick, drew a map on the ground, and made the sign for all to look at.
Look, my friends, here, all this great area, this is the United States. Here is the big river Mississippi and the big river Missouri. Here live the Nez Perce and their immediate neighbors, the Shoshones, the Blackfeet, Minnetarees, Pawnees. All of you are under the protection of the great Thomas Jefferson, just as each of the 17 states is protected by him. We must all keep the peace. When Blackfoot or Minnetare lifts his lance against Shoshone or Nez Perce, it is an affront to great Chief Jefferson. It is an affront to all who want the good life. Only in time of peace can traders come among you and bring you white man's goods to make your lives easier and richer and better. Now, so I may tell the great President Jefferson of the intent of his Nez Perce friends, I ask you to tell me whether you want to fight with your neighbors or live with them as brothers. I ask you to vote either for war or for peace.
The voting procedure, set up by order of Great Chief the Broken Arm, was unique and followed Nez Perce tradition. To signify approval, the braves helped themselves to food from the tribal kettle. To show disapproval, they stood aloof. The approvals far outnumbered the disapprovals.
It is good. The vote is for peace. The Broken Arm informed us after the big powwow that his scouts had reported snows in the Lolo Pass were still so deep we could not go through. We would have to wait several weeks, and we might as well spend the time in comfort. A commodious deerskin lodge would be provided for Billy and me. The level of the nearby river, checked daily, would be an accurate gauge of how fast the mountain snows were thawing. And we were free to kill as many of the Broken Arm's numerous horse herd as we might need for food. We also learned, after we accepted his hospitality, that word of Billy Clark's medical prowess had reached the area. The sick lined up each morning for treatment.
Well, another group gone away happy, sir. And they all paid in food.
That's the way it is, Ordway. Feast or famine.
You know, you'd make a pretty good country doctor even back home, Captain.
Nonsense. If I were any good, I'd be able to cure Private Bratton.
Yeah, poor Private Bratton.
Did I hear somebody mention Bratton?
Yes, I've got to look in on him.
I just did. If anything, he's weaker.
Then that salve I gave him last week hasn't helped.
Pine resin, beeswax, and bear oil, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, all it did was give him a rancid smell. Bratton says Johnny Shields has been talking to him about an Indian sweat bath cure.
Indian sweat bath? It'd kill him.
Maybe not.
He'll die anyway in the Lolo Pass.
Billy, why don't we ask him?
Might as well.
Bratton was under a canvas lean-to, stretched out on a couch of pine boughs. He didn't look bad lying there. His color and flesh were good, but when he tried to stand, he collapsed.
I don't know what it is, sir. Ain't much pain except the small of my back.
You think you can sit up for maybe an hour?
Well, I can try, sir. Why?
Captain Clark and I want to give you an Indian sweat bath.
Johnny Shields was talking about it. You sure it'll cure me?
I'm not sure at all.
It's your last chance, Bratton.
Well, I guess a long chance is better than no chance at all.
Johnny Shields and Drew Yar helped Sergeant Ordway dig a hole in a clear area along the riverbank. That's deep enough, wouldn't you say, Billy?
4 feet deep, 4 foot square, sir.
That's about right, Sergeant Ordway. Build a fire on the bottom.
Yes, sir.
When it get good and hot, in you go, Bratton. And then you can make your own steam, throwing water on the sides of the hole.
You're telling me it'll be that hot? Well, you'll cook me like a side of beef.
No, we won't. Captain, he ought to have something to drink while he's down there.
Suppose you make him some hot mint tea.
Hot? That's what the captain said.
When the hole was hot enough, Shields shoveled out the fire. We built a rock seat about a foot off the bottom, and it was ready. I looked around. Ringing us were about 30 Indians. I decided to ignore them.
Got the water for steam, Ordway?
Yes, sir. Here goes.
Mint tea.
Right here, sir.
Now, when he's in, cover the top with blankets.
You sure you want to go in there, Bratton?
No, I ain't sure at all.
They're not forcing you.
Do what great Dr. Chief say. Go in. Get well.
Hey, come on, Bratton. Hey, you don't want to disappoint the audience.
What to the devil with the audience?
Get in there and sweat it out.
Well, I guess so. Well, all right, I'm ready.
You'll be all right, Bratton.
Water on the bottom and sides, Ordway?
Water on the bottom and sides, sir.
For supper, the roast Bratton.
Shields and Ordway carefully lowered Bratton into the steaming hole. Quickly, we covered the top with blankets, lifting them partially now and then to provide Bratton with more tea or more water to make steam. Soon, he was all but obscured by a misty cloud.
How are you doing, Bratton?
I can't stand much more.
It's pretty hot down there, Captain.
Good. You think I should take him out, Meriwether?
You're the doctor, Billy. I have no first-hand experience with this kind of thing.
Neither have I. Ordway, you know the procedure to get him out?
Yes, sir. Me and Shields lift him. Then we run him to the river and throw him in.
Well, then get him back fast and into the hole again.
All set, sir.
Shields?
Ready, sir.
All right, take him out.
We lifted him out and ran with him toward the river. No sooner had they thrown him in than they were pulling him out.
All right, men, quick, back in the sweat hole with him.
Just let me die, will you? Let me die.
Come on now. You can't quit.
We let him sweat for another half hour or so, threw him in the water again, and then put him back in the sweat hole. When we took him out the final time, we wrapped him in blankets and cooled him off gradually. The next day, Bratton began improving, and in a week he could walk with no trouble. We tried the same treatment on a paralyzed sub-chief the trusting Comcomish had brought to us. It cured him, too. And from then on, Chief the Broken Arm began to urge us to settle down permanently with his people.
Comcomish, just what did he say about guides?
You will have guides when snow melts. But why you go? You and Nez Perce, brothers.
We moved our camp farther into the uplands and made as many preparations as we could for the forced march across the pass. Johnny Shields, with the convalescent Bratton to help, overhauled the firearms of the expedition, but the rest of the men were not so fortunate. Without jobs, they did little more than cast amorous eyes at the more attractive of the Nez Perce women.
Meriwether, they're looking like troops from old Fort Clatsop.
We'll never get across the mountains with men who don't care.
They need something to keep them busy.
Remember how they were racing horses with the Indians at Twisted Hare's Village?
That's a good idea.
Better yet, let's have some foot races. Burn up their energy.
Get all kinds of games going.
We held regular games with the Indians, and we didn't try to keep the men from betting on the outcome of these races, even if they occasionally lost an essential item like a hatchet or a knife. The most significant race of all to Billy and me was a sprint which Private Bill Bratton entered. Several of the men, including Shields and Ordway, felt that he was not ready to pit himself against half a dozen of the fastest Nez Perce runners. Bratton, however, insisted, and when the runners towed the starting line with Shields to send them off, Bratton was there.
Ready? Set! Go get up! Go on, Billy!
Bratton got off to a poor start, but he dug in hard and made up ground on the swift Indians. He passed several, one of whom tried to slow him down with a turning of elbows. But he got by and crossed the finish line a couple of strides behind the leaders in third place.
Bratton, that's fine. Fine, boy. How do you feel?
Good, sir. Real good.
I guess you're cured, Bill. I guess you might even be ready for that Lolo Pass.
Billy Clark and I kept daily watch on the water level in the river, which rose much too slowly for us. Obviously, it was a late winter, the one eventuality that could defeat our attempt to reach St. Louis before the end of the year 1806. On the 10th of June, we moved still nearer the mountains.
We need another talk with the broken arm about guides.
Yes, we do. Remind him of his promise.
Well, send Drouillard to talk to him in sign language.
Why not Comcomish in Nez Perce?
I'm afraid he's biased. He wants us to stay.
This time, with the exception of George Drouillard, we sent out all our hunters to bring in as much meat as possible. George left for the camp of Chief the Broken Arm. Half a day, and George reported back to us, grim and unsmiling.
Sorry, no guides. The chief say he is not letting us die up there in the snowdrifts.
Did you tell him we meant to leave? Guides or no guides?
Yes, sir. He thought I was bluffing.
A few weeks' delay here means another winter will catch us in this upper Missouri country.
We were over the Lolo Pass once, George. You were with the leaders then.
With the Indian guys, sir.
You helped blaze trail. You ought to be able to lead us back, with what I can remember and what Captain Clark remembers.
If you say so, sir, I try.
150 miles with no horse fodder. We'll have to try to make it in 3 days.
We started into the mountains on the 15th of June, 1806. By evening, we had pushed to an elevation of almost a mile. Fortunately, the snow was hard-packed and crusted with ice. As long as the horses kept their feet, travel wasn't particularly difficult. That night, with a knife-edged wind slicing at us from the heights, was the coldest I can remember. We were up early and pressed on in the gray dawn.
Doesn't look familiar.
Sure doesn't.
Those horses don't look happy.
Morning, sirs.
How does it look up front?
Not familiar. To speak out, sir. I'm not sure where we are heading.
How about the tree blazes?
Buried under maybe 4 feet of the snow. I can take a chance if you make it in order, but I rather not. I make a wrong guess, and I kill over 30 people and 60 horses.
And you don't want that hanging over your head.
No, sir.
We have to get across.
If we try again, maybe we can force the Nez Perce to give us a guide. Perhaps talk to somebody else. Twisted Air, Cut Nose.
It'll cost us at least 2 days, maybe more.
We can leave the baggage here. Backtrack with only men and horses.
I guess it's the only way. Let's get started.
Ordway! Yes! Fire!
We stored our baggage and reserve food under tarpaulins along the snowy trail. Here, in this wild and nearly lifeless area, these precious goods would be safe. Drouillard, meanwhile, hurried back to talk to Chief Cutnose about guides. Our retreat was marred by accidents. Coulter lost his blanket, John Potts was badly cut, and I was hard put to stop the bleeding. We lost 4 horses and a mule, and the hunters ranging the lower altitudes only got 2 deer during a span of 5 days. Then, while our horses grazed near our old campgrounds, George Drouillard at last appeared, this time with a broad smile on his face.
Drouillard!
You look like good news, George.
Sir, I got 3 guides. One of them is a brother of Chief Cutnose.
Excellent.
What did it cost?
Only 2 rifle and some shot.
Where are they?
Coming up the trail, sir.
On the 24th of June, we left again for the Lolo Pass, this time led by the 3 young Nez Perce braves.
Fortune favored the rest of the passage. It was very cold. The horses went with empty bellies. But on the 29th day of June, 1806, we started down the eastern slope of the mountains.
The snow runs out about a mile ahead, according to the guide, sir. There's plenty of grass for the horses.
Overnight, stop by the forage, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The following day, after luxuriating in the wonderful warm waters of the Lolo Springs, we moved on to Traveler's Rest, where we had camped on the trip west. The hunters brought in several deer. That night, the men, bodies cleansed in the springs, stomachs full of good fare, were happy and relaxed. It was time to bring up a subject that Meriwether and I had discussed time and again since Fort Clatsop.
We made it just in time. We should reach St. Louis before the year's out.
Missouri Currents will be with us most of the way.
No pulling, no towing, no prickly pear.
Not as much, let's say.
Hunting will be real good after we leave Shoshone country.
I hate to interrupt this optimistic talk, but you all must remember we had a bad time of it in this very country last summer and fall. Mainly because we didn't know enough about it. And we still don't.
What Captain Clark is trying to say is we'll have to split up the Corps of Discovery a good part of the way home.
In Blackfoot country, sir? Them and the Minotaurs might jump smaller groups of men.
We'll have to take that chance.
Back at Fort Clatsop, when I made up the master map, I could see the blank spaces that we fill only by actual exploration. Well, that's what this amounts to, filling in the blanks.
Gas, you'll go with me, and we'll take 8 men. We'll go directly to the Missouri, where 3 men will make trucks for the portage around the Great Falls. With the others, I'll explore Mariah's River.
Ordway, you'll go with me up the Bitterroot Valley, over the divide, then to 3 Forks. There, you'll take 9 men down the Missouri to meet up with Captain Lewis, while I take the rest of the party, explore the Yellowstone River. We should all meet where the Yellowstone joins the Missouri.
All I can say is I hope the Indians have hibernated.
After the men had gone silently and glumly to their bedrolls, Billy Clark and I sat by the fire, a map spread between us.
I know the men are depressed.
Because they've endured so much together.
It can't be helped. There's no time to cover all this country in one body.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 10, Decision at Traveler's Rest, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Eddie Firestone, Jim Bowles, and Clark Gordon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
the Mutual Broadcasting System presents the second of a series of unusual dramatic stories written and directed by Willis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell. In this week's story, I Have Been Looking For You, we have as our guest the star of stage and radio, Miss Claudia Morgan. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Story is entitled, I Have Been Looking For You.
I have been looking for you. Your name? I do not know your name. Perhaps you are Anaitas, or Ligia, or Bernice. You are Mary, or Alice, or plain Jane. You are Mercedes, Lebushka, Colette. Where are you, love? I heard your voice when I was a child, when I was new in school, when I was a tender lad unknowing. I heard your voice as I passed the schoolroom door.
7 times 7 are 49. 8 times 7 are 56. 9 times 7 are 63.
But I pushed the door ajar and looked, and there was only a schoolroom full of children and a teacher at a desk. The cadence of your childish voice hung in the sunny air in the schoolroom, but I couldn't find you. And wondering, dreaming, I closed the door and went my way on to the confusion of another schoolroom. But your voice was with me, and I have not forgotten. Many times I heard your voice, love, as I grew older. There were other girls in my boyhood, sweet, clean-limbed girls I remember now through the years. Helen with the yellow curls. Gladys, the tomboy on a bicycle. Paula in the library. Kate, Dorothy, and Jeanette, and crippled Margaret. Then my playmates taunted me because I had no girl of my own. But I smiled a secret smile as I turned away and walked homeward along the elm-shadowed, the flower-sweet streets at night. For always you were somewhere. And I knew I should find you one day, somewhere. How many years have passed this long? How many summers, how many yesterdays, how many heartbeats? But I knew that I should find you. I saw you at a distance sometimes, a gay red bathing suit on a beach, a fluttering tartan scarf on the winter hillsides against the snow. But when I ran to greet you and call you mine, you were gone. You had vanished. A day came when I was a young man and went away to make my fortune. My heart ached as the little station grew smaller in the rapid distance, for I knew I saw you there waving farewell. Was it to me? And I thought frantically of leaping from the train and returning. But a cloud of dust swirled up behind the train, and when it was gone, you had vanished. There was another glimpse of you, I thought, as the train roared through another little town, and a gay crowd on the station platform waved and called. And I knew then. I knew that wherever I should go, you would be always. And tears came to my eyes, as I thought perhaps I should never see your face, but always follow you, and never forget. Yes, I was young for love, but I loved you then as I loved you that first day in
7
school.
times 7.
And as I love you now that I have found you.
I knew you followed me. I heard your footsteps down the summer dark street, with the flickering old streetlight scattering shadows into the lilac bushes. And the scent of the lilacs has brought you back to me so many times now. Why have I never seen your face? Or have I? Tell me.
I love you.
I've seen your shadow pass my window. I've heard the distant echo of your voice. And you were always near. My dreams have seen you, but you evade my seeking eyes. Do you remember a wide white beach on a summer day? And the high white clouds, and you were alone, and I was alone?
I remember.
I remember. I conjured you up out of the sound of the waves in the sand, and the rhythm of the surf is the beating of my heart.
And the sound of the wind in the dunes was your far-off laughter that I heard.
And I ran along the beach searching for you. Your presence was strong in my heart. And I cried out. I was heartsick. Then I was afraid. I swam far out into the remorseless waves. I became weary and hopeless for you. And the waves fought me, and they bore me down. Then I dreamed there were strong arms about me. And I opened my eyes to the sun and breathed again. And the salt on my lips I thought was not the salt of the sea, but the sting of a fading kiss. But you were gone. Then I knew my life was yours. And I was very happy for a little while. And very sad. Where did you go, love?
I dreamed of you in the sea. I dreamed that you were struggling, and I dreamed that I swam out to you and took you in my arms and brought you to the shore, and I kissed you. But there was darkness somewhere, darkness that hid your face from me. And when I awoke, I too felt the salt of your lips on mine. Was I never to see you, never to hold you in my arms in life? I sought to forget you. You must forgive me that. I thought that my mind was sick, that I dreamed in my waking hours. But which was the dream, and which reality? And how could I escape the vision of you? Always I was haunted, tortured by the thought that you were near me, around the corner, waiting perhaps with a smile of welcome when I should find you. Do you remember? You must.
I remember. When did you walk down an avenue in the snow? The lights were golden from the windows, and the bells chimed softly in the twilight. The streets were filled with cheerful people hurrying happily in the white darkness. And I was alone, until you hastened past me, a dim shape in the swirling snowflakes. And I followed you until you disappeared in the storm. The cheerful, flat laughter of the people on the street mocked me again. Foolishness I said. There's no one. I am alone. We shall never find each other. When I wept in my sleep that night, it was your hand that wiped away my tears.
I dreamed of a woman weeping, and I kissed her eyelids as she said.
You went away.
We were new to the war that Christmas season, and even as the reluctant bells rang in a new year, I went away. I remember the gloomy, cold station. I remember the unhappy sergeant shepherding 24 motley civilians away from the lights of the city to the drastic cars that were to take us somewhere. There were few to see us off that New Year's Eve. A policeman who watched us silently as we staggered across the platform. And an old man who offered us his bottle and mumbled of his days at the wars of Siboney and San Juan, the girl he left behind him. And a group of belated commuters turning away from us to study the blackboard of the train arriving. And as they closed the doors of the coaches, a fat woman pounding on the window, mouthing frantic goodbyes to a little man who turned away from her. But when our train began to move from the station, a glimpse of a woman standing alone under a dusty electric light on the platform. And then I knew, as I remembered once before, that I could never wholly go away from you, that we belonged to each other, though I might never see your face. I was close to death many times in the war. At Catherine Pass, when John Sutherland and I were alone one night with Rommel's armor at the side of the hill with a watch. And at last we knew they were coming, and one of us was to stay while the other went back in the back. This was a message. I was afraid to stay. But I argued with John in the petty pride of my terror, saying I would stay while he should go back to what might mean safety for the son. But he was tired, he said, and I was not. And he would stay. And so I went. Then 20 steps away from him, I heard the 88. It smashed in his knee.
I spoke to him and told him to stay.
And I was wounded afterward. And that night I lay in the hospital tent and something happened. I knew I should die. I had no voice to call. And in the last darkness before my senses went, a nurse came hurrying to my side. It was you I thought. But when morning came, I saw the same familiar nurse I'd known for days.
He was asleep, and I awakened him.
Did you watch over me all those years? Was it your voice I sometimes heard in the still night? Have you loved me so as I have loved you? What must we do? I have been looking for you for so long, but such a time went by. Such a long, weary time since I came home. Where were you, love? There was one moment. I was standing on the deck when our transport came up for day. I was looking for you. There were hundreds of boats around us, boats with great painted signs welcoming some of us home. And there was none for me. But I hoped that perhaps among all those who had come to meet their men in the harbor there might be. We were past the Statue of Liberty, nosing over to the North River where we were to dock. And a ferry boat from Jersey cut across our bows. I merely glanced at it, and I saw you. That was a happy homecoming. But when I came back to New York, when I took off my uniform and went to work again, you were gone. I searched for you. I looked for you everywhere. Where were you? What had happened? 2 years went by.
I saw you, love. They said in the hospital that I would never get well. I heard the doctors talking. And at night, sometimes I talked to you. But I knew you didn't hear me. The cord was broken. I couldn't reach you. I saw you many times.
I had buried myself in my work, they said. Whatever the work was, I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten everything except that I loved you. And I tried to forget that. Well, I was afraid that you were gone from me forever. And I should never see you, never hear your voice again, never know your nearness as I had grown to know. I tried to lose the thought of you among 7 millions of people, among the high buildings and in the sounds of the city around me, and I almost succeeded. But then I saw you. Do you remember where I saw you? In the very center of the town, surrounded by men and women of 100 races. In the midst of a babel of sound, in the midst of hysterical, never-ending motion, in colors and darkness and flashing, searing lights. It was a summer evening, hot and humid. And the threat of lightning and sullen thunder in the clouds that towered over the Jersey Highway. The voice of the storm quickens, rumbling over the squalling sound of the city, and the lightning crackled in the west. I was on my way home after a sodden day in the tiny office above Town Square. One of the beaten, hungry millions at the end of a colorless, unhappy day. And the subway, and the crowds, and the guards pushing the milling crowds into the airless, stuffy cars. The train starting far underground where only blind animals should live. Bodies pressed against feverish bodies, tired eyes looking inwardly toward the comforts of home and cool drinks. and blessed rest. And outside the windows, walls too close, sweating and dank with moisture. And the sudden flash of stations as we roar through them, more and more speed, bodies swaying against bodies, suffocation, and the sudden fear that comes like a clutching nightmare deep underground.
We're going too fast.
Streams of blue sparks outside the open windows, the acrid smell of burning rubber, swift panic, clutching hands, futile fists beating screaming faces, the scream of tortured brakes, lights flickering and dying, and in the last seconds before the crash... You. I saw you. I had turned, I remember, to escape a man's fingers clawing at my eyes. I saw you, inches away from me, yet a continent away. Blonde hair rippling in the fetid breeze, red lips apart, not in fear, but in rapt excitement, almost smiling. I shouted your name. Did I know your name? And then, darkness. You knew, didn't you? You saved my life, but you said you turned your head just as the crash came. Yes, I turned my head to look at you. The steel rod just grazed your forehead. If you hadn't turned your head... I looked at you. It was providential, young man. It was you.
I knew you were there, among all those scores of frightened, screaming men and women. I knew you were there. And I saw you. In the last flickering of the lights, I saw you. And then you were gone. Forever, I thought. I thought you died in the subway wreck. For long months you were dead to me. My mind refused to think of you. I couldn't picture your face again. But now I know I was near you many times. I entered a restaurant as you left.
I left the elevator at the 14th floor one day.
I got on at the 15th.
I turned to look in a shop window as you passed by.
I picked up a book at Bentana's that you just laid down, and I knew I could.
And the bus driver gave me change that had come from your purse, and I knew.
You sat behind me at a beloved street concert at Carnegie Hall, and I dreamed that night.
The telephone booth at Grand Central. Your perfume still was there. All those long months, years. There were long times when I never saw you. Times, I'm afraid, when I all but forgot you. And then I'd see a picture in the newspaper. A happy group celebrating something at some nightclub. And there you were. There was your face, dim and smudged with ink, half turned away from me in the background. And I was off again. Off to walks in the park, hoping to hear footsteps that had grown familiar through the long years. Off to a pub crawl along 3rd Avenue, drinking at King Costello's, P.J. Clark's, listening to the cadence of a voice that might somehow be there. And off on the top of a 5th Avenue bus, off on a Staten Island ferry, or an expedition through the theater crowds at taken place. Ah, my love, I have looked for you. I said I never knew your name. I'd lay awake nights and go over all the heroes' names I ever heard. Alice, Barbara, Claudia, Doris, Elizabeth, Frances, down through Wilhelmina, and Yvonne, and Zoe. I'd make resolutions to forget. I went out with other girls. I tried to confuse my mind. But I found myself becoming bored with other girls. I looked for you and them, and I became short of speech, quarrelsome, and no girl ever went out with me twice. I kept to myself more and more times in Central Park, till the very ice cream vendors greeted me as an old acquaintance. And more times along 5th Avenue late at night, up past the cathedral, down past the Empire State, hoping, listening, peering anxiously at every woman I passed. I went away on long trips by myself to escape the thought of you, and heard your distant laughter, or thought I saw you framed in the window of a train that passed mine, going in another direction. I didn't see you. Nights I came home as late as I could, staggering. I closed the door and shut the city out. I was afraid to sleep. I was afraid of the dream. The dream that came so often. An empty room. Dark, high walls. A little flight of stairs leading to an open door. And beyond the door, a dazzling light. And silence. And the light draws me to the flight of steps and the open door. My voice echoes in the silence of the gloomy room.
Where are you, love? Where are you?
I'm here, love.
You are there, beyond the door, in the room where the light shines. Your shadow falls across the flight of steps. You are only 20 paces away. I move towards the door. 1, 2, 3, and the carpet touches me. Your voice.
Come to me.
Another. Is that a hand on my shoulder? I turn to see. The room is empty. Another step. I can go no farther. I struggle, but there is something that holds me back, and a voice that whispers in my ear.
Not yet. Not yet.
I fight against the force that holds me, but I cannot move. What is beyond the door where the light is? Do you wait for me? Why cannot I reach you?
Come to me.
I cannot move. I call.
Help me. Come to me.
Come to me.
Then with the sound of a great gong in my ears, I awake trembling. Into I go. I lie awake till the gray dawn crawls through the window.
The dream came to me last night. A great bright room. A light that dazzles my eyes. And I cannot move. A door that leads to darkness. And footsteps beyond the door in the dark. I'm frightened until I hear your voice.
Where are you, love?
And I answer. And then I know your footsteps coming to me from the darkness into the light that dazzles me. But the footsteps end, and the light burns my eyelids, and the great gong comes.
My hand was on the very lintel of the door, and the radiance of the light within struck my eyes and blinded me. And again I awoke, trembling. Did this mean that I was soon to find you? Am I to see, to hold you in my arms? What will I do? I slept a little, and the dream did not return. It was raining when I awoke, a quiet summer's rain, and the light in the street was the color of the light in the room beyond the door. Is that a sign? Is this the day?
It's raining. I dreamed of a voice that I knew. I asked him to come to me. Is this the day? Is the dream a message from somewhere telling me that this is the day? I dress hastily, and I see that it's already 8 o'clock. Perhaps I shall meet him again. I shall wear my new scarlet raincoat. I'll know him when I see him. Will he know me? Nothing. Outdoors. Rain. Good luck, a taxicab. Shall I meet him today?
Who says the rain is business? This is the day. I know this is the day. I shall walk to the office. Who knows, I may meet her on the way. I smile at strangers as I stroll through the pelting rain down Madison Avenue. Here is a young couple, lovers. I, too, am a lover. And today I shall meet my beloved. And then the fulfillment of all my dreams from the time my childhood, so very long ago. I step down from the curb. 68th Street. Practically stopped before the upraised hand of the policeman in the middle of the street. I smile at her. And I do not see the taxicab leaning around the corner against the light, the driver frantically tugging at his wheel, very slowly it seems to me, and the cab coming straight at me. And as I looked up, the cruel wheels half a foot from me, you. And then, the road. The dark room with the little stairs and the door and the dazzling light beyond. Nothing holds me back now. I go forward to the door and the light welcomes me. I know you are there, love. In a moment we shall meet. We shall kiss. We shall begin our life together. Shall we not? Love, where are you?
Love, I'm here. With you forever.
Yes, indeed, right through here. Now, mind the little stairs. Through the door. Yes, it is bright in here, but you have to be able to see very well in here. This is the one. The man that was killed by the taxi cab. No. There's no identification at all. But this one? This was the woman, the passenger in the cab. She died of a heart attack at the very instant. No identification for her either. Yes, it is strange. Both of them smiling as if they were the happiest people in the world.
Together.
You have listened to I Have Been Looking for You, the second in the series, Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Ernest Chappell was the man who talked to you, and our guest, Claudia Morgan, was the woman. Thank you, Claudia, for being with us. Others in the cast were Peggy Stanley, G. Swain Gordon, and Martin Wolfson. The music was composed and played by Gene Brasco. And now for a word about next week's Quiet Please story, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper. Bill?
For next week, I've written you a fantastic story that I hope may give you the think as well as entertainment. Its title is We Were Here First.
So, until next week at this time, quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for a fascinating story of strange events and their common sense explanation on the House of Mystery, which follows in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
A glance is enough to detect the faults of democracy, but the good qualities can be seen only by long observation. The laws of American democracy are frequently defective. How comes it then that the American republics prosper and continue?
The Happy Republic, a study in American values. Item 13 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Prost, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American values. The Happy Republic.
I wonder if I might have a little silence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, two of our guests this evening, Mr. Tocqueville and Mr. Beaumont, are sailing tomorrow for France.
Fancy picking the middle of February to cross the Atlantic.
Fancy picking any day to leave the United States in favor of Europe.
Alas, madame, we too are patriots.
I know you are, Mr. Tocqueville, and the sentiment does you credit. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose a toast to our guests, and to the United States, the home of liberty, and to France, the home of Lafayette.
United States and France.
Come on, gentlemen. Reply.
No, don't reply to the toast. Instead, just tell us what you think of America.
Miss Fulton, that was the first question we heard when we arrived 10 months ago.
Then let it also be the last as you leave. Surely you've learned something, Mr. Beaumont.
I have learned, Miss Fulton, to admire and to respect American womanhood. And to leave the lady is the last word.
Now, just a moment. You came here when?
May 1831, Mr. Sparks.
You've traveled to many places?
Everywhere.
You've talked to many people?
Everybody.
You've seen many things?
Everything.
Then I support Miss Fulton's question. What do you think of America? What comes into your mind now when I say the word America, Mr. Tocqueville?
America? Equality.
Mr. Beaumont?
America? A picture, a scene on the frontier. We were approaching Detroit. On the one side, Canada. On the other, the United States. In the distance, we could see Fort Malden.
Fort Malden, founded by the French.
Yes, with the Catholic steeple surmounted by a rooster, just like Caen or some other town in Normandy.
I remember very well.
We were 2 weeks in the wilderness of the territory of Michigan. The forest was like a majestic order reigning above our heads. Their branches intertwined, the forest trees seemed to form a single immense and indestructible edifice under whose vaults reigns an eternal obscurity. There was a silence so profound, a stillness so complete, that the soul was filled with a sort of religious terror.
Not only man was missing, but even the voices of animals and birds were not heard in the heat of the July day.
This wilderness everywhere stretches before you, even to the Arctic Pole, to the Pacific Ocean. But on the morrow of our visit, these mighty forests will be gone. Civilization consumes the wilderness like a forest fire.
I remember the cabin that had a big black bear chained up outside it as a watchdog, and the Indian we met near Saginaw. Just as we were going to cross the stream, this man came towards us in his buckskins, with the sun gleaming on his copper face. He put 2 fingers on my shoulder and said, in good, strong French, with a Norman accent, "Watch out, people sometimes get drowned here." I shouldn't have been more surprised if my horse had spoken to me in French.
Oh, the West is so romantic, Mr. Tocqueville. But I hear Niagara Falls is splendid.
Dear madame, it is as enchanting as yourself.
And so unspoiled.
What What strikes you most in this country?
That would take a volume to tell everything, Mrs. Brooks. And perhaps even I would no longer believe it tomorrow. There are, however, 2 or 3 impressions which strike me about this country.
Tell us.
The first is that these people is the happiest in the world.
I agree, sir.
It seems to me, Mr. Perry, that this country owes its immense prosperity much less to its peculiar virtues, less to a form of government, of itself superior to other forms, than to the particular circumstances in which it finds itself. Never before has a people found for itself such a happy and fruitful basis of life. Here, freedom is unrestrained and subsists by being useful to everyone without injuring anybody. But there is undeniably something feverish in the activity this imparts to industry and the human spirit.
Mr. Tocqueville, nothing is easier than to enrich oneself in America. Everybody works.
And the country is still so rich that all who work rapidly succeed in acquiring that which renders existence happy. Political agitation only occupies a small corner of the picture here. There is not an American newspaper in which the price of cotton does not take up more room than politics.
Don't you believe in business, in our American progress?
Well, I believe in American progress. I'm planning to invest some of my money in Western Railroad bonds. Surely that is a sign of confidence.
Oh, why not in steamboats?
Miss Fulton's father is, of course...
Of course, the distinguished Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor of the steamboat.
I think that steamboats have not been operated in a way that could inspire confidence.
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Sparks?
I've been on quite a few vessels where the strength of the boiler has not quite been equal to the zeal and the enthusiasm of the captain.
Oh?
Steamboat racing, you know, is quite a pastime here. What do I mean, Miss Fulton? I mean racing. I mean blowing up. I mean shipwrecks.
As a matter of fact, Miss Fulton, we have been in 3 steamboat wrecks, with all respect to your famous father.
Oh, dear.
But everyone must recognize the discovery of steam has added unbelievably to the strength and prosperity of the Union because it has made communication easier.
It's very true that in the South, where communications are bad, things languish a trifle by comparison.
Mr. King, I really think it's time for the ladies to withdraw for a moment to collect their finery while you gentlemen enjoy another cigar.
Very well, Mrs. Brooks. Miss Fulton?
Are you ready, Miss Fulton?
Most certainly.
Yes. Light up, gentlemen. Let's have a little more brandy.
Yes, Mr. Brooks, there is hardly a pioneer's hut that does not contain a few odd volumes of Shakespeare. It was in a log cabin that I read Henry V for the first time.
You said, Mr. Tocqueville, that America calls to your mind equality?
It does, Mr. Brooks. I see gradually the distinctions of rank being done away with. The barriers that once severed mankind are falling. Property is being divided, power is shared by many, education is spreading, the capacities of all classes tend toward equality. Each man has a consciousness of his independent position and his individual dignity, which doesn't always make him very agreeable to approach, but leads him to respect himself. On the steamboat, we at first wanted to give a tip to the steward. They prevented us, claiming that this would humiliate him. The general equality of condition of the people is a fundamental fact.
There is a great deal of equality, but a great many of us in Boston are trying to keep up higher standards. Tell you what, Mr. Tocqueville, radicals spout a lot about equality in Europe. Well, there's no greater punishment for a European demagogue than to pass a year or 2 in the United States. Am I right, Mr. Perry?
Our fashionable society in Boston is certainly capable of curing the maddest Republican of his Republican distemper. Yes, sir. Just send him over here for 2 months with plenty of letters to our first people, but he'll return home as quiet and as loyal a subject as anyone born in the glaring sunshine of royal favor.
I'm serious, Mr. Perry. Democracy, equality is not all pleasant by any means.
Democracy is like a raft, Mr. Brooks. It doesn't sink, but your feet are always wet.
Yes, Mr. Sparks. Democracy, like any other human institution, must have disadvantages as well as advantages.
That's certainly true. And one of the disadvantages is that democracy turns into mobocracy. And it is the European immigrants that are responsible. The present company excepted, I don't mean the French. I mean those blackguards, principally the Germans and the Irish. They come here with the most ridiculous notions of liberty and equality. Having been slaves all their lives, they set an exaggerated value on freedom without knowing the value of property. What can a man know about our institutions if he's not raised among us? Our institutions, after all, are only the English ones, improved and mutilated, just as you please. But be this as it may, I prefer the English to our own. I cannot bear equality.
I've made 22 trips to Europe, Mr. Brooks, and I observe that frequently the higher classes in America seem to be determined upon making everyone that is poorer than themselves feel his inferiority in order to make him as uncomfortable as possible. And all this is done with an affection of republican simplicity, which makes every arrogance only the more offensive as coming from an equal.
In order to make any kind of aristocracy tolerable, Mr. Poinsett, it is necessary that it should, in some shape or other, either protect the lower classes or never come in contact with them. The aristocracy of the Atlantic cities is unfortunately neither a protector of the lower orders, with whom it's continually wrestling for power, nor is it capable of avoiding incessant contact with them. Hence arises a continual jarring, the rich claiming a rank which the poor are unwilling to grant, and the poor, provoked by the unprofitable arrogance of the rich, opposing to them insolence which a laboring man in Europe would hardly dare to offer to his equals.
I wonder, Mr. Riker, who would you say does have the power in America?
Mr. King?
By and large, I'd say the elected officers, the men who fill public office.
What kind of men are they?
What kind of men fill public office? Usually, I should say, men whose capacity and character place them in the second rank.
Even Governor Throop of your own state here in New York?
Throop's a good enough fellow, but no family, no background, no roots. And I do not run for office myself. Public positions, you see, do not yield enough money or enough consideration or enough power to attract the energies of really distinguished men. It was, of course, quite otherwise when our republic was founded. Today, unfortunately, we no longer see great statesmen. The great men employ their energy in other careers. Isn't that true in Boston, Mr. Perry?
The fact is, instead of great men, our own Massachusetts House of Representatives is now composed of members who are interested in mackerel inspection, cider presses, proper fencing, and who make their livelihoods raising potatoes or brewing small beer. And these representatives come for no other purpose than to oppose the more elevated measures proposed by the more enlightened members from Boston.
That is a fact. That even our city representatives in Boston have so far degraded their station that it is now a disgrace, not an honor, to be delegated by the people.
But, Mr. Brooks, what have they done to disgrace themselves?
That is soon told, Mr. Beaumont. Every country member comes with the determined purpose to oppose us, and above all things, to let the Bostonians pay most of the expenses of the state.
The positive fact is that few of our representatives are gentlemen.
The fact is, Mr. King, that very few gentlemen will nowadays consent to become representatives except it be for the Congress. Even that won't last long if things go on much longer the way they have for the last 7 or 8 years.
Is this Jacksonian democracy?
General Jackson, the president, is partly a scoundrel, partly a fool, and partly a mountebank.
But he was elected by the will of the people, Mr. King.
The voice of the people is the voice of God. Not, I think, when they called him General Jackson. No, our democracy is of the worst kind. It does not strive for equality, but for supremacy. All we lacked was universal suffrage to complete our misery, as if the mob had not enough power without it.
May I say, the United States is, perhaps of all nations, the one where ruling gives least glory to the rulers. No single person is responsible for its leadership. Management of government affairs does not depend on a few men. It is the work of all. You must admit, Mr. Perry, that you gentlemen from Boston are used to certain standards. You are born to riches.
No, Mr. Beaumont, you mustn't think my attitude arises from my being born to riches, as you put it. Although I do feel I was intended to be a substantial sort of man. I was born in the country, and my father, who was a poor farmer with a large family, used to come to Boston to market. One day, when I was 12 years old, I came with him, hoping to find some work to do to earn my living. We got in early in the morning by driving nearly all night. And while we were in the street waiting for somebody to buy our load, I took a newspaper off a doorstep and began to read it. Almost the first thing I saw was an advertisement of Boy Wanted. When Father had sold his load, we went to look for the place. It was a large house on a handsome street belonging to a merchant. And the boy was wanted to work in the kitchen, help the cook clean knives, black boots, and wait on tables. The work seemed easy enough and the pay good, so I stayed. The merchant was pleased with me, and after a while took me into the store to do errands and such light work. Then I became a clerk, then a partner. The merchant's daughter was as partial to me as her father always had been, and I got married. And here I am. And all from looking into a newspaper one frosty morning in the streets of Boston.
It is one of the great advantages of democracy that a man can change his station.
Perhaps, Mr. Perret, you were born one of nature's men of property, just as they say there are nature's noblemen.
Do you seriously believe there are?
As a matter of fact, I do. Your own George Washington was certainly one. I heard the other day a remarkable story of the War of 1812. British soldiers were sailing up the Potomac in 1814 to set fire to the capital. But as they passed Mount Vernon, the British officers assembled on deck and reverently uncovered their heads in honor of the great George Washington. Even an enemy respected that man's nobility.
Well, gentlemen, I think it's time we join the ladies. Drink up smartly, douse your cigars. Mrs. King can't abide a brother smoke getting into her curtains. The time was I used to have to smoke with my head up the chimney, even in here.
And still, Mr. Tocqueville, you leave tomorrow and you haven't really told us what you think of America.
My dear Miss Fulton, I'm trying. But the subject is so vast. One would need to write a book.
Then do so.
I will.
And what will you say?
Well, that there is nothing absolute in the theoretical value of political institutions.
Oh?
Their efficiency depends almost always on the original circumstances and the social condition of the people to whom they are applied. I see institutions succeed here which would infallibly turn France upside down. Yet I believe this people is one of the happiest in the world. Your society is 100 times happier than ours.
Yes. The quarrels which are carried on in the newspapers or in society only concern persons. For example, the friends of General Jackson versus the friends of Henry Clay.
The more I consider this American society, the more I realize it to be composed of peculiar elements which render imitation very dangerous, if not impossible. Indeed, I wonder if it is ever wise for one people to imitate another, or whether one people should ever urge another to imitate them.
Well, don't mention our newspapers, Mr. Tocqueville. They're so bad, they're quite unimportant.
Oh, Miss Fulton, I was quite struck by the toast to the press given at the 42nd anniversary celebration of Tammany, several days after I landed in New York. The toast was, the press, the channel of public opinion. Who would not submit to its occasional abuse rather than forego the blessing of its freedom? I'm quite sure they are very important.
What are very important, Mr. Tocqueville?
Newspapers, Mr. Poinsett.
There's no doubt of that. Many causes, many crusades, many zealous men look to the press for support, and if no newspaper is ready to support them, they start a new one.
Really, there is nothing but a newspaper which can drop the same thought into 1,000 minds at the same moment. I think of a newspaper, Mr. Poinsett, as an advisor that does not have to be sought, but which comes to you of its own accord and talks to you briefly every day of the common affairs without distracting you from your own private affairs.
Yes, and the press enables the people to carry out together the schemes they thought up separately.
I think at once of the valuable and widespread temperance associations. America is full of these voluntary associations that speak through American newspapers.
Are you speaking of temperance associations?
And the press, Mr. Brooks.
So newspapers always represent some kind of association?
I think so. A newspaper can survive only on the condition of publishing sentiments or principles common to a large number of men. A newspaper, therefore, always represents an association that is composed of its habitual readers. The newspaper brought them together, and the newspaper is still necessary to keep them united. In this way, voluntary associations, supported by the press, help to diminish the tyranny of the majority, which seems to me one of the most serious disadvantages of democracy.
But we have noticed in America that political ideas seem to be invested with what you might almost call a religious aura.
Very true, Mr. Beaumont. A religious aura, but not a sectarian one. You're quite right if you feel that to the vast majority of Americans, the Union itself has an almost sacred feeling connected with it. It's been idealized into an object of love and veneration. After all, it's the principal guardian of our liberties.
Not the press?
Or the vote.
Or the jury.
All these are the children of the Constitution and of the Union.
Why do you mention the jury, Mr. Sparks? It is only made up of ignorant men. It makes mistakes.
The men are ignorant only in learning, Mr. Beaumont. As far as the case before them is concerned, they've given the matter sustained attention.
They certainly have. Last month, when Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, and I were traveling by stagecoach across Alabama, we were told by an Alabama lawyer journeying with us that there's no one who isn't carrying arms under his coat. If a man gets into the smallest kind of argument, he's apt to pull out a knife or pistol.
Mr. Poinsett, I remember asking, when a man is killed in this fashion, isn't his assassin punished?
And the answer this Alabama lawyer gave was, he's always judged and acquitted by the jury, providing there are no very aggravating circumstances. Not a single man of the least note pays for that sort of killing with his life, because every man on the jury feels he may one day find himself in the same situation as the prisoner, and when he remembers that, why, he acquits.
We were astonished at what the people are doing. The people are judging themselves. Instead of common sense, you get perhaps their prejudices in the matter.
Well, they do act from passion, from prejudice sometimes.
And then the judge overrules them.
No, he's not allowed to do that. He can't alter the verdict of the jury. The Court of Appeal does have the right to question the verdict of a jury for any motive whatever, and to send the case back for retrial. But that right is used only in the last extremity, and when the error or the prejudice is glaringly obvious. You see, the people set great store by the judgment of the jury.
Even in civil matters?
Yes. The people watches with great jealousy, lest any blow be struck at the moral power of the jury. The jury, in fact, is the most direct application of the principle of the sovereignty of the people. I should say that the practical intelligence and political good sense of Americans are mainly attributable to the long use they have made of the jury in civil causes. The jury makes every man think like a judge. It teaches every man to judge his neighbor as he himself would be judged. The jury teaches every man not to recoil before the responsibility of his own actions. By obliging men to turn their attention to other affairs than their own, it rubs off that private selfishness which is the rust of society, and teaches people how to rule well.
I agree entirely, Mr. Sparks. The jury, your courtroom system, the federal system are great advantages for American democracy. In France, our courts of justice are called upon to try only the controversies of private individuals. But your Supreme Court summons sovereign powers to its bar. When the clerk in that court calls the docket and announces the state of New York versus the state of Ohio, each party representing millions of men, gentlemen, the Supreme Court is no ordinary body.
Americans have great respect for law.
Rightly. In America, you obey the law, not only because it is self-imposed, but because it may be changed if it is harmful.
Do you think this is the greatest advantage of democracy?
No, Miss Fulton. I think the greatest advantage is that democracy simply tries to contribute to the well-being of the greatest number. But it is difficult. Nothing is more fertile in prodigies than the art of being free. Nothing is more arduous than the apprenticeship of liberty.
Do you think American democracy will flourish?
Is it an argument against democratic institutions that they cannot last forever? Might you not just as well despise youth and vigor because they are doomed to old age and decrepitude?
Mr. Riker, I'm not so much alarmed at the excessive liberty you find in America in the 1830s as in the inadequate securities against tyranny.
Then do you think men of property have anything to fear?
Those complaints against property, Mr. Brooks, which are so common in Europe, are not heard in America. No. Because every American has property of his own to defend, everyone recognizes the principle upon which he holds it.
Say what you like, Mr. Tocqueville. Democracy gives you government by the mob, government by ignorant demagogues.
Yet, Mr. Perry, the most remarkable thing is this in the United States. Where public officers have no class interest to promote, the general and constant influence of the government is beneficial, although the individuals who conduct it are frequently unskilled and sometimes contemptible. There is indeed a secret tendency in democratic institutions that makes the exertions of the citizens subservient to the prosperity of the community, in spite of their vices and their mistakes.
Ah, at last, Mr. Tocqueville. Is that what you think of America?
I still can't reply in a single word, Miss Fulton. America is not simple, you know. Nowhere does America exhibit that systematic uniformity so dear to the superficial minds of the day. But we are leaving tomorrow, and I'm going to think about that question for a long time. So, let me leave you with a question for you to think about for a long time.
And what's that?
What's the question?
It's simply this, and I address it to every one of you. What do you think of America?
You have just heard The Happy Republic, a study in American values, item 13 in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair and George E. Probst. Music by Lucio Agostini. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to These Precious Premises, item 14 on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Be brand name conscious. Buy the brand names featured on NBC Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Well, Tocqueville, what are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores? Are you thinking about America?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy itself, with its inclinations, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831 as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America, Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 1831. The president, Old Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as a belfry with rips in the sides as if to let the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, here's your Rockaway Beach clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the greatest variety of lucky numbers at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. In the streets, all is hurry and bustle. The very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar as the most optimistic man might expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831. And on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very tired. They have been without sleep for some time. They are surrounded by luggage, and they glance back and forth at the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the Earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline. The slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New York.
Beside young Mr. de Tocqueville stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant you glimpse great bays which cut into the shores and form the most picturesque sights. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels, brigs, gondolas, and boats of all kinds, which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath and are lost in the tumult of activity and motion. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase of some real first-rate, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India Rubber Company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you want to find your way around this country, you'll have to hurry. We firmly believe that if a man means business, he better look as if he meant business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit is a high-pressure engine. Our life resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York himself, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
They all seem as if they were running away from an indictment.
And Governor Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. And this, too, in the midst of coaches, horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get, cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City. I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one district to another. The great avenue of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these are no more than long, muddy lanes leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. The sidewheel steamers, with their long, flaring funnels like postboys' trumpets, lie side by side with the forested sailing ships whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, they would contend for the priority. So strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there. It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson himself, Old Hickory in person and none other. At least he says he did.
I'd like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass in my hand.
You tell him, Major.
If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figuring considerable large, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished liar sitting outside the tavern drinking his whiskey and telling his stories, though certainly the great men are a great deal more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
One thing strikes me at once.
What is that?
Look at the people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well fed. Most of them seem well dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together with lodging, 3 big meals a day, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of dirks, bowie knives, and a long kind of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill, as well as medicine to cure, could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
He's sitting in the parlor, picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor. Brought you some clams.
Well, that's just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boaster is a man to be admired.
When the ancient, respectable, and patriotic Tammany Society celebrates its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th, I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound. I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm. Like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the Mercantile Advertiser at the foot of Cortlandt Street and seems undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
Well, why the 1st of May? What's so special about that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean, moving time?
Time universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see? It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of this town have one and all agreed to play at the game of move-all. 1st of May, they're all at it with all their might. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be like their neighbors. Oh, it takes a live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day, perhaps a little too fresh. For down here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"Damn my eyes, Bill. What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it! Don't step on it, you confounded blockhead!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely interrupting the view. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. And no nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Look, 66 Broadway. Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. My husband had gone to his long reward. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position, number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came in off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess they must have slept clean through until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobsters will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let them have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the Apocalypse refers to the Scarlet City of London, England.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky. Very keen Bible student, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the ruffles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walking encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a job this morning at the Hudson River docks checking consignments. And whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up twice to cast a shadow. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
I thought I saw one of them over near the courthouse, but it gave me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck today. Mr. Beasley is from the Carolinas, indigo planter. He's up here on business and keeping his eye open for half a dozen of his slaves that ran away. He's had tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you can't start the day on an empty stomach, and you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05 if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
Oh, we can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. And here it is only breakfast. At this rate, a lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York. Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table attached.
Never mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
But I
is...
do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. Huh? There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Now, why should the management put such a thing on their roof? Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He was 12 or 14 years of age at the time, without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. That elm tree stood where the North American Hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in his beautiful shade, he racked his little brains to try and devise some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity. May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman, whose name has not been transmitted to us, approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food. And with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. On this plaque, which he caused to be erected, he has set out his own story. And you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there. As a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community and the owner of the finest hotel in New York City. And possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story. And I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I'm enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Delighted. But tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position. And in New York, that speaks for itself. Oh, I trust, by the way, gentlemen, that you are yourselves not in need of lodgings, because if you are...
No, thank you, sir. We are already accommodated. And in any case, we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. Ask any American, and he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen, and remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position. as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own.
Democracy?
Yes. America is only my setting. Democracy is my subject. It appears to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out the elements of which it is composed. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lista Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
Wherever you travel in the USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Fateful Friday.
Friday, May 16th. seemed like any one of the 512 Fridays Mr. Brown had spent as an employee of Crandall and Ames, certified public accountant, with a morning ride to his office on the crowded subway, deadly hours over an adding machine, interrupted only by the usual cheese on rye and glass of milk in the company cafeteria, the ride down from the 40th floor of the Crandall building in the crowded elevator at 5:03 after his work was over, and the usual Friday remarks to his fellow employees.
Night, Brown.
Night, George. Have a nice weekend.
Same to you.
See you Monday, Frank.
Yeah, another day, another $1.
Same floor.
Good night, Steve. Say hello to your family.
And as usual on Fridays, Mr. Brown, you weave through the crowd in the lobby to the door of the Gourmet, a rather elegant tobacco, liquor, and food shop, a glittering storehouse of delicacies, of fine wines and good living.
Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Elsie.
Glad you stopped in tonight. I was going to call your office. We just got a shipment of French champagne, Veuve Clicquot.
Oh, Veuve Clicquot. Good. What vintage?
1929.
1929. Not bad. But there are better vintages, Elsie. 1921. That's the vintage I'm looking for. You let me know, of course.
Of course, Mr. Brown. Now, here's something you've asked about. A jar of that very fine caviar.
Yes, let's see. Elsie, encased within every one of these tiny eggs is a paradise of exquisite flavor. Ah, yes. Here we really have something. Just hold that for the time being.
Certainly, Mr. Brown. And here are some of those clear Havanas that just came in. $2 special.
Yes, I see. Tell you what, Elsie. Just for tonight, why don't you give me a couple of those 2 for 50-cent tappers?
Those things you say, Mr. Brown, like there was too much rain in 1929 for good champagne and so on. Are they true?
Any true connoisseur knows there were 27 inches of rain that year. Too much for good champagne.
But I don't understand how somebody like you...
You mean, why does a man who earns $45 a week bother to learn about things he'll never be able to afford? I don't know, Elsie.
But doesn't it make you unhappy, knowing and not having?
I'm going to have it someday, Elsie. You know, someone said a man can have anything he wants if he wants it bad enough. And I do.
Yes, that's the cross you bear, isn't it, Mr. Brown? Trying to reconcile the appetites of a gourmet with a bookkeeper's budget, with a drab bachelor apartment you come home to after a stifling ride on the subway. And yet, dull as it seems, this Friday is a remarkable one, set apart in a curious way from all the other Fridays in your uneventful little life, as the kind of a day that will prove exciting things can happen even to people like you. As you walk into your apartment building, you have no way of knowing, of course, that in reaching into your mailbox in the lobby, you're putting your hand on something that will change your whole life. A moment later, you toss your hat on the table in the living room, slit open the largest and fattest of the envelopes in your mailbox. It's then that you see it and clutch the table for support as a cascade of currency pours out onto the floor. Then find yourself on your knees staring at it, feeling it, and counting.
1,000, 2, 5, 7.
You go on counting, piling it up. 18,000, 30. And then a scribbled note.
Here is the 40 grand. Good luck. Mike. 40,000. But where did it... In my mailbox.
You study the envelope. There are no stamps, no return address. Someone obviously dropped the money in your box by mistake. You shove the money aside, leave your apartment, and go back to the lobby, trying to make sense out of it, knowing the money can't belong to you? The answer is there waiting for you on the row of mailboxes, particularly on the card on the end, with a newly penciled notation over apartment 12. Another William Brown. You stand there a moment, staring blankly at the card. Then, without quite knowing why, you find yourself walking upstairs, on up to apartment 12, just above yours. And even as you ring the buzzer, something inside is telling you of the doors that money could open, of the new world waiting for you if you had the nerve, of how easy it would be with $40,000 in cash, unmarked, with no strings attached.
Yeah? Who is it? Who is it? What do you want?
Excuse me, I'm afraid I have the wrong apartment.
Well, the voice inside was a telling one, wasn't it, Mr. Brown? You've made your decision now, and you know there's only one way to go from here on. You forget about dinner, sit alone in your apartment for the next 2 hours looking at the money, wondering what you're going to say when the man upstairs starts asking questions. Your first impulse is to move out of the apartment, but you decide it's best for the moment to stay, to go on as usual, as if nothing had happened, to give the man upstairs as little reason as possible to suspect you. And then, just after 8 o'clock...
Oh, just a minute.
Yes? Mr. Brown?
That's right.
Sorry to bother you. My name's Brown, too. I just moved in a few days ago.
Oh?
I was worried that you might be inconvenienced. That's quite a coincidence, you know.
What do you mean?
It seems there's not only 2 Browns in the building. There's 2 William Browns, too. We got the same first name.
Well, that is odd.
You know, I got a bunch of noisy friends. I hope they haven't been disturbing you, coming here by mistake.
Oh, no.
And as a matter of fact, until the mailman gets onto it, I'm liable to get some of your mail and vice versa.
It hasn't happened so far. I wouldn't let it bother me if I were you.
I see. You know, once in a while I get something kind of important, business stuff and all. I wouldn't want to see anybody make a mistake.
Oh, no.
You know, a little thing like that can be pretty serious sometimes, what with the postal authorities and all.
Now, see here, are you implying that I might...
No, don't get me wrong. Just thought a friend of mine might have got mixed up. You know how it is. I'm expecting an important envelope from him. Just forget it, Mr. Brown. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Brown. $40,000.
With the prologue of Fateful Friday, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a tip to you drivers. Here's a way you can be sure you're picking the gasoline that'll get top performance from your car, the gasoline that's tops in quality. Just remember these 2 points. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Consider the fact. The only way any gasoline can put more thrilling performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you get better mileage. So mileage is really the best yardstick of gasoline quality. That's why Signal's good mileage is so important to you. And it's why throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, more and more drivers every day are filling up with Signal at those friendly dealer-owned Signal stations. After all, remember those 2 points. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, it was a fateful Friday, wasn't it, Mr. Brown? The simple mistake at the apartment house mailboxes that placed $40,000 in your hands. But there's a string attached to it. Yes. The small matter of the rightful owner of the money. The other Mr. William Brown, upstairs in apartment 12. Your first impulse was to run away, wasn't it, Mr. Brown? Until you began to think how the man upstairs might begin putting things together. And there was something about him that told you he was not the kind to take this lying down. But there are a few things you can do. One of them, of course, is to call at the little gourmet shop first thing Monday morning.
Ah, good day, Mr. Brown.
Good day, Elsie.
What can I do for you? Perhaps a case of that very fine brandy you're so fond of.
Let me see a bottle.
Of course, sir. Here you are.
Excellent. Good district. Exactly the right age. Tell you what, Elsie, I think we'll open this bottle right here.
Mr. Brown.
Mind if I borrow this corkscrew? Thank you.
Mr. Brown, don't open that bottle.
Now, 2 glasses, please. Brandy snifters, of course.
If anyone should see us, Mr. Brown,
I'll pour, Elsie. You and I are going to sample this. There. A votre bonne santé. That's French for your very good health. Delicious, Elsie. First rate. Perfection.
Mr. Brown, that bottle cost $19.95.
Indeed, very reasonable. At that rate, Elsie, I believe I'll take a case.
What?
Have it delivered COD, will you? You know the address.
That does it. Well, that takes care of all the measurements.
Thank you, Herman. Herman's our best tailor. Now, don't go away, Herman. We may want something else. That's a beautiful suit, Mr. Brown. The newest thing out. And that pinstripe gives you height.
Oh, yes. Yes, it does.
Yes, we can have it ready for you on, say, Wednesday?
That'll do.
Fine. Thank you very much. I'll help you into the other things.
No, wait. I'm not through. I'd also like something in the tweed and perhaps cashmere.
Oh, of course, Mr. Brown. Sit right down, sir. I'll bring some things out. Our very best. I'll just be a moment.
Take your time. Is this today's set?
Yes, the noon edition. The things that are going on in this town. Look at that headline.
$40,000 held key in highway shooting. What's this?
I knew the fella that got shot, Mike McKeon. I made a suit for him once.
What sort of business was he in?
Oh, you know what kind aren't they in? The crowd that Mike ran around with had a string on all the rackets.
I see.
But look how they end up, with a bullet in the back.
Yeah. Says here he was alive when the police found him.
Mm-hmm. Died, though, before he could tell him enough. Just something about $40,000 he delivered to somebody. Only the other fellow claimed he never got it and shot him. Terrible, isn't it? People like that running around loose, you never know.
Here we are, Mr. Brown. Everything you'd ever want to choose from. Imported tweed, cashmere.
Look, some other time.
Excuse me.
I know. I forgot there's something I have to do. Just alter this first suit and send it out. I'll be back.
Well, you know best.
Yes, Mr. Brown, you do know best. Because there isn't any question in your mind that the shooting of Mike McKeon, described in the papers, is directly related to your $40,000. It's strange, isn't it? How you've come to look upon the money as yours now. How you resent the strings attached to it. The man in the apartment above you, the struggle that must have taken place when Mike McKeon was shot. But you've long since decided that it isn't going to do them any good. If the trail leads back to you, you're going to have an answer to their questions. But one false step always requires another, doesn't it, Mr. Brown? And that's why, shortly after leaving the clothing store, you find yourself talking to a shoddy little man in an equally shoddy shop on the Lower East Side.
And just what kind of a gun did you have in mind, Shorty?
Oh, I don't know. Something small, compact, an automatic, perhaps.
What about the one in the case here on the end? 32? Nice little automatic. Dependable.
Well, that ought to do. Let's see it.
Here you are. Second hand, of course, but it's a good buy.
Fine, I'll take it.
Just like that, huh? Look here, let's see now. I'm supposed to write your name down there. What is it, huh?
Why, C.J. Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That'll be 25 hours, Mr. C.J. Wilson. 20 for the gun and 5 for not asking questions.
And there's something else, isn't there, Mr. Brown? Even with this new protection, the incident in the newspapers tells you that now you've got to move out of the apartment, no matter what suspicions it might arouse. And late that night, you slip into the apartment building, hurry down the corridor to let yourself in. You're about to put the key in the lock when...
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Huh? Oh, it's...
Mr. Brown, that's right. Been waiting for you.
Oh?
I thought we ought to have another little chat.
But it's so late. I don't see why whatever it is can't wait.
Can't wait at all, Mr. Brown. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Upstairs. We can talk much better in my apartment. Now, look, Mr. Brown, there's no point in not going round and round about this. Like I said, I made one mistake. I don't want to make another.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Well, the most important thing I'm talking about is $40,000.
That's quite a sum.
Isn't it? Yeah, a man could do quite a bit on 40 G's. Buy things, travel. That's what I intended to do. I sort of need to travel, Mr. Brown.
Your health?
My health.
Too bad.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Brown, you're good. Really good.
I don't understand.
Oh, yes, you do. It's as simple as those 2 names in the mailboxes downstairs. Remember I said I might get some things intended for you?
Oh, yes, and I might...
Get some things intended for me. Now, how about it? Want to give it back?
No, this doesn't make sense. Why, I never knew there was that much money in the world.
Until last Friday, then you found out different, huh?
I didn't find out anything. You say you made a mistake. You're making another one accusing me.
I'm only accusing you of being human, Mr. Brown. You know, with the little weaknesses that all of us have. Well, I'd have done the same thing you did.
I didn't do anything.
Skip it. I just had to be sure this time, that's all. Mike McKean was right when he told me he put the money in the mailbox. I made a mistake with Mike, but I won't make a mistake with you. Is that... Well, you're full of surprises, aren't you? Even bought yourself a gun.
It's loaded.
I'm sure of it.
And I'm not afraid to use it.
There, I'm not so sure. Let's be reasonable about this, Mr. Brown.
Don't come near me. I'll shoot.
We'll write off what you've spent so far.
Come near me.
Now, let's have the gun like a good one.
I said I'd do it. I told you I'd do it. Yes, Mr. Brown. In that moment, you found that you'd do anything to keep your $40,000, even kill a man. The thought brings your mind up short, and an impulse starts you toward the door, and the blood pounds in your head as you make your way to your own apartment. Open the door and get inside. Oh, Lord. Hope nobody saw me. Bed. Get into bed. That's where I should be. Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, Mr. Brown.
Who?
This is Mr. Simpkins, the manager. I wonder if you could come down to my office right away.
Your office? But I'm not dressed.
It's really very important.
All right. I'll come down.
I don't know what to tell you, Lieutenant. This Brown who was killed is beyond me. I never knew what he did or what his business was.
Just a minute.
Good morning.
Oh, this is the other William Brown, Lieutenant.
Hello?
How do you do? Something wrong?
I'd say so. You a pretty sound sleeper, Mr. Brown?
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hear anything unusual last night?
Well, I don't know.
About 11 o'clock.
Well, I was in bed, of course. You said 11.
No, that's right.
11. Yes, I remember. I looked at the clock. I heard a door slam upstairs and somebody running past my door.
Mm-hmm. Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I thought it was probably one of Mr. Brown's friends.
What do you know about Mr. Brown's friends?
He came to me the other day. He said he hoped his visitors wouldn't get our names confused. He told me he had a lot of noisy friends.
I had indeed. Any particular reason why you use the past tense there?
Why, no. What's the matter?
What about it, Mr. Simpkins?
Well, no. Not this, Mr. Brown. He couldn't have done it.
Okay.
See, here, I wish you'd tell me.
Sorry, Mr. Brown. I just had to make sure. Your friend upstairs was murdered last night.
Murdered? But why would anyone kill Mr. Brown?
His name wasn't Brown. It was Marco. Victor Marco. He was in the kind of business where people do get killed from time to time.
You understand, Lieutenant. I had no way of knowing when I let him have the apartment.
Yeah, he came here to hide out, of course. That's a revenge job, and I think I can put my finger on the guy who did it, if the thing is kept quiet. That means neither of you say anything to anybody about this until you see it in the papers. Is that clear?
Yes, Lieutenant, I understand.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks to both of you. And Mr. Brown.
Yes?
I'm sorry I was a little short with you.
Oh, that's quite all right. However, Mr. Simpkins, with this sort of thing going on here, I'm afraid I'll have to move.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Brown.
I don't blame him. If it was me, I'd leave, too. And I wouldn't stop with this apartment, either. I'd leave the whole darn town flat.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal has brought out a new and finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Signal Premium Motor Oil. Of course, it has 100% pure paraffin base, but in addition, Signal Premium contains 5 scientific new compounds. The result? Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner. Cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium Motor Oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal Oil. That's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
It's hard to believe, isn't it, Mr. Brown? 4 days ago, you were a nobody. A dull little molecule in the tide of humanity that surges in and out of town at commuting hours. Today, you're important. A man of wealth. And somehow the fact that you've murdered a man to get there doesn't matter anymore. On the morning after your talk with the police lieutenant, you're packing your things, making ready to leave when...
Oh, must be some of the things I ordered off the moving people. Yes?
Mr. Brown?
Yes?
Hope you don't mind the intrusion, Mr. Brown.
See here. Now, what do you want?
I'm sure. Mike McKean's friend. You've heard of me. Victor?
Victor? What are you talking about? I'm not Victor. You've made a mistake.
You made the mistake, Victor, out there on the highway.
What highway? Listen, I tell you, my name's Brown. I don't know anything about...
Shut up. Mike McCann was a nice guy, Victor. Mike said he'd deliver that dough. I know he did. You got it.
Look, I tell you, I'm not Victor. Look at this apartment. Does it look like I have money?
Wait a minute. Boys told me Victor was living here under the name of William Brown.
He was upstairs. There were 2 William Browns. Here's my business card. W.T. Brown, Crandall and Ames. I haven't any money. I'm just a clerk there. I make $45 a week.
2 William Brown. Listen, are you on the level?
Yes. I tell you, the other William Brown, the one upstairs. What?
Stay right there. I'll get it.
Here's your brandy, Mr. Brown. Gourmet shop. Sign right here.
You got the wrong...
Hold it. How much is that?
$230 each.
Here's your soup, Mr. Brown. Wednesday morning, right on the nose. They're holding the tweed and cashmere for you.
But I...
That's the OD, $118 on this one.
Sorry, boys. Mr. Brown can't take care of it right now. Try tomorrow, huh?
But Mr. Brown insisted. This is COD, too. We can't make another trip just for...
Give it. No money, huh? Just a full working stiff. They tell me you always did live well, Victor. Fancy suits, brandy by the case.
You'll never get away with it.
Yeah, I know. They'll pick me up all right. But one more is not going to make any difference. Except to my friend, Mike McKeon. Yeah, to Mike it'll make a lot of difference. So long, Victor. This time your expensive taste caught up with you.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Monday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Herb Butterfield and Jack Moyles. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The Gulf Oil Companies and your good Gulf dealer are proud to present a dramatic picture of this, our America. Here is your host, Roger Pryor, to tell you about it.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome you tonight to one of the most timely programs ever heard on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Our production of Norman Corwin's script, Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. Broadcast at any time, we believe this program would make every American's heart beat a little faster. Make him hold his head just a little higher. But since the tragic and foreboding news that came today, this program, Between Americans, now becomes an American odyssey. In just a moment, our story will begin. But first, here's Bud Heaston.
Right. And here's an easy way to change from a pessimist into an optimist. If you're wondering now how long you may have to keep your present car, and wondering, too, if it will last, if it will stay in good condition, just look on the bright side of the picture. Remember, when you give the wearing parts of your car good protection, that helps it stay young and act young a long, long time. So give your automobile the modern method of lubrication, Gulflex registered lubrication. Here's why. First,
expert Gulflex operator works from a master chart of your model car, thus protects each wearing point in the chassis and body.
Second,
the Gulflex man uses not just 1 or 2 greases, but 6 special lubricants, especially developed by lubrication authorities.
And third, here's proof of how good these lubricants are.
In recent tests by Gulf engineers, Gulflex chassis lubricant, for instance, stayed in the shackles 30% better and lubricated nearly 100% longer than the average of competitive products tested.
So get Gulflex registered lubrication, a much better than usual grease job at no extra cost. Remember, too, that your good Gulf dealer is also ready with splendid motor oils and gasolines, such as Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the extra value gasoline that has been especially designed to stop harmful pounding and hammering inside your engine. Make it a habit to stop regularly at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, your headquarters for making your car last longer.
And now, Oscar Bradley's music introduces Orson Welles, who will talk Between Americans.
This program is Between Americans. That's where the title comes in. We hope you like it, but you don't have to. At any rate, nobody's going to make you stick around and listen to it. That's one of the advantages of being an American. Now, tonight we're doing something quite foreign to the type of thing usually presented by the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Instead of telling a story about 5 or 6 people, we're telling a story about 100 million. This happens to include you, listener, whatever your name may be. As a matter of fact, names don't bother real Americans very much. Not when we've got states named after French kings and English queens are lifted right out of the Latin language like Montana, or out of the Spanish like Nevada, and towns. You know, if you were to hold a convention of all the people who live in foreign-sounding American towns, we could fill quite a sizable stadium. Among the delegates registering on the first day would be...
Me, I'm the delegate from London, Minnesota.
I'm in from Dublin, New Hampshire.
Flew in this morning from Cairo, Illinois. Huh? Whose turn, me? I'm from Canton, Connecticut.
I'm from Paris, Texas.
I came all the way from Shanghai, West Virginia.
Warsaw, Georgia. I'm the delegate representing Moscow, Kentucky.
My town is Toronto, Kansas.
As for me, Lisbon, Maine.
Delegate from Madrid, Alabama reporting.
I'm from Stockholm, South Dakota. Drove down this afternoon from Bombay, New York.
Hitchhiked here from Baghdad, Florida.
All right, delegates, now that you've registered, you may all be seated. Now, that's all the preliminaries there's going to be tonight. We're through with the introductions, the overture, and the official registration. So now we can get down to the text, which is, roughly speaking, this. Today, particularly, people are thinking about their country pretty hard. Some of them for the first time in their lives. People are wondering where we're headed. Men are being called on to get ready to defend America. A lot of them are thinking in terms of what is there to defend. Well, now, America means a lot of things to a lot of people. Most of them are solid patriots, only they don't know it. They don't have to wear a red and white and blue button in their lapels to prove it. They don't have to agree with or even listen to people like this.
My fellow citizens, in this great state of blood and plethora, we can fix it on squirtle your taxes. Our great country is cribbly bolted on and can wackle tablewicks, and your Langanoi Rillera herring done forever.
We got a good hunch most people prefer the quiet kind of speaker, like the fellow who got up on a platform in a Pennsylvania town one day and said,
"The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here."
That was the Gettysburg Address he was referring to. As a matter of fact, he didn't get such good reviews the next morning. Take, for example, the write-up he got in the Harrisburg Patriot.
We pass over the silly remarks of the president. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that they shall no more be repeated and thought of.
If you think that's bad, listen to what the Chicago Times had to say.
The cheek of every American must tingle with shame as he reads the silly, flat, and dishwatery utterances of the man who has to be pointed out to intelligent foreigners as the President of the United States.
Of course, the rival paper in Chicago took the opposite point of view. Rival papers often do.
The remarks of President Lincoln will live among the annals of man.
That paper gave it 4 stars, and they were right. The Gettysburg Address did survive. But that business of calling a president a ham is really something to be proud of. I mean, the right
To print a piece saying a president makes a sound like dishwater. Nobody dragged the editors off to jail, even if they were wrong. That's important. Comes under the heading of free press. As soon as anybody starts gagging the press, any press, watch out. Americans don't like that. And by the way, we got a nerve to be calling ourselves Americans all the time when we're really only United Staters. We're a little selfish about that. It's America down there in Chile, too. All the way down the spine of the Andes. If any of you folks are hearing this down around Mexico or Honduras or Salvador or Argentina, or even if you're an Eskimo in the Arctic, we hope you'll overlook our calling ourselves Americans as though we were the only ones in the hemisphere. We do that just because it's so much easier to say than anything else, and also because it sounds so good. By the way, before we leave the subject, what about the original American? The Indians. There's a forgotten race for you. How about the Indian on the nickel and the buffalo who roamed the back of the great American jit? Seems a shame. No two ways about it. We have forgotten those 100% Americans who went down to quarantine to meet the Mayflower. We don't see them around in person very much these days, but their ghosts are still with us. Maybe the red men are forgotten. Maybe not. But between you and us, it's said that near Boonesboro, Kentucky, on certain nights in November, by the light of the waning moon, some very peculiar ghost meetings go on in the woods south of the river. Also in certain parts of the Alleghenies, between the hours of sundown and the coming of the morning mist. Yes. If you happen to be listening to this in a car, driving along Highway 99 in Wyoming, that man you passed walking down the road a few miles back wasn't a man at all. Seriously, they were brave people. The Indians fought a losing fight against great odds. Wanted nothing more than to keep their land and their way of life. Fighting the fight so many people of all races have had to fight since. The fight to keep free and independent. The fight to stop men from the outside who want to civilize somebody their way. You ever asked yourself what America means to you? Does it mean 1776? Columbia, the gem of the ocean? Big business? The Bill of Rights? Uncle Sam? Chances are it means none of these things. Chances are it means something very personal to each of you. Something close to your heart which you'd miss like the very blazes if you were stranded abroad. Might have nothing at all to do with quotes from Madison or acts of Congress. It might be just the feeling about the crisp autumns in New England and the smell of burning leaves. It might be the memory of the way they smooth off the infield between the games of a doubleheader. It might be a thing as small as your little finger. You ever been abroad and run out of American cigarettes?
Hey, speak English, mister?
No, senor. Solo hablo español.
Well, anyway, do you carry cigarettes?
Ah, cigarrillos. Sí, tenemos bastante aquí.
No, I just want cigarettes. Here, I'll take these. How much?
20 centavos.
Yeah, keep the change. Hey, got a light there, senor?
Sí, como no, senor. Un momento.
Hey, what is this? Soft, cold soup? Tastes like an old shoe. Here, you can smoke the rest of them. Phooey.
There you are. America might mean a tight-packed cigarette, which tastes good. Might mean the way a hot dog man slaps mustard on a Frank. Might mean going with your wife to the movie on bank night. Or taking your girl to the annual barn dance and social at Tuckerman's Barn. Plenty of you listeners know what I'm talking about.
Swing your opposite, now you're on. Come the
You hear people speak of home defense? This is the home to be defended. This square dance down the glen a piece, in old man Tuckerman's barn. This is the America of all the couples dancing there tonight. That's what the nation means to Butch and Fred and Jenny and Elvira. And this is America to all the boys and girls from Malvern County and their folks at home waiting for them. What do you suppose America means to that auto repair man in the grease-cake dungarees who works in the garage in the corner of Willow and Elm Street? It means, quite likely, crawling under the 1936 Buick and dragging an electric light bulb on a long extension after him.
Hey, Joe, hand me that wrench.
What wrench?
The wrench at your feet. I got to finish this apprentice job.
Why don't he sell that jalopy and get a new boat?
Hey, you want to talk us out of business? As long as he keeps his car, we get a repair job once in a while.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Sure. That's America to Pete and Joe. Piston job, transmission job, valve job, jack it up, change the tire. New fan belt, check the pump. On Saturday night, take the girl down to Joyland Dance Park. Means repairs to those boys and cans of oil and carburetor mixtures. And to Jack Prentice, who owns the Buick that Pete is fixing and who lives down on the beach near the Coast Guard station, America means the sound and the sight and the smell of high tide under the full moon, with occasionally the melancholy note of the bellboy drifting up when the wind's blowing in from the ship channel. Means the age-old sound of the sea. The same sound folks are hearing this very minute up around Penobscot Bay and Winthrop Beach and Chincoteague Inlet down by Calabogue Sound and on Boca Chica and then clean over to the other coast by Guadalupe, Carmel. Yes. Wind and wave and sand and rock and riptide and undertow. That's America to Jack Prentice and the hundreds of thousands of folks settled on the coastlines between Eastport and Key West, Point Isabel and Birch Bay. America is all things to all the people. Prairie to Nebraskans, coal to Scranton miners, cameras and raw celluloid to the picture boys in Hollywood, the stink of crude oil to the men who work the wells, relief checks to the unemployed, a mic and a stopwatch to a radio production man, a BMT Express to Brooklyn office workers. Sure, that's the way it goes. Or isn't it? What does this country mean to you? It might mean anything. Anything at all. It might mean a course in highfalutin poetry at Harvard.
Today, gentlemen, we will consider the influence of Whitman on the development of poetry in America. And by 1870, after 12 years of incessant attack against squeamish over-refinements, Whitman really began to create an active distaste for literary ethics.
Or else it might be an argument between two baseball fans as to which is the better team, the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Yeah, but look! The Yanks are a bunch of old men and cripples.
Yeah.
They won't last. I tell you, they won't last. Well, it gets good and hot around the middle of July.
Yeah.
Wait till doubleheaders begin piling up.
What are you talking? Listen, DeMagg's is having the best season he ever had. He's an old man, huh? Keller hitting a dozen homers. I'd like to be a cripple like that. New home run record for the club. Won't last, huh? Who's the Red Sox got as good as DeMagg? Name one guy. Name one.
Name two. Ted Williams.
Oh, good hitter. No getting away from that. What you say, better than DeMagg?
Pitching.
Wait a minute. Do you say...
Or it could be a poker game in Charlie Ferreter's law office upstairs over the 5 and 10 cent store on a rainy afternoon. Or a meeting of the Kiwanis Club in the Mansion House on Thursday. Or the news store. Or a great symphony concert sent out over everybody's air, playing the music of all the world's great composers, regardless of their race or nationality. For instance, something by a great German Jew named Mendelssohn. Something you couldn't play in certain countries on the other side. Now let's stop a minute and figure this out. Is it an accident that makes just being a citizen in this comparatively young country so attractive to so many people? To the world's greatest skater from Norway? To the world's greatest mathematician from Germany? To the world's greatest orchestra conductor from Italy? Is it an accident that 1,000 million people all around the world would give everything they own to be in your shoes? A free citizen of this country right this very minute? Is it the weather here? Let's ask some of the natives. You from New York, how's the weather out your way?
Oh, I like it all right, only the summers give me a pain, sticky and hot. And then we usually get a stretch of terrible overcast weather around April and November. Sometimes 10 days go by without the sun coming out once.
And you, miss, from Miami, Florida.
Oh, our climate's fine, except you have to watch out for sunburn.
A gentleman from Kansas?
Well, summers get pretty hot. Winter's pretty cold. Tornadoes raise a ruckus every once in a while.
Los Angeles. You?
Ah, wonderful climate. Magnificent.
Don't you ever get tired of all that sunshine?
No, sir, not a bit.
Never rains?
Well, a little precipitation maybe, but no rain.
No earthquake?
No, just little ones. Are you interested in some real estate?
No, thanks. And you from San Francisco, how about it there?
Best climate in the world, top.
Lots of sunshine?
Lots.
Lots of fog?
Lots.
All right. Then it's not the weather which makes us so attractive. Is it maybe our wine, women, and song? Let's ask the experts. You there, expert on women.
American women are beautiful, certainly. But we've never produced any classic or historic beauty. We've no legendary figure to compare with Helen of Troy, or with any of the Greek or Roman Venuses, or with Egypt's Cleopatra. As far as fiction is concerned, we can offer nobody to stand up against Italy's Juliet, or Germany's Isolde, or France's Roxane. Certainly not Scarlett O'Hara.
Certainly not.
No, indeed.
All right, that's fine. Thanks very much. Now, what about our wines? Is that what makes America so attractive from the outside looking in? How about it, wine expert?
American wines are excellent, but then, of course, meaning no offense, have you ever heard of French champagne, Burgundy, Librame?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can it be our song? Maestro.
America can well be proud of its composers and of its wealth of folk music. But the fact of the matter is that we have yet to produce a single world-great symphony, whereas Finland has produced 7, Germany and Austria, 100, the Russians about 12, the French 2 or 3, England 2 or 3, Bohemia...
Not song, then. Neither wine, women, nor song. So what is it, then? Well, it's this. Come right down to it. It's the spectacle of nearly 150 million people trying to live up to the expectations of a handful of great men who lived and died 150 years ago. Men who were so fed up with the kind of government they'd been getting, they sat down and wrote a new constitution for themselves and their children. A democratic constitution that's been added to, but never been topped before or since.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof,
or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press,
or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
The right of trial by jury shall be preserved.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Or on account of sex.
Those are pretty good sentiments to be kept alive and flourishing in the world today. Of course, there are other things that makes our union a good one to belong to. It's a beautiful country, even though it has a lot of incorrigible badlands and corrigible slums. Aren't many countries have as much in them to look at and wonder about as this one. This can be a rather fierce country, too. Ever see the way its mountains frown down sometimes? Know what they're frowning at? Some rumors they heard about petty intrigue, about political bosses and shysters and fakers and grafters and men who make a business of gypping the people. Ever see the way the sky suddenly gets black and the thunder roars and the lightning starts throwing itself around? Ever see a storm whipping it up across the Great Lakes? That's how the American winds feel about anybody who denies anybody else a fair trial, or free speech, or the right to assemble, or the right to worship as one sees fit. Well, then, in the final analysis, there can be no analysis. Many great thinkers and poets have attempted it, but the country's too big for any one man. There's Walt Whitman and Carl Sandburg and Tom Wolfe, and they all felt the magnitude and magnificence of the nation that got put together piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. They felt it and wrote about it in unforgettable ways. But still, it's bigger than any of them, or any of us. Whitman hit it on the nose when he said it was bigger than the president and the cabinet and the District of Columbia. It's not Park Avenue, or Broadway, or 42nd Street, or the Loop, or the Golden Triangle. It's other things. Many, many, many other things.
Mill towns.
Steel towns.
Tobacco towns.
Mining towns.
Oil towns.
Cotton towns.
Farmhouses.
Railroad sidings.
Statues on the common.
Tourist houses on the edge of town along the state highway.
Swimming holes.
Gas stations. Strollers on Main Street.
Kettles of sorghum molasses.
Sunday papers.
Season tickets to concerts.
Auctioneers.
Night courts. Radios. Parades. Toothpaste. Shaving cream. Dogs. Cats. Skyscrapers. Subways. Cornfields. Offices. Hotel rooms. Airports. Hospitals. Factories.
Oh, we could go on for weeks with this, never come any closer to a working definition of America, or to any real understanding of its total meaning. Look, how can you add up all the red and yellow neon signs, the smell of all the eggs and bacon frying in the morning, the bargain specials, the lessons learned, the cows let in from pasture, the mileage clocked up on automobile speedometers, the rainfall and the snowfall, and the wind drifts? It's much too big for you, or me, or any of us who happen to stand alone or in small groups. It's much too great for any person or any party. Too much loved by all its people. Loved in spite of and because of its faults and virtues and its past mistakes and future promises. America is not a map, a poem, an almanac, a mural, a building in the heart of Washington. It's a territory possessed by people, possessed by an ideal. Well, that's all, listeners. Just wanted to talk between Americans for a half hour of a Sunday evening. No big finish here. No brass section bringing down the curtain. Just a little music to follow a friendly little chat. Good night, Americans.
You've just heard Orson Welles talking between Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles has just spoken to you as one American to another. And incidentally, do you remember when Orson mentioned the hundreds of thousands of Americans working in those oil towns and gas stations? Well, those Americans make up a great industry that's a vital part of America, the oil industry. There are about 400,000 gasoline dealers helping traffic flow along the highways, making possible business trips, visits to your friends, the stores and movies, pleasant rides in the country. That's only part of the oil industry's contribution to making the American way of life the grand thing it is. And to keep it that way, to safeguard our way of life, well, the industry's helping there, too. It's supplying fuels and lubricants for factories busy turning out materials for our defense. In addition, the oil industry is supplying all the gas and oil needs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And for the vastly augmented Air Force planned in the future, Gulf and other oil companies are building enough 100-octane aviation fuel plants to take care of the increased demand. That's only a glimpse of what the oil industry, of which Gulf is a part, means today to the American people and the American way of life. Well, next week, we really have a show that'll put you into a great humor. The RKO hit My Life with Caroline, starring those top favorites, William Powell and Ann Sothern with George Barbier. Music by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Orson Welles appeared tonight through the courtesy of Lady Esther and is currently making the magnificent ampersands at RKO. Don't forget our date next week when the Gulf Screen Guild Theater brings you William Powell, Ann Sothern, and George Barbier in My Life with Caroline. Bud Heaston speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is John Daly at Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. On this 25th day of June, 1788, the Virginia Ratifying Convention has been taken completely by surprise. Mr. Edmund Randolph, present governor of Virginia, has come out publicly in favor of the proposed federal constitution for the United States of America. As a delegate to this crucial convention, and up to now an avowed enemy of the Constitution, Governor Randolph has been a leader in the campaign against ratification. But he has just told reporters that he will speak and vote for ratification when the convention reconvenes to vote a few minutes from now. Thus, the Constitution, which would unite the 13 American states under a strong central government, has found a powerful friend in an unexpected quarter.
June 25th, 1788, the Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. You are there.
Virginia, key state in the plan to form the 13 original states into a united America, stands undecided, torn by dissension, and the Constitution hangs in the balance. CBS takes you back 160 years to the day that determined whether Americans could go forward from revolution and establish a stable central government. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Virginia, the Richmond Convention Hall, and John Daly.
For a group of reporters hurriedly summoned to the governor's executive chamber a few minutes ago. Asked why he is turning from the party of Patrick Henry to the party of James Madison, Governor Randolph would not amplify his statement, saying only that he will give the reasons which prompted his move on the floor of the convention. And we hurried from that news conference to this microphone here on the convention floor to bring you this news. There's Mr. James Monroe, one of Mr. Patrick Henry's chief lieutenants, in the fight against ratification. Mr. Monroe.
Sir?
Sir, are you aware that Governor Randolph has gone over to the Federalist Party?
I am indeed.
Would you care to comment on it, Mr. Monroe?
Any remarks on Governor Randolph's strange conduct will come from Mr. Henry.
the leader of our party.
But how do you think Governor Randolph's action will affect the vote on ratification, sir?
No comment, sir. No comment.
Mr. Monroe has turned away from the microphone. Our brief conversation, a mark of the confusion Governor Randolph's change of mind has produced here. Ned Kelmer has been analyzing the possibilities inherent in Governor Randolph's action and is ready now with his report. So over to our CBS headquarters booth here in Convention Hall and Ned Kelmer.
Governor Randolph's sudden allegiance to the Federalists may have a decisive effect on this convention. Roughly half of the delegates represent the cities, towns, and the Tidewater planters, and the other half come from the rural districts. Generally speaking, the planters and the businessmen are in favor of a national constitution. They are haunted by memories of Daniel Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts last year, and they want the Constitution as an instrument to end social chaos. On the other hand, the rural delegates, by and large, oppose the Constitution. At present, they're paying their debts with cheap state paper money, and they fear that national currency reforms would work to their disadvantage. But Governor Randolph has much influence and prestige among the country delegates. His change of position may very well swing the necessary votes from among them to carry the ratification. Thus, what happens here in Virginia today may decide the destiny of America. As you know, 9 states must ratify the proposed Constitution if it's to supplant the Articles of Confederation. 8 states have already ratified, and 4 others probably will not. If Virginia fails to ratify, the Constitution is likely to be doomed. And in that case, just a moment, Governor Randolph, at his executive mansion, has consented to grant our reporter, Don Hollenbeck, a brief interview before departing for this convention hall. So over to Don Hollenbeck at the governor's mansion.
Governor Randolph, sir, will you tell us why you've made this last-minute turn from the anti-Constitution party to the Federalists?
I have joined the Federalists because the anti-Constitution party has caused far too much delay on the pressing issue of a strong central government.
Why do you feel that we need a strong central government such as the proposed Constitution outlines?
It is imperative. The union of the states sags apart for want of it. Mr. Henry fails to see the danger. He occupies himself with legalistic assaults on various phases of the Constitution without realizing that the measure as a whole is desperately needed.
Well, Governor, do you endorse the proposed Constitution in toto without amendments?
No, I do not. I hope and trust that certain amendments will subsequently be adopted, such as a Bill of Rights and a clause absolutely forbidding the importation of Negro slaves. But all that can come later. Time is running out, and we cannot go on under the Articles of Confederation.
Thank you, Governor Randolph. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you now to John Daly on the floor of Convention Hall.
About 80 delegates are here now, and among them is Mr. Patrick Henry, former governor of Virginia, leader of the anti-Constitution party. He's wearing the ill-fitting wig and shabby black coat for which he is famous, and his hawk-like face is grim and forbidding. Mr. Henry! Sir, would you care to comment on Governor Randolph's repudiation of the anti-Constitution party?
Governor Randolph, bah! My opponents are welcome to him. He, like they, has turned his back on the revolution. He's divorced himself from the common people and embraced that hydra-headed monster property.
Well, do you mean to suggest, sir, that the Constitution favors the property-holding classes of the nation?
Yes. May I charge you? The worship of private property is implicit in every article of that infamous document. 1 year ago, sir, at Philadelphia, the Constitution stank so noisomely that Governor Randolph refused to sign it. Does it smell any sweeter now? No. The Constitution remains unchanged. It is Edmund Randolph who has changed. Randolph. An empty sail billowing with the wind from the Tidewater.
Are you implying, Mr. Henry, that Governor Randolph has yielded to pressure from the Tidewater plantation?
No. Randolph was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He is rich. He has many slaves. He is also a politician, and as such, he flirted briefly with the ideas of liberty and equality. But the governor has seen the light. Property is the thing that counts.
Well, wouldn't you say, sir, that the protection of private property is important for the welfare of the country?
Important, yes. But human rights are equally important. And where, I ask you, where do you find one single mention of human rights in this Constitution that we are asked to ratify today?
But if that is so, Mr. Henry, how do you explain that 8 states have already ratified the Constitution?
Citizens of those 8 states would bargain away their heritage of freedom for a mess of pot. For my part, give me liberty, greatest of all earthly blessings. Give me that precious jewel, and you may take everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Here comes Mr. Madison. He's a small man and quiet of voice, but Mr. Madison yields to no man in intellectual capacity. Indeed, he is as famous for the logic of his arguments as Mr. Patrick Henry is for the brilliance of his oratory. Mr. Madison! Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry has just charged that the Constitution places property rights above human rights.
An interesting phrase. But then Patrick Henry is a master of interesting phrases. One of them helped to start our revolution. The trouble is, Mr. Henry is in a constant state of revolution. He should remember that the war is over and that his antagonists in this hall are not redcoats.
Yes, Mr. Madison, but what about his argument, sir?
Yes. Property rights above human rights. Well, now, suppose we examine that without the benefit of oratory, shall we? Mr. Henry would give you the impression that this is a struggle between the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak. The fact is, sir, that there are wealthy men who hate the Constitution and poor men who love it. The point is that all Americans, rich and poor, are in dire straits today because we have no strong central government. Mr. Henry poses as the shining knight of liberty. But where, sir, is liberty without order? Order is what we need, not at the expense of human rights, but precisely to render them secure.
Well, Mr. Madison, it's been reported that Mr. Thomas Jefferson, our ambassador to France, is against the Constitution.
That, sir, is a distortion. Mr. Jefferson is a friend of mine. I'm in constant correspondence with him. It is true that he disagrees with some aspects of the Constitution, but on the whole, he favors it. As a matter of fact, it would be well for Mr. Henry to remember there are other patriots of the war for independence who stand behind the Constitution. Not only Thomas Jefferson, but General Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Dickinson, and a host of others.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
A pleasure, sir.
Well, you've heard that the Constitution would be of great benefit to all Americans, and you've also heard that it will benefit only the rich. Outside this Virginia hall, there's a representative crowd waiting for the result of the vote, and Ken Roberts is out there. So let's switch to him and find out how these people feel about the Constitution. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
In this crowd, judging by their dress, are people from every section and class of Virginia. I see men who are obviously planters, others who must be tradesmen, and a large number of farming folk. Some of them must have come a long way to be in Richmond at this fateful hour. Here, for instance, is a tall man wearing a fringed shirt and a coonskin cap. Where are you from, sir?
I be from Pineville, in the Western District.
You're a delegate, sir?
Nay. I come here to watch all the delegates.
Oh?
I want to be sure they vote the way they're supposed to.
And, how are the delegates of the Western District supposed to vote, Mr.
Holloway, Thomas Holloway, and they're still supposed to vote against the Constitution when Governor Randolph will be paying for turning his coat on us come next election.
Would you mind telling us why you're against the Constitution, Mr. Holloway?
See this bullet wound in my left arm? I received it 10 years ago, come September. I received it fighting to free Virginia from the rule of King George.
Don't you mean that you were fighting to free the United States?
Nay, to free Virginia.
But aren't you a citizen of the United States?
Nay, I'm a citizen of Virginia. We fought to be rid of the third George, and we want no fourth to take his place.
Then you think the Constitution would result in a king being imposed on the American states?
Aye.
What makes you think so?
If there be a Constitution, there'll be a president. If there be a president, he'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
But, Mr. Holloway, it's generally agreed that if the Constitution is ratified, the first president of the United States will be General George Washington.
Aye. He'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
Ridiculous. You think that General Washington, if elected, will establish a monarchy?
Aye. There'll be nothing in the Constitution to stop him if he's a mind to. And I reckon he'll have a mind to. Power would be spoiling a man, say I. There's always
Mr. Holloway has just been interrupted by a well-dressed man in the crowd.
Would you have the mind to be crying at me, Rainbow?
Gentlemen, just a moment. Sir, we'll be glad to have your opinions on General Washington and the Constitution after Mr. Holloway has
finished.
himself,
I have no
now, Mr.
opinion.
Mr. Holloway, you were just saying General Washington will make himself king if the Constitution is ratified.
Aye, and he could do it. According to the Constitution, the President would have his own standing army.
Yes, but wouldn't the army be subject to the decisions of the Federal Congress?
With a gun at its throat, what could the Congress do? to be making himself monarch, Congress or no.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Now, sir, now you have your opportunity.
He'll tell you now, he's an empty head, that.
Empty head. There you see, abuse, canard, that's the way with you rascals. You impute the most trifling facts to the patriots who frame the Constitution. You don't want the truth.
Don't want the truth.
You're a right, troublemaker, that's all you are. Scum of the backwoods.
Be holding your tongue now, you value that empty head.
Don't mind. Please, gentlemen, we were discussing something else. Let's get back to the Constitution.
Yes, indeed, the Constitution. I predict, sir, that unless the Constitution is ratified, the merchants of this country will be ruined, wiped out utterly.
Are you a merchant, sir?
Yes, sir, I am. I am a merchant, sir. I trade in tobacco, fine Virginia leaf, sir. Ask anyone in Richmond, you'll find that Ralph Barker handles only the best.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would be a boon to business?
Absolutely, sir. Business is bad today. Oh, bad, very bad. And my warehouse is bursting with unsold tobacco. The country is in a depression. And it's because of the money situation. It's scandalous, absolutely.
Would you explain that, please, Mr. Barker?
Yes, you explain. I will if you would only give me a chance. My word, there are so many different kinds of money in circulation. It drives a man insane. Doubloons, pistoles, gold, Johannes's, English, French crowns, English guineas, Spanish dollars. Yes, and to cap it all, the states are issuing money that isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Now, how on earth can a merchant do business under such conditions?
It must be difficult.
Difficult? Why, it's impossible. It's confusion compounded into an unholy mess.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would restore order in interstate commerce and regulate the currency?
Yes, sir, I do. Of course I do. The Constitution specifically...
This is John Daly in Convention Hall. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because Governor Randolph has just come in. He entered by a side door to avoid the crowd outside. Now he is walking down the aisle, and the tension here is so thick one can literally feel it. Mr. Henry has just snubbed Governor Randolph, and the snub was unmistakable. His face pale, the governor has walked to his seat, sits down, shakes hands with Mr. Madison. Now the gavel sounds. Mr. Pendleton, president of the convention, is calling the delegates to order. The final debate will begin in a few moments. As you know, the resolution embodying the Constitution has already been debated clause by clause in the 3 weeks this convention has been in session. And now, Mr. Pendleton.
The ratifying convention is hereby declared to be officially convened. By previous agreement, the final speech in opposition to ratification will be made by Mr. Patrick Henry. And he will be followed by Mr. James Madison, who will speak in favor of ratification of the proposed federal Constitution. I now recognize the first speaker, Mr. Henry.
And Patrick Henry rises, walking slowly up the aisle. He's moving toward the front of the hall. Now he's mounting the rostrum. His hawk-like eyes under that ragged wig look out piercingly around the room, and they have come to rest on Governor Randolph. Mr. Henry stares at the governor now with an expression of, well, you might almost call it contempt, and now Mr. Henry is about to speak.
My concluding remarks in behalf of the anti-Constitution party, the party of liberty, will be brief. But I would first make a few observations on the conduct of one of the delegates. I am referring to none other than Governor Edmund Randolph. Last year in Philadelphia, Governor Randolph denounced the Constitution. It seems to me very strange that which was then the subject of his denunciation should today become the object of his praise. Something extraordinary must have happened to operate so great a change in his opinion.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
Governor Randolph is calling for the floor. He's been ruled out of order. Now, Mr. Henry.
I yield to the member. Let us hear what the honorable member has to say.
The honorable speaker hints that I have changed my opinions for some hidden and therefore discreditable reason.
I have no personal intention of offending anyone. I merely do my duty.
The gentleman smiles when he says that. His conduct is malicious, and it is not compatible with the least shadow of friendship. Very well. If our friendship must fall, let it fall like Lucifer, never to rise again.
Does the member accuse me of malicious behavior?
I believe the meaning of my words is clear.
Is the member prepared to back up his remarks with deeds?
If the gentleman seeks satisfaction, he will find my second ready.
I thank the gentleman for his willingness to render satisfaction. Mr. President, I request a short recess in order to arrange the details of a matter of honor.
This is unprecedented. However, due to the member's request is granted, I hereby declare a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Randolph and Mr. Henry are leaving the hall, no doubt to choose and confer with their seconds as is traditional in these affairs of honor among gentlemen. This is a startling turn of events, and we'll try and bring you the developments just as fast as we can. The floor here is a scene of confusion. The delegates are milling about, shouting and arguing, shaking their fists at each other, and from the look of things here, it would almost seem that there will be more affairs of honor out there on the floor of this convention hall unless this convention is called back into order, and very soon. And there's Mr. Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton, sir, will the session resume in spite of this conflict between Mr. Henry and Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I will reconvene in 5 minutes.
And the vote will be taken as scheduled, sir?
Certainly.
Do you have anything to say on that?
Not now, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pendleton. The debate will continue. The vote will be taken despite this dramatic interruption. As you know, Mr. Henry is one of the principal speakers, and he must be back before the convention can properly be reconvened. As I said before, the floor is a scene of confusion, and there is a chance there'll be more of these affairs of honor unless the convention is indeed called back into session, and very soon. But now I've seen Ned Kelmer out there circulating quickly among the delegates to learn how Mr. Henry's attack on Governor Randolph will affect the vote. So let's go over to our CBS headquarters booth and Ned Kelmer.
Thanks. Well, on the basis of my brief conversations with the delegates just now, it's safe to say that Mr. Henry, by his open attack on Mr. Randolph, has restored the situation to what it was before the governor came out in favor of the Constitution. Yes, I'd say there's no doubt about that. The delegates from the rural districts admire forceful speech and prompt action. They saw it today, and no matter what outsiders may think of Mr. Henry's conduct, well, his action sits well with the country people. These rural delegates who might have been shaken by Governor Randolph's new allegiance to the Federalists now seem to be back in the anti-Constitution fold, definitely. And it does look as if the Constitution may fail of ratification. And now Mr. Pendleton has called the convention to order again, so back to John Daly on the convention floor.
The Republic itself.
The delegates are again seated. The convention has reconvened, and Mr. Henry has resumed the floor and is speaking on the resolution embodying the proposed federal constitution of the United States of America. Now let's listen to Mr. Patrick Henry.
Exclusion of the 4 remaining states. Congress, under this proposed constitution, would have a tyrant power, and more. It could lay whatever taxes it chooses. With a standing army, it could keep the people in submission. The president, if he should be ruthless and able, could make himself an absolute ruler. I would rather have a king, lords, and a House of Commons than a government complete with such insupportable evils. Gentlemen, my opponents ask you to surrender not only the sword and the purse, but the very scales of justice. Ratify this Constitution, and you place our state courts at the mercy of federal courts. A monstrous creation. I dread popular resistance to this proposed government. So vague, so indefinite, so ambiguous in its assurances of liberty and human rights. Let me warn you in the most emphatic terms of the dreadful effects which must ensue should the people resist. I beg, I beseech the delegates to search their consciences and vote nay on this resolution, lest they rouse the people to rebellion in defense of their God-given liberties.
Mr. Henry has left the rostrum, and Mr. Madison is coming up now to speak. He carries his hat in his hand. Now he's taking some slips of paper out of the hat. They are the notes for his address, and he's waiting for the convention to come to order.
Order. The chair recognizes Mr. James Madison.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, I yield to no man in my respect for the previous speaker. Yet in these brief concluding remarks, I would point out that his objections to the Constitution arise out of misunderstanding. This is not strange because the form of government we are proposing is new.
unique in the history of the world. Let the delegates, therefore, not measure it by outmoded standards. Mr. President, the American states have stirred the admiration of the world by setting up free governments under the pressure of war. How much more will they win admiration if they should be able peaceably to establish one central government when not cemented by common danger? But will the states achieve that goal? Suppose only 8 states ratify and Virginia refuses to become the 9th except on her own terms. Then even if the others agree to our terms, which is doubtful, every state must call new conventions to consider the amendments. There will be endless disagreements. Every state will be encouraged to offer its own amendments. Agreement will be even more difficult to reach than it was in Philadelphia. In short, Mr. President, if Virginia holds out today, the United States may never have a functioning central government. But if Virginia ratifies the Constitution, it may bring the most fortunate event in the history of mankind. I therefore respectfully submit that the honorable delegates vote yea on the resolution before us, the resolution containing the Constitution of the United States of America.
Mr. Madison replaces his notes in his hat and leaves the rostrum, and from the floor, many voices calling the question. Mr. Pendleton is raising his gavel.
The convention will now vote on the resolution embodying the proposed Constitution for the United States of America. The vote will be by a show of hands. A simple majority will decide. Those delegates who are in favor, those who wish to vote aye on the proposition, will raise their right hand.
Hands are going up all over the hall, and the tellers are moving about counting. A total of 166 votes will be cast. 84 are necessary to carry or defeat the resolution. And it seems now as if half the number of delegates here have their hands up, but it's impossible to tell exactly. However, it's going to be close. You can be sure of that. Very close. We'll know the result in a moment from the aye count. If it's 84 or over, the ayes will have it, and the Constitution will be ratified here in the Virginia Convention and will become the law of the land. The tellers have completed their count now and are moving up to report to the rostrum. They're at the rostrum. Mr. Pendleton is receiving their reports, checking the totals, and we'll know in a moment. Mr. Pendleton.
The tellers report in favor of the resolution, 89 votes.
The resolution The United States is now committed to a strong central government. We're to have a president, a Congress, a federal judiciary, a national army under the Constitution. I have a copy here in my hand, and its preamble begins, "We, the people of the United States, in order..."
June 25th, 1788, Virginia ratifies the Constitution and government of, by, and for the people begins.
The ratification of the Constitution was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The program was written by Michael Sklar. Thomas Chalmers played Patrick Henry, Richard Waring was James Madison, Eric Dressler played Governor Randolph, and the cast included Carl Swenson, Chester Stratton, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, and others. Footnote: the Virginia Convention debated and voted under the impression that it was the 9th necessary ratifying state. The 9th necessary state was actually New Hampshire. It had ratified 4 days earlier. Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry, and their colleagues did not know this because in those days news traveled slowly. Beginning next week, You Are There will be broadcast regularly over most of these stations at a new time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for you are there next week and thereafter. Next week,
November 7th, 1637, Puritan, New England. The trial of Anne Hutchinson. You are there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying, if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is Edward Arnold, and today we are repeating one of my favorite Mr. President stories because so many of you have asked to hear it again. It's about a president who once said, "Let us raise a standard to which the wise and honest can repair. The event is in the hands of God."
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I'd like to say a word about the generations of American men and women who have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the men who have become the leaders of their country. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for today's story of Mr. President. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
found yourself suddenly responsible for a high-spirited girl of 18? I did once, and it was a problem. It was even more than that because I faced a serious situation in the government at the same time. Now, of course, you want to ask me which president was I when it happened. Well, I'll tell you that later on. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. One afternoon, I had a visitor, a hard-headed man from Pennsylvania who wasn't afraid to speak his mind, even though my wife was sitting with me.
Mr. President, I'm talking for the farmers in the farm towns of 4 whole counties in western Pennsylvania. We see no reason why our people should have to pay an excise tax. We want the tax laws changed, and now...
Trent, I'm trying to keep a reasonable attitude in this whole situation.
So are we, Mr. President.
You, reasonable? In the past 2 months, you and your group have rebelled against the federal government. You've driven our internal revenue people out of your towns by mob violence, and 2 of our men have been killed. Do you call that being reasonable?
Our people won't stand for such heavy taxes, that's all.
Trent, these laws were passed in the interest of the whole country. They're fair and reasonable, and I mean to enforce them.
With more tax collectors, they'll be driven out, too.
You're missing the real issue.
No, that's the way politicians talk when they want to confuse me.
Trent, our government is unique in the entire world. A careful balance of power between the states and the federal government. I give you 1 week to restore order and acknowledge federal authority again. 1 week, that's all.
Well, I was hoping you'd understand us better than this, Mr. President.
I understand you much better than you think. Good day, Mr. Trent.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Well, we're going to hear from Mr. Trent again.
Tell me, my dear, do you remember when you were a little boy?
Well, I remember when I was a little girl. Will that help?
Yeah, I suppose little girls are the same as little boys. I used to get ideas of disobeying my father until I came face to face with him. Then he'd sit down and explain why I shouldn't act the way I did, and that would end it.
You think Mr. Trent and his followers are still little boys?
I hope they are.
And what if they aren't?
In that case, we're in real trouble.
Then what about Harriet?
Harriet?
Maybe she shouldn't come here to live.
Why?
Well, if there's trouble, you won't have much time for her.
Oh, now, look, she's not a stranger. She's my niece, 18 years old.
Well, it's a grave responsibility trying to act as her father.
Oh, she won't give us any trouble. She's a charming girl.
I thought you hadn't seen her since she was 5 years old.
Well, she was charming then.
Oh, I'm only afraid it won't be fair to her. After all, with her parents not living, she may be lonely and need guidance and encouragement. All that takes time.
My dear, I can see where a young boy would be difficult, getting into trouble, making a lot of noise. But girls, they're different. Probably the most exciting thing she'll ever do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. You wait and see.
Oh, let me kiss you. And this must be my aunt, just as sweet as I thought you'd be. Oh, it's wonderful to be here. Uncle, do you think I'll do?
Do what, Harriet?
As the youngest member of your family, Uncle, aren't you glad I've come? I am.
Yes, I'm delighted. And so is your aunt, aren't you, my dear?
I hope you'll be very happy living here, Harriet.
Oh, I will. Unless you're terribly solemn.
No, I don't think so.
Then don't frown at me so.
Well, I was just remembering your father.
Oh, now don't let's be sad.
And the last time I saw you...
Please don't tell me I've grown, because if I hadn't grown in 13 years, that would be embarrassing. Tell me, what's it like here?
It might seem very quiet at times, Harriet.
Yes. My dear, would you mind showing Harriet to the room she's to have?
Of course not.
Oh, don't bother. I can find it. I'll ask one of the servants. What time is dinner?
7:30.
I'll be starved by 7:30. See you both later.
She's lovely.
Am I terribly solemn, ever?
I don't think so.
Come here. How old are we, my dear?
Over 21.
Well, maybe that's why, to me anyway, she seems so...
Seems so what?
Well, on the other hand, maybe she'll do us good. We can tell better tonight when we all have dinner with General Essex.
Are you still planning on sending Essex to the West Indies?
Yes, if I can. You can help on that, and so can Harriet, just by being here. The general won't want to go, but he'll do almost anything if two charming ladies smile at him.
wonderful.
Thank you, my dear.
Uncle, make him tell some more stories.
In a few moments, Harriet.
General, I'm going to ask a great favor of you.
Really, sir?
I want you to go to the West Indies for me on a special mission.
Oh, my heavens, how dull.
I think, Harriet, will you pour some more coffee, please?
It's a highly important mission, General. There are certain commodities we want to purchase direct.
Oh, but what a long, long trip.
The girl's got a point there, Mr.
What I'd like you to do, General, is to have a talk tomorrow with the Secretary of
Oh,
State.
besides, the mosquitoes there are huge. Or don't you mind mosquitoes, General?
Frankly, I'm very susceptible to mosquitoes.
How would you feel about going, General?
I rather think my work here is more important.
Oh, if that settles that. General, come in the next room and tell me some more of those wonderful stories.
Harriet.
Yes, Uncle?
Oh, never mind. I'll join you in a moment, General.
Will you take my arm, my dear? Now, one time I was fishing in Lake George.
What's so funny, my dear?
Remember what you said. The most exciting thing she'll do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. Here, dear, something they gave me outside. It's another report from Pennsylvania.
Let me see it, please. Oh, that's bad. More outbreaks of violence, another man killed. Seems like every time I hear from there, the situation is getting worse.
They aren't acting much like little boys.
They certainly aren't.
What can you do?
There's one final thing I can do, but I'll use it only as a very last resort. Speaking of problems, where's Harriet?
She went riding early this morning.
Alone?
I understand she wouldn't let the groom go with her.
She's a very high-spirited girl, isn't she?
That's putting it mildly.
Oh, there's no harm in her, though. Only she does make me feel terribly...
solemn.
And inadequate. You were right. She needs more time than we've got to give her. Somebody has to finish the job of bringing her up. Get her married, see her launched into her life, so to speak.
Well, she seems well able to launch herself, I'd say.
Well, a little too able, don't you? What's that? What's all that noise?
Something out on the lawn.
Look, Harriet on her horse.
Oh, is it running away with her?
No, I think it's the other way around. Oh, right over the flower beds, the bushes, my dear. Make sure she comes right in here. I've got to talk to that young lady.
Oh, what a wonderful ride, Uncle. Did you see me?
Harriet, sit down.
Oh, you're not going to be terribly solemn, I hope.
Harriet, I am the President of the United States. And you are my niece.
Mm-hmm.
And as such have certain obligations.
Oh, to be demure and lifeless, I suppose you mean, Uncle.
To be well-behaved and discreet.
Well, it's the same thing.
Harriet, please. I'm not only your uncle, I'm trying to be your father, too. Tell me, can you cook?
Oh, I can cook if you can eat it.
Can you sew, keep house, take care of your own clothes? Why, you don't seem to care how you look.
Oh, those things aren't important, Uncle.
They're the foundation of a happy married life.
You sound just like a textbook for young girls. Besides, I'm not even married yet.
But you will be someday. You'll have children. You've got to learn self-discipline. You wouldn't want your children to grow up to be irresponsible, would you?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it a thought.
Harriet, sooner or later, you'll meet a young man who'll fall in love with you.
Oh, I already have.
Already?
Yes. And Andrew won't care anything at all about the things you're discussing. At least not yet.
Andrew?
I met him back home. We're engaged.
Who is he, Harriet?
Oh, nobody really. But he will be.
What do you mean, nobody?
Well, I mean, he's poor, and he doesn't believe in marriages of convenience.
Harriet, what are you talking about?
Marriages of convenience.
What do you know about such things?
Well, I know that people of famous, important families like ours are always marrying off their families to somebody else famous and important, and rich, too, if possible. Well, Andrew and I don't believe in such things.
Harriet, in our family, we do not marry off our females, as you put it, as if we were African trade slavers. All I want of you is a sane and sensible husband. I want you to be well fitted to be the wife of a sane, sensible man. Now, who is Andrew?
Parks. Andrew Parks. Oh, you'll love him, Uncle.
Well, I'll have to meet him first. Now, no more riding horses across the lawn. No more running around as if you didn't care how you looked. No more. You do understand, don't you, Harriet?
Well, no, frankly, I don't. But I'll try, just to please you.
Thank you. And now, if you'll excuse me, there's an important visitor coming in that I must see.
You sent for me, Mr. President. I came as soon as I could.
Mr. Trent, last week I warned you that the state of rebellion in your section had to end. Instead of that, it's grown worse.
I warned you, sir. It'll get no better until you stop trying to collect those taxes.
Mr. Trent, you heard my warning. Now I'm going to see that the power and authority of the federal government are respected.
Mr. President, you can send your people in amongst us till you got somebody alongside every man, woman, and child. It won't change anything.
I'm going to send people among you, Trent, and it's going to surprise you who they are. That's all, Trent. Thank you for coming. Here's the door. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Well, Mr. Trent is still a problem, isn't he?
Then you heard our discussion.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, and I wish to heaven there were another way.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
When you hear about an automobile accident, do you ever identify yourself with it? Do you ever stop to think of yourself in that wrecked car you're reading about? It could be you. That's why we urge you to take normal precautions and obey common sense safety rules when you're out on the road. For instance, adjust your speed to the road. Avoid hogging the road or riding the bumper of the car in front, or passing another car without a full view of the road ahead. They're all things to be avoided if you want to stay out of accidents. Of course, pedestrians come into this accident picture, too. Crossing between intersections is one unsafe act. Crossing against the light or failing to look both ways before crossing the street, or getting out of the car on the traffic side are others. Keep highway safety in mind. Don't be one of the 32,000 people who are killed each year. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed the name of the president in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. Well, I had made a decision about the trouble in Pennsylvania. I had decided that you can't look backward and hope to go forward. As I was thinking about this, my wife came in, and it was plain that something else had happened.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. It seems unimportant now.
Harriet, huh?
Yes.
Well, what has she done now?
Oh, it's silly and still... Well, she's been everywhere buying clothes for herself.
Clothes? Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Oh, she's bought things that would look much better on a... Well, she's only 18, and for her to dress up like a...
Oh, I see. I suppose that is really serious.
Yes.
Making up one's mind is an interesting process.
What do you mean?
I mean, when you make it up about one thing, it's easier to make it up about another.
Oh, I see.
Ask Harriet to come in, will you, please? There's only one way to settle this.
Uncle, I've never seen you look so solemn.
Harriet, I'm afraid I'm being a failure as a substitute father.
Oh, no, you're not.
And so I've decided it would be much better for you to go and live with your Aunt Helen in Virginia.
Leave here?
After all, I can't give you enough time. I feel that a young girl and her father, even her substitute father, ought to spend some time together. Get to know each other, become friends. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think so.
Well, here I am. Naturally, my official duties come first, and naturally, with the decision I've had to arrive at, during the time you've been here,
You're not telling me the real reason you're sending me away.
Believe me, I am.
I've disappointed you, haven't I?
No, you haven't.
I've behaved badly, thoughtlessly. I didn't think it was important. I didn't realize...
Now, there. There's nothing to cry about, huh? You'll be much happier with your Aunt Helen. She has two girls about your age. You'll have friends. There's nobody here but my wife and I.
Well, it's not important, Uncle. I've been so much trouble to you already. When do you want me to go?
Well, I thought next week.
Maybe in a week you'll get over thinking that you're not a good substitute father.
Well, I'm going away, Harriet, tomorrow morning.
Oh?
To the town of Bedford, near where all the trouble is.
And I won't wait till next week, Uncle. I'll go tomorrow. It won't take me long to pack.
Harriet.
Yes?
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Uncle.
She's like her father. Impulsive, headstrong, always wanting her own way.
Come in. Good evening, Mr. President.
Oh, Major Ferris, you and I will leave for Bedford tomorrow. I want the troops to arrive the next morning.
They're all ready, sir. They'll be camped just outside the town.
All right, Major. Now we'll see what kind of history we make in Bedford.
Mr. President, Trent has just arrived to see you. He followed us here to Bedford.
Show him in, Major.
Yes, sir. Trent, come in, please.
Mr. President.
I'm very glad to see you, Trent.
Mr. President, I've just come into town by the South Road through an encampment of soldiers. Thousands of them.
I'm glad you saw them yourself.
You mean you're going to use troops?
Trent, you and your followers are fomenting rebellion against the federal government and against the majority of your fellow citizens.
Oh, but soldiers...
Exactly. Unless your people drop their course of action, those men will move into every town and village in this region. They'll patrol the roads. They'll accompany federal tax collectors. Martial law, Trent.
There'll be bloodshed, Mr. President.
You can stop it.
It's for you to stop it.
No. You started this trouble. Now you've got to make your people understand what they're doing. If this minority dictates to the majority, there can be no security for life, liberty, or property, either yours or mine. I'm here to represent the great majority of Americans. Whatever comes out of these days, I want to be able to say to myself, I did everything I could. I left no stone unturned. Now you go and tell your people what I've told you. I'll give you 2 days' grace. Until day after tomorrow at 6 in the morning.
Mr. President, this note from your wife.
Oh, thank you, Major. The message has come from your sister Helen in Virginia. Harriet stayed with her only 2 days, then left suddenly. She doesn't know where she has gone and is terribly worried. Major Ferris, have you got a daughter?
Yes, sir.
If she ran away from home, what would you do?
Put her back in her cradle, sir.
Cradle?
She's only 8 months old, Mr. President.
Major, my niece has run away.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to sound flippant.
That's all right, Major. It's just that I don't know what to do. If this thing here at Bedford was settled, I could go and find her. It may be urgent.
Well, I understand, sir, but...
Is there any sign of Trent returning yet?
Not a word, sir. We have patrols out on all the roads and still have 8 hours.
Well, there's just one thing I can do about Harriet until... No. Nothing. You might as well go to bed, Major.
What about you, sir?
With the problems I have right now, I don't think I'll ever sleep again. Yes, come in.
Mr. President, Mr. Trent is here.
Mr. President, am I in time?
Trent, I don't know if you're in time unless I know what you've come to tell me.
In the last 2 days, Mr. President, since I saw you, I've been in every town and village in the region. I told them what you told me. They cheered, Mr. President.
Cheered?
Yes, sir. I have their promise now. Federal revenue officers will be safe from now on. They'll obey the law.
Major, put out the light, please.
Yes, sir.
Dawn is breaking, and we don't need it. Trent, come over here to the window with me.
Why, yes, Mr. President.
You know, many times in my life I've wanted to go into a church, and sometimes I've been too far from one. Do you know what I did then? I went outdoors or stood at the window like this, and I waited for the sun to come up, just as it's coming up now. Look at it.
Mr. President, you won't hold this thing too much against us.
Trent, I'm ordering the troops back to their barracks. I think that's your answer. Major, I guess now you and I can go back home. Well, my dear, you heard what happened at Bedford.
Yes, indeed.
What did you think of it?
Frankly, I cried like a schoolgirl.
Because the federal government saved its self-respect.
Well, you might put it that way. And, speaking of schoolgirls...
Were we?
Well, not exactly. Anyway, Harriet's waiting to see you.
Harriet? Well, bring her in. I've got a few things to tell her, that young lady.
You won't be harsh with her, will you?
Was I harsh with those people in Bedford?
I'll bring her right in. Oh, and, there's a young man with her.
Hmm? Mm-hmm. I may not be equal to this. You'd better stay in here with us.
As you say. Harriet, will you come in?
Oh, thank you. Uncle, look who's here with me. This is...
Harriet, why did you run away from your aunt?
Oh, but I didn't run away. I only came here to see you.
It was an unforgivable thing to... What did you say?
I said I wanted to see you and introduce Mr. Andrew Parks to you. You said you wanted to see him. Speak to the president, Andrew.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? All right, I'm sorry I no sooner settled one bit of trouble than you caused me more.
Oh, please let me say what I came to say.
You're not married already, are you, Harriet?
Andrew and I've decided to wait. If you approve.
Wait? If I approve?
I disappointed you once. I won't do it again.
I don't understand.
I'm going back to Aunt Helen's tonight, and I'm going to learn to cook and sew, run the house, take care of my own clothes, manage the household budget, and, well, when I know all those things, Andrew and I'll be married. Well, that's what I came to tell you. And now Andrew wants to tell you something.
Well?
Well, it's good to know that this is the kind of a country where if a man has trouble with his girl, he can get a little help from the President of the United States.
Well, I'm glad to do it, son.
Oh, that's the kind of an attitude, if you don't mind my saying so, that's bound to make you, sir, first in the hearts of your countrymen.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
We all think of America as a young, alive kind of country, still growing with tremendous vistas still to be uncovered. And nothing reflects the spirit of America better than our music. Some of it is grand and courageous, the pioneer theme. Some of it is dreamy and lovely, reminiscent of the South. And these are the types of music you hear on Carnegie Hall. Every Sunday evening, Carnegie Hall salutes a different event in American history and plays music that is reminiscent of that period. The well-known conductor, Dr. Frank Black, leads the concert orchestra on the Carnegie Hall broadcasts. So don't miss this truly thrilling musical event, Carnegie Hall, featuring the music every American loves when it's heard Sunday evenings over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, my dear?
I think I know what you're going to say.
That I wasn't such a bad substitute father after all, was I?
I would have been disappointed if it hadn't turned out that way. You forget. Everyone calls you the father of your country, George Washington.
Thank you. Yes, it was George Washington who once solved a national crisis and a family crisis at one and the same time. In 1794, he led 15,000 soldiers into western Pennsylvania, but fortunately didn't have to use them. The capital of our nation was in Philadelphia at the time. As for his niece Harriet, she was married to that young man not long after. And, oh yes, General Essex did go to the West Indies. Be with us again, won't you? Well, we will bring you another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Command Decision. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President George Washington. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Mr. President will not be heard next week because of a special broadcast. But be sure to listen the following week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
From the beautiful College Inn Porterhouse in Chicago's famous Hotel Sherman, we invite your family to join the millions of families from coast to coast and listen to America's favorite, Don McNeil and his Breakfast Club. And here is your Toastmaster, Don McNeil.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Morning to ya. We woke up bright and early, just howdy do ya. First call to breakfast for all of you out there.
America, awake, the Breakfast Club is on the air.
Well, good morning to you. Happy Tuesday morning.
Tuesday.
Good old Tuesday it is.
Good old.
And we have with us in the Breakfast Club audience this morning Girl Scouts from Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's
Good
a radio...
old Girl Scout.
Yeah, good young Girl Scouts, radio workshop group. And Little Bluebirds group from Mount Prospect, good young Bluebirds. Right. And their moms are here, and senior... Now you can say good old moms if you want.
Good old moms.
Senior Girl Scouts in St. Joseph, Missouri, a bunch of high school juniors and seniors from Remsen, Iowa, near Sioux City. Who's that group that just came in here? Where are you from? Pleasant Hill, Illinois. Yes, sir. That's an old one.
Good old.
Good old. Yeah. All right. Well, that constitutes our audience, beside a few other fine assorted folks this morning.
Thank you.
We have a new young lady singer with us this week. Tell you about her in just a second.
Good old one.
Righto. Well, the young lady singer that I mentioned, who's with us this week, let's give a nice big Breakfast Club welcome to this young lady, Miss Jeannie Thomas. Jeannie, would you say you're from the Deep South?
That's right. Real deep.
Where's that?
Deep Creek, Virginia.
Deep Creek, Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think we all know where Deep Creek, Virginia is, but just for the benefit of a few people, where is it?
Well, Deep Creek is a little community outside of Portsmouth, Virginia. You know where Portsmouth is?
Why, I certainly do. Deep Creek, Virginia, boys. Yeah. This young lady was Miss Virginia in the Miss Universe contest, and very charming gal she is. Got a new record going for you. What's that called?
Believing.
Believing. What's that about?
Well, it has lyrics to the effect that if you believe, then miracles will come true.
Somebody told me this was a song of faith which has actually become a part of the congressional record. Is that true?
Yes, sir, it has. It's in the congressional record. It was in there on March the 17th, I believe.
Congressional record? Don't tell me that Congress putting out records now. Wait till they get in that payola thing. Well, what label are you on?
On the Genie label, but that's spelled Genie.
That's not your own label.
No, that's like Genie in the Jug.
Well, I know that this gal has won a lot of beauty contests, writes a beauty column for Hit Parader magazine, and I'm told that your mother and father had an orchestra, Jeannie. Is that right?
Yes, they did. My dad had an orchestra, Busta Asbel Orchestra. My dad played the saxophone and clarinet, and my mother played the piano, and I sang.
Well, say, that was nice. Keep the whole thing in the family, huh?
That's right.
Well, it's nice to have you with us, Jeannie. We'll hear from you in just a moment. First of all, we're going to start out song-wise with a young group who's here. The young group.
Hey, young group, sit down. Well, that could be me.
I didn't have you in mind, Dick. I was going to have you in just a second, if you would. But the group I had in mind was a group of gals from Mount Prospect. And the card for them a minute ago around here.
I know who you mean. You mean the Little Bluebirds?
The Little Bluebirds are the ones that I had in mind. Where's the leader here? Mrs. Ed White, I believe, is the leader of this Mount Prospect group. Aren't you? Oh, who is the leader? Miss Schroeder's the leader. Oh, Miss Schroeder, would you have your cute little bluebirds stand up, please, and sing their little greeting for us, because we'd love to hear them. All right, bluebirds, let's have your little singing greeting, please.
Little bluebird, why do you go? Come back to me. I go sang the bird as he flew on high to see if my color matches the sky.
Well, isn't that right? Now, I understand you have another little deal you do, too, huh? All right, let's hear that.
All righty.
Wish to have fun, to learn to make beautiful things, to remember to finish what I begin, to want to keep my temper most of the time, to go to interesting places, to learn about the trees, flowers, and birds, to make friends.
Well. To learn to keep my temper most of the time. That's what I like, yeah. Here's a little bluebird coming up here. What have you got there, honey?
I am Lynn Hetke. We are the Merry Maids Bluebirds, and we are all in 3rd grade. We go to St. Paul Lutheran School, Mount Prospect, Illinois. We've made this fudge for you. Hope you like it.
I am Don McNeil. I am 52 years old. I am delighted to have this fudge. I shall eat it, and I do appreciate it, period. Thank you.
I am Sam Cowling. I would like to try it out for you first to see if it's all right.
There goes my fudge. Thank you. I'll get some. Thank you, Bluebirds. I appreciate that very much. And my, she learned that to a T, didn't she? She had that speech down just perfectly.
I think we ought to get them something.
I do, too.
I'll go out and get a can of worms.
No, not.
Bluebirds eat worms?
No, they don't. We'll get them something very nice before the program is over. Right now, we'll start them off with a song by Dick Noel. All right, group.
Dear, when you smiled at me, I heard a melody. It haunted me from the start. Something inside of me started a symphony. Sing went the strings of my heart. 'Twas like a breath of spring. I heard a raw bluebird sing about a nest set apart. All nature seemed to be in perfect harmony. Zing went the strings of my heart. Your eyes made skies seem blue again What else could I do again but keep repeating through again? I love you, love you. I still recall the thrill. I guess I always will. I hope 'twill never depart. Dear, with your lips to mine, our rhapsody divine. Sing with the strings, sing with the strings, sing with the strings of my heart.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you. Got a young fellow that sounds like an interesting character here from Chicago, Eddie Bear. Where's Eddie? Oh, how are you, Eddie?
Okay.
Atta boy. Eddie, you sound like a guy who's gotten into a lot of trouble in your young career. How old are you?
I'm 12 now.
12 now. What are some of the things you've done?
I've eaten arsenic.
What?
I've eaten arsenic.
You've eaten arsenic. Most people who have eaten arsenic don't get to talk about it. Did you die?
No.
Oh, glad to hear that. Tell us about that.
I was a little around 2 years old, and I was crawling at night and by the medicine cabinet, and I picked it up and ate it.
Oh, smoke. They must have rushed you to the doctor and got something to counteract it immediately, huh?
We went to the hospital, and I had to get medicine.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly glad you're around here to tell about that. What else did you do?
I fall upstairs.
You fall upstairs?
Yes.
Oh, you and Dick Noel, yeah. Most people fall down. You fall upstairs. What else have you done?
I slept in a bathtub.
Slept in a bathtub? Why'd you do that? You mean you were taking a bath, you just fell asleep?
No.
Oh, you like to sleep in a bathtub?
No.
Well, why did you sleep in a bathtub?
I didn't know it.
Huh?
I didn't know it.
Oh, you didn't know it?
Yeah.
You shouldn't drink that stuff. That's what that arsenic will do for you, you know. Arsenic on the rocks, and you don't know where you are, and pretty soon you're in a bathtub. You've got a brother who's a radio ham?
Yes.
What kind of a ham is he?
A kosher one.
You're all right. Are you his sister?
Yes.
You know, I think this is wonderful. May I have this? She has a hat here, and she has her own pigtails right on the hat. Is that your own hair?
No.
Well, it's hair just like yours, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you may think you're the only one that does that, but you're not. Mr. Thomas, isn't it amazing how the girls are wearing their hair on their hats now?
She's way behind.
I know she's behind the time. She should have it on her head. That's right, yeah. I understand. All right, well, it's about time now to hear from Jeannie Thomas. Cute little gal from Virginia is singing for us, I'm Sitting on Top of the World.
I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. I'm quitting the blues of the world, just singing a song, just singing a song. Glory, hallelujah, I just phoned the parson. Hey, par, get ready to call. Just like Humpty Dumpty, I'm ready to fall. I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. Glory, hallelujah, I just phoned the parson. Hey, par, get ready to call. Just like Humpty Dumpty, I'm going to fall. I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along, just sitting on top of the
All right. Let's get Mr. Noel now, who's fallen in practically every body of water from coast to coast, to sing How Deep is the Ocean. He ought to know.
How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How many times a day do I think of you? How many roses are sprinkled with dew? How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? And if I ever lost you, how much would I cry? How deep is the ocean? How high is the
Well, it was sung so nicely, there's no use in you answering it. It's just a question anyway. And now we come to our hymn time with...
And the burden of the day.
Which brings us to our moment of silent prayer, in which I ask you, each in his own words, each in his own way, for a world united in peace, let us bow our heads and pray. Amen. Memory time this morning, a little note on friendship by Dr. Waldemar Argo from Baltimore, Maryland, that appeared in Sunshine magazine. Friendship is the coming in of love when everything else has gone. The soul's desperate struggle for fraternity against the solitariness and loneliness of cosmic vastness. The battle between the sword and the cross, one seeking to hurt, the other to heal. The determination to believe the best when the worst has been rumored. The golden tie that binds after circumstance, disaster, and death have wrenched all visible bonds. The deliberate ignoring of the fool and the radiant evoking of the saint in a human soul. It is the healing of success without envy. The forgiving of a hurt without demanding an apology. The keeping of an affection in spite of misunderstanding. Asking for a privilege to serve without counting the cost or demanding a reward. Closing the eyes to ugliness and opening the inner eye and ear of the heart which understands rather than sees or hears. In other words, it is to ask, what can I give rather than what shall I receive? I'm going to ask Miss Marcy Moore to come up here. She's traveling around the country with a table, and if you've ever tried to sit 6 guests around one of these tables for 4, you know what gets in the way, and that's table legs beside other people's. Morning.
Good morning.
This lady has the answer. It's a very unusual thing, this table that's traveling with you. Tell us about it, Marcia.
Well, as you said, Don, it doesn't have any legs, and this means that you can seat from 2 to 8 people at it, and you don't have to worry about that.
I've often wondered why somebody hasn't done this before. In fact, somebody has done it before. I've heard of one years ago. It was a little different from this. It was actually suspended through a huge bar that went up right from the middle of the table to the ceiling.
But it probably wiggled.
Oh, I don't know about that. I never sat at it, but I often thought with my long legs, I'm always getting in trouble there. Why didn't somebody do this before? Do you know why?
Well, I think probably they didn't put their imagination to it. And we decided that the best thing to do was to get someone who hadn't designed a table before. So we went to an aircraft engineer.
Oh, is that so? Well, this ought to be handy for our show. People could not only march around this, they could march under it, too, without any trouble. This is experimental, I presume, or is it in operation?
Yes, it is. It's appearing this week at Carson Fury Scott.
Oh, you're in Chicago. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you do when you're not table hopping around the country, Marcia?
Well, I like to help women get ideas for setting the table.
Well, this is really terrific here. I noticed on this table there's a built-in fountain, isn't there, for centerpieces?
That's right.
And built-in warmers right on the table. Keep food warm.
I think keeping food hot is always a big problem, and so we put warmers right in the table, and they turn on when you turn them over. The table is entirely flat if you want it to be that way, and then by pushing a little button, the warmer turns over and goes on.
Oh, I see. There's even a phone jack here if you want to telephone
That's
the
right.
table. That's terrible. One time you ought to be able to get away from the telephone, you know?
Another thing this table has is a TV set in it.
Oh, no.
Yes, but nobody ever watches television at breakfast, just lunch and dinner.
That's right.
They listen to the radio at breakfast time.
Naturally, and of course it's got a concealed radio in there somewhere, I presume. And lighting is a very important thing in this, isn't it?
Yes, if you want to have a nice romantic dinner for two, you can turn the lights down very low.
Legless table.
And then if you've got the whole family there and you want it well lit up, you turn them up.
The table of tomorrow. Well, it's a cute idea, anyway. Cute idea.
Yes, it was sponsored by the Melamine Council, who make melamine dinnerware. And they thought that perhaps people would like new ideas for their dining table, and they had this commissioned, as I said, by an aircraft engineer who made it shaped like a guitar.
I noticed it is shaped like a guitar.
Well, the reason is that in the middle, it's narrower, so if you've only two people, they sit in the narrow part. And then if you have more people, you put them all around the edge.
Oh, I see.
So that if you just have two people, you don't have to feel that you're at a great big table because you're right close to each other.
I presume that for large dinner parties, they have one shaped like a bull fiddle. Huh?
Well, maybe you could have two tables instead.
Well, it's a very cute idea. Telling us about this offbeat design, I'm certainly sure adds to our Breakfast Club enjoyment this morning. Marcia, thank you for dropping by.
Thank you very much, Don.
Thank you. Marcia Moore. Legless table, huh?
You know, they could actually make a lot of furniture like that, and it would be so easy to dust under then, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Huh?
Nothing to dust.
That's right.
Except some old legs that might happen to be there.
Left over.
Yeah. Jeannie Thomas is our new girl singer this morning for this week. Jeannie, have you ever heard this program before?
Oh, yes, sir. I was raised up listening to this show.
Did you ever think we really marched?
It sounded like it.
Yeah? Well, now you saw it.
I sure did.
Is it like you thought it was?
I guess so.
Yeah. Worse. Raised up with this show, huh? Where's it you're from again?
Deep Creek.
Oh, yeah, Deep Creek.
My grandmother's been listening to the show for, Lord only knows, I reckon.
Since she was born.
Since she was born.
You know, that's what I get all the time from people. My grandmother listens to you all the time. You know, it makes you feel old, you know. Well, I'm glad we have youngsters that come here every morning. Makes you feel young. We're going to have Jeannie Thomas and Dick Noel sing together. Let's see what happens here.
I give to you and you give to me true love, so on and on it will always be true love, for you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do but to give to you and to give to me love forever
True love. Thank you both. All right, Dick, I'm going to ask you to sing one now for us, if you will.
I got one.
You got one? About the cookie?
About cooking.
About cooking. All right, what's cooking cookie?
The moon is a silver platter filled with the food of love. The night is a cozy kitchen that you are mistress of. What's cooking, cookie? Let's have a lookie. What you cooking up for a hungry heart? Ah, diddle, diddle, what's on that griddle? When do all those sweet surprises start? Holding hands on the menu, that wouldn't hurt. And don't forget those kisses when you plan the dessert. What's cooking, cookie? Let's have a lookie. How's about some romance? How's about some romance a la carte?
Yes, sir. I would like very much to speak to a champion babysitter who's here this morning, Mrs. Mary Sofsky. She says she's one. And she looks like one.
Good morning, Mr. McNeil.
How are you this morning?
Fine, thank you.
Why do you call yourself champion babysitter?
Well, I've been taking care of children for 30 years almost.
Have you really?
And the people that I'm engaged by now told me when you go to Chicago, if you happen to see the Breakfast Club program, you'd be sure and tell them you're the champion.
Well, I'm glad they think that
And
of
so
you.
that's why I put it on my card.
Have you any advice for babysitters?
Yes, sir, I sure have. I think babysitters, people that have children to have babysitters for, they should have reliable people babysitting for them. They should know a lot about them before they let them come in their home.
Yes.
And I wouldn't advise any mother to have a young teenage babysitting for a small baby. Because in the first place, they think they know a lot, but they don't know anything about taking care of small children, believe me.
You got a lot of incredulous glances from the teenagers here when you said that.
Don't get me wrong. The teenagers are wonderful. Once they get up where they're old enough to understand properly.
As long as they're not teenagers anymore.
Well, no, what I call teenagers. You take them, say, from 12 years old up to 15 and 16.
I see. Yeah.
To me, that's a little too young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now would you want to trust a baby, say, 2 or 3 months old with a young teenager like that? And if you had 3 or 4 other kids, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're asking me this?
I'm asking, I mean, you wouldn't want that. I mean, you'd want somebody you could depend on, wouldn't you, in case your baby got choked or was taking a bottle and he need burping or something, and this baby gets excited because the baby turns blue in the face. How would she know whether to turn him on his heels and spank him or just let him choke?
What would you do?
Well, if he was choking and I thought that it was nothing real bad, I'd put him on my shoulder and burp him.
Thank you, honey. All right, yeah.
So long, you breakfast clubbers, this ends our meeting. But once again tomorrow you'll hear our greeting.
Yes, sir, time has flooded. It's gone. And so until tomorrow, then, Don McNeil and the whole gang say so long and be good to your neighbor.
Don McNeil's Breakfast Club has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
The ideas of progress and of the indefinite perfectibility of the human race belong to democratic ages. The America of 1831 is devoted to equality, and equality suggests several ideas that would not have originated from any other source, and it modifies almost all those previously entertained. I take as an example the idea of human perfectibility and progress because it is a great philosophical theory, everywhere to be traced by its consequence in the conduct of human affairs.
The Cold Water Army. A study in American progress. Item 7 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American progress. The Cold Water Army.
Although man has many points of resemblance with the brutes, one trait is peculiar to himself. He improves. They are incapable of improvement. The idea of perfectibility is as old as the world. Equality did not give birth to it, but equality has imparted to it a new character. An aristocratic society can conceive improvement, but not change. An aristocratic society can imagine the future condition of the world may be better, but not essentially different. But in a democracy, the image of an ideal, the always fugitive perfection, presents itself to the human mind. Thus it was that when my friend Beaumont and I set foot in the United States in 1831, we were stunned by the tumult.
On every side, 1,000 simultaneous voices demand the satisfaction of their social wants.
Not a reading man, but has a draft of a new community in his vest pocket.
We're all a little wild here with numberless projects of social reform.
We students of Yale, therefore, solemnly form ourselves into a band and vow never to cease in our efforts, but totally to devote ourselves to the salvation of Illinois.
Progress is the great topic of inquiry.
Come, join the Cold Water Army. Join us now, join us now. Come join the Cold Water Army. Join us, join us, join us now.
Now, brothers, all come at our call and join us in our roundelay. The pledge divine, make haste and sign, for 'tis our temperance holiday.
Yes, sisters, all we've heard your call and join you in your melody. We whine, resign, the pledge we'll sign and sing with you in harmony. Come join the Cold Water Army. Join us now, join us now. Come join the Cold Water Army. Join us, join us, join us now.
Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity. Ancient injustices are no longer tolerable. This association calls for the end of sweatshops and the establishment of the 10-hour working day.
The new College of Oberlin will ban tea, coffee, meat, fish, pepper and other condiments, gravy, butter, and practically anything with taste enough to be a temptation of the flesh.
As the editor of a newspaper, I must ask for the heavenly compassion of my female readers for my persistence in the sin of celibacy. But I am so much engaged in building up the newspaper and reforming the age that actually I have scarcely time to say, how'd you do?
In a democracy, no one sits quietly in despair of improving his condition.
Bread, rent, fuel, their prices must come down. The people will meet in the park, rain or sunshine, at 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon to inquire into the cause of the present unexampled distress and devise a suitable remedy.
Meetings are called to denounce the government and to deplore the laxity of the day.
Would you believe it? They no longer arrest people who travel on Sundays. And even the mail coach, carrying government dispatches, now goes its rounds on the day of the Lord. If this disastrous trend is not stopped, all is over. Not only with our private morality, but with public morality, too.
Societies are formed which regard drunkenness as the principal cause of the evils of the state.
Young man, shun that cup. Touch not a drop therein. In youth it ruined me when filled with rum and gin.
Societies are formed for everything. Matters have come to such a pass that a peaceable man can hardly venture to eat or drink or to go to bed or to get up, to correct his children or to kiss his wife without obtaining the permission and direction of some society.
It is impossible to spend more effort in the pursuit of happiness. To take a hand in the regulation of society and to discuss it is his biggest concern, and, so to speak, the only pleasure an American knows. Debating clubs are, to a certain extent, a substitute for theatrical entertainments. An American cannot converse, but he can discuss, and his talk falls into a dissertation. He speaks to you as if he were addressing a meeting. And if he should chance to become warm in the discussion, he will address the man he's talking to as gentlemen.
After all, gentlemen, reformers are metallic. They are sharpest steel. They pierce whatsoever of evil or abuse they touch. They are armed in the might of principles. And, gentlemen, God backs their purpose. They uproot institutions, erase traditions, revise usages, and renovate all things. Reformers are the noblest of creatures. Living in time, they work for eternity. Dwelling with men, they are with God.
Forever seeking, forever falling to rise again, often disappointed, but not discouraged, the American tends unceasingly toward that unmeasured greatness so indistinctly visible at the end of the long track which humanity has yet to tread.
We live in a period of the world and a stage of society favorable to every charitable institution and useful improvement. Never were the poor and miserable more generously taken care of. In these western countries of the earth, we have equal strength and beauty of body. With them we have as improvable and elegant minds, and unless untoward and sad events alter our situation, may exhibit human nature in as favorable a point of view as it has ever yet appeared.
It can hardly be believed how many facts naturally flow from the philosophical theory of the indefinite perfectibility of man, or how strong an influence it exercises, even on those who, living entirely for the purposes of action and not of thought, seem to conform their actions to it, without knowing anything about it.
Remember, Tocqueville, our conversation with Mr. Poinsett?
Mr. Poinsett, of course, was also a man of considerable thought.
He was indeed. He was a distinguished world traveler. He had been ambassador to Mexico. He was a personal agent of President Andrew Jackson. And finally, Mr. Poinsett had a beautiful red flower named after him. We met him at a tavern in South Carolina, and together we traveled back to Washington and talked and talked and talked. And in part, we talked about American progress.
We are told, Mr. Poinsett, that Americans are very economical when it comes to managing ships. Why?
Well, Mr. Tocqueville, the American sailor possesses an activity and an economical bent. He has an understanding of his own interests. Price of labor is high. Ships cost more to build here than in Europe, but we look for other ways to make improvements. There's not an English or a French vessel crosses the ocean in as little time as ours. None that stays as short a time in port. I'll tell you something. The American has a quality, land or sea, which makes him singularly apt to succeed and make money.
We have observed that.
Of course you have, sir.
Let me return to these American ships.
Yes, Mr. Bowman?
I have heard it said that these beautiful, fast ships of yours generally don't last very long.
Well, Mr. Beaumont, I think you might begin by... Well, you have to distinguish between ships built for sail and those built for your own use.
I see.
There is in the North a shipbuilding industry. And in fact, the vessels it produces do have a short life. But when we want to make a ship that we can use as long as possible, we find in the building woods of the South, particularly in the live oak of the Floridas, the best materials in the world. What makes our ships last such a short time is the fact that our merchants often don't have much disposable capital to begin with. It's a calculation on their part. Provided that the vessel lasts long enough to bring them in a certain sum, a certain profit, well, that's all they expect. Besides, there's a general feeling among us Americans that prevents our aiming at the durable in anything. There reigns in America a popular and universal faith in the progress of the human mind. Americans are always expecting that improvements will be discovered in everything. And in fact, they are often right.
Does everyone act on this sort of system?
Certainly, Mr. Tocqueville. Any American sailor will tell you that ships aren't built to last because of progress.
In the words which fall accidentally on a particular subject from an uninstructed sailor, I recognize the general and systematic idea upon which a great people direct all their concerns. The idea of perfection, of a continuous and endless bettering of social conditions. This idea is presented unceasingly in all its aspects.
Our original purpose in visiting America was to study its prisons. And here, as everywhere, the American spirit of perfectibility pervaded everything. Tocqueville, do you remember our first sight of the great prison of Sing Sing? We were traveling up the Hudson River on a warm May morning.
The first warm May morning. It had been quite cold up to then.
And an American chatted to us, eager, as always, to explain his country to the strangers from France.
And here's another thing you'll want to know. And now you make a note of this, too.
Yes, sir.
If you're aiming to spend a little time with us, this may be useful to you. We think a man can do anything. Anyone told you that before?
Not in so many words, but we have noticed a great flexibility.
Well, that's what we believe. We believe a man can do anything. We believe if something needs to be done, then someone can do it. We believe that people can do what they want to. If they want something, they can get it. That's what we believe, and that's the way we act. If we think anything needs to be changed, and gentlemen, I mean anything, from the face of the planet itself to the most complicated of human institutions, if we think it ought to be changed, and we know it can be changed, and we know that we can change it, and we go right ahead and do it. Now, you remember that.
We have noticed change and alteration on all sides.
Good. And there's evidence coming into sight right around that bend.
Where do you mean?
That great stone building there is a machine for changing human nature. It's the new penitentiary of Sing Sing.
But that is our destination. That is what we've come to your country to study.
Fine, gentlemen. You will find here that we don't give up even the most hardened criminal as hopeless. If man is capable of improvement, he will be improved in America.
In America, there is not only belief in progress, but there are innumerable societies to promote progress.
Oh, Beaumont, those societies. Americans of all ages, all conditions, and all dispositions constantly form associations of 1,000 kinds: religious, moral, serious, futile, general or restricted, enormous or diminutive. The Americans make associations to give entertainments, to found seminaries, to build inns, to construct churches, to diffuse books, to send missionaries to the antipodes. In this manner, they found hospitals, prisons, and schools. If it is proposed to inculcate some truth or to foster some feeling by the encouragement of a great example, they form a society. Wherever at the head of some new undertaking you see the government in France or a man of rank in England, in the United States, you will be sure to find an association.
The American Tract Society.
The American Peace Society.
The American Home Missionary Society.
The General Union for promoting the Christian observance of the Sabbath.
The American Association for redeeming females who have deviated from the paths of virtue.
That is to say, societies are formed to resist evils that are exclusively of a moral nature. There is no end which the human will despairs of attaining through the combined power of individuals united into a society. Consider, for example, the societies for the abolition of slavery, and the fiery words of William Lloyd Garrison, who on January the 1st, 1831, 4 months before we landed in America, published the first issue of the Liberator and proclaimed the war cry of the abolitionists.
I determined by every hazard to lift up the standard of emancipation in the eyes of the nation, assenting to the self-evident truth maintained in the American Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I shall strenuously contend for the immediate enfranchisement of our slave population. In Park Street Church on the 4th of July, 1829, in an address on slavery, I unreflectingly assented to the popular but pernicious doctrine of gradual abolition. I seized this opportunity to make a full and unequivocal recantation, and thus publicly to ask pardon of my God, of my country, and of my brethren, the poor slaves, for having uttered a sentiment so full of timidity, injustice, and absurdity. I am aware that many may object to the severity of my language, but is there not cause for severity? I will be as harsh as truth and as uncompromising as justice. On this subject, I do not wish to think or speak or write with moderation. No, no! Tell a man whose house is on fire to give a moderate alarm. Tell him to moderately rescue his wife from the hands of the ravisher. Tell the mother to gradually extricate her babe from the fire into which it has fallen. But urge me not to use moderation in a cause like the present. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch. And I will be heard.
Here is the intensity, the fury, the fanaticism of the man who burns to bring progress, who burns to free the 2 million Negro slaves. But all this zeal was met with counter-zeal. In the southern states, it became a crime for Negroes to read, and southern judges were severe in judgment. In Norfolk, Virginia, for example.
Of all the Negro race, there cannot be found another so large a body as the millions of slaves in the United States, at once so intelligent, so inclined to the gospel, and so blessed by the elevating influence of civilization and Christianity. But many now living will remember how and when and why the anti-slavery fury began, and by what means its manifestations were made public. Our mails were clogged with abolition pamphlets and inflammatory documents to be distributed among our southern Negroes to induce them to cut our throats. These, however, were not the only means resorted to by the northern fanatics to stir up insubordination among our slaves. They scattered far and near pocket handkerchiefs and other similar articles with frightful engravings and printed over with anti-slavery nonsense, with the view to work upon the feelings of ignorance of our Negroes, who otherwise would have remained comfortable and happy. The prisoner is therefore sentenced to 1 month in jail for the crime of teaching a Negro child to read.
But the abolitionists are not the only ones who are zealous in their wish for progress. As soon as several of the inhabitants of the United States have taken up an opinion or a feeling which they wish to promote in the world, they look out for mutual assistance. And as soon as they have found one another out, They combine. From that moment, they are no longer isolated men, but a power seen from afar, whose actions serve for an example, and whose language is listened to.
Lo, the temperance banner floating free o'er a gallant band. Hark the temperance legion shouting victory through the land. On to the battle on, strike the fair monster down. Fight, 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 day and night, gaze the tyrant alcohol. Fight, 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 day and night, gaze the tyrant alcohol.
That is a song, as the people themselves say, composed, selected, arranged, and adapted to the cause of total abstinence.
Do you remember, Tocqueville, that man we met in Albany on the 4th of July? The one who wanted us to join the Cold Water Army?
Gentlemen, I happen to have here a few little pamphlets which I should be pleased if you'd carry back with you for the interest and edification of the French people. I've inscribed them all on the title page, E.C. Delavan's respects, and I hope you'll forgive the liberty.
Oh, we are delighted. Let me see. Second annual report of the New York Temperance Society.
Founded by myself in company with Dr. Lifflet Nutt.
Most interesting, evidently. What is a temperance society?
Has to do with the evils of strong drink. I crusade against it.
Oh, of course. We agree with you. Moderation in all things.
Temperance, sir, does not mean moderation. As far as strong drink is concerned, temperance means abstinence. Let me draw your attention to some of those fine colored plates. Section of the liver of a drunkard who died miserably some little while since in Poughkeepsie.
Oh.
Interior of the stomach of a drunkard who perished in agony near Syracuse.
Ah.
Series of cross-sections of the spleen.
Oh, thank you. We have seen sufficient.
Well, they're fine pictures. I'm working now on something which I'll take the liberty of transmitting to you gentlemen, seeing that you're from France. It's to be entitled Temperance in Wine Countries. And I'm sure you'll agree that your unhappy nation certainly qualifies in that category.
Certainly, sir. The wines of France are the pride and delight of the civilized world.
Not in this quarter, they're not. The cases I've collected, you'd be surprised if the New York Temperance Society has its way. And sooner or later, it will have its way. Any kind of alcohol will be totally prohibited in this state, and anywhere else we can prohibit it.
But is not this an intrusion on the rights of the individual? If you do not like alcohol, well and good. But are all men to be forced to your mold? On what grounds do you propose these extraordinary things?
On the grounds of morality. You gentlemen are strangers to America. You're from Europe. You're not acquainted with morality. You are not aware of the moral force and power of aroused public opinion as it's found and cultivated in this free land of ours.
There are a great many reformers in America who seek to influence others to their views on moral grounds?
A very great many. Some of them, of course, are nothing more than infernal busybodies. There's a gang out to try and prevent Americans from indulging in their inalienable right to chew tobacco.
Oh.
That kind of thing is just nosy Parkerism, far removed from the wholehearted public decency of a movement such as our own. I'll leave all these pamphlets with you. Shall you be staying in town some days? Shall you be here over the 4th?
That is our expectation.
I trust the elevated tone of the proceedings will not be marred by strong drink and debauchery. However, we shall hope for the best and expect the worst.
The first time I heard in the United States that 100,000 men had bound themselves publicly to abstain from spirituous liquors, it appeared to me more like a joke than a serious engagement. And I did not at once perceive why these temperate citizens could not content themselves with drinking water by their own firesides. I at last understood that these 100,000 Americans, alarmed by the progress of drunkenness around them, had made up their minds to be patrons of temperance. They acted in just the same way as a man of high rank who should dress very plainly in order to inspire the humbler orders with a contempt of luxury. It is probable that if these 100,000 men had lived in France, each of them would individually, by himself, have memorialized the government to keep an eye on the saloons and public houses.
And they were certainly effective. By 1835, there were 1,200,000 members of the American Temperance Society. There were 8,000 local affiliates and organizations in every state but one.
It is a universal American idea that the promotion of public progress is the proper concern of the private citizen. And this idea can be found clearly and explicitly stated in the American press.
I see no reason why the wildest dreams of the fanatical believer in human progress and perfectibility may not ultimately be realized. And each child so trained as to shun every vice, aspire to every virtue, attain the highest practicable skill in art and efficiency in industry, loving and pursuing honest, untasked labor for the health, vigor, and peace of mind thence resulting, as well as for its more palpable rewards, and joyfully recognizing in universal good the only assurance of individual good.
Aristocratic nations are naturally too liable to narrow the scope of human perfectibility. Democratic nations to expand it beyond reason. Democratic nations care but little for what has been, but they are haunted by visions of what will be. In this direction, their unbounded imagination grows and dilates beyond all measure. Nothing deters the American in his undertakings. Nothing discourages his efforts. He has a fund of energy in his soul to improve man and society. This same daring enterprise has given birth to American industry, whose marvels astonish me. Those canals, those railroads which penetrate the continent, the businesses which enrich the commerce of all nations, the fertile fields, the magnificent cities and smiling villages, everywhere, wealth and plenty. To democratic ages belong unquestionably the ideas of progress and of the indefinite perfectibility of the human race.
You have just heard The Cold Water Army, a study in American progress. Item 7 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair. Music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials, which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Heavenly Prison, Item 8 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Your best buys are the quality name brands featured on NBC Radio.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
What avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail?
This is James Boyd speaking for the Free Company. Last Sunday it was announced in error that today Paul Muni would be heard in a drama by Maxwell Anderson. Mr. Muni will be heard in Maxwell Anderson's The Miracle of the Danube on April 27th. This afternoon we're going to hear A Start in Life, an original radio play by Paul Green, author of In Abraham's Bosom, a Pulitzer Prize play, as well as Johnny Johnson, and the current Broadway success, Native Son. Canada Lee, star of Native Son, plays our lead today. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who have come together voluntarily to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of their plays have been about freedom in general, some about one or another of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Mr. Green shows us a scene where no legal right of a certain old colored man is violated, but where an attitude toward him and toward his race works against him and against his loyal, hopeful son, just as much as though his rights had been destroyed under the law. The Free Company presents A Start in Life. Our play today is in and around a great American university in the southern part of the United States. The college sits aloft on a hill. Its observatory, library, science buildings, museum, dormitories, and church spires shining in the first rays of the morning sun. This, like 100 others, is our temple of learning, the interpreter and guardian of democratic truth. A mile away, in a little field below the hill, is a Negro cabin. A cabin like thousands of other Negro cabins and dwelling shacks throughout the land.
Ain't called him yet, Pappy.
Lord, the day near about broke already. And ain't it cold out there? Whew, that ground's froze like a bull's horn.
Feed the mules?
I has. Hey, Bobo, get out in that bed.
Watch that fatback fine, honey. I'll go get him up. Better get up in there, boy, if you was going with your pappy. Oh, get up, get up. Breakfast is all done fixed and got you some hot coffee, too.
Let me alone.
What about all your proud bragging about how soon you was going to be up this morning? Get out of that bed, boy.
Is it time to get up, Mammy?
Sure is. And if you was going to haul wood for that fest up at the big college, you better rise and shine. Come on now. Come on, bring your shoes into the kitchen.
Well, I done fixed everything on the table for you, honey. Oh, you sure look pretty this morning.
Oh, Pappy, ain't you ashamed?
I reckon I can give you a big hug, too, on a morning like this. Yeah, what's the matter, gal?
Just thinking about that wagon wheel.
That right back wheel?
It's all dished out and crooked and it rattles so.
That old wheel gonna hold up. Ain't it held up so far?
If you could just get you a good new wheel.
Honey, I'm gonna. When the professor paid me for hauling the wood, that's what I'm gonna do.
Look out how you drive 'em, honey. Don't load 'em up too heavy.
You know me, gal. I'm careful.
This is the best job we ever has had. Don't lose it.
Hush up, here come Bobo. No use to fret him. Come on, son, eat.
Ooh, fat back and coffee.
Wash that face first.
These here taters and backbone coming mighty good for your dinner.
Yeah, and don't forget them collards. Collards give a man muscle power to handle them big pieces of wood. Sit down, boy. Lord, make us thankful for what we're about to receive and be with us in time to come. Amen.
Now, Bobo, this is your big start in life. Today you begins. You start hauling for the white folks with your daddy.
And I'm going to save my money. Ain't I, Pappy?
Sure. We're all going to save our money. Ain't I got a new wagon wheel to pay for? And there's that Mary mule. Ain't paid out on her yet.
Well, I'm going to help you pay for him, Pappy.
Sure, we're all going to help, honey. And you and me, we'll be out every morning hauling away. Wood for the fessers, carrying off their trash. And with our 2 mules and maybe someday a brand new spanking wagon. Yes, sir. We're making a new start now. Come on, let's hurry and finish here and hitch up them mules. No, you can't whistle, boy.
I learned mighty fast.
I mean, it's too cold for you to whistle. Getting light enough to see the frost everywhere. Boy, there is a frost. How's your feet?
Oh, they all right. Look at that big star over there.
Yeah, that's in the east. The morning star. That old red sun soon be coming up there.
Look how big is that star that sets across the river at sundown.
That's the same star. The morning star and the evening star is the same star, the good book say.
How come that? One of them's on the right hand and one of them's over there on the left hand. How come they be on the same 2 sides of you?
Well, that's 'cause it goes around under the earth and rises again. God's power.
Does God make all that happen?
He sure do. He's smart and all-powerful. Knows everything. Does everything.
White folks powerful, too. They knows heaps.
Yeah, but they ain't God.
But they's next to God, ain't they?
Well, now, maybe you might say that. Mostly they acts like it.
I bet old Professor's near about next to God.
Huh?
You know, Professor Johnson, the man we're going to haul the wood for. Mammy said he about the biggest man at the university.
He's a smart man, all right, and he's going to pay us good for this hauling.
Gosh, I feel like a grown-up man today.
You do, huh? Yeah, I'll break you off a chew of tobacco.
Oh, thanks, Pappy. Yeah, it's kind of funny, though. You know who the smartest man in the world is, Pappy?
God, I done told you.
Maybe.
Sure.
But you next to him.
Oh, well, dog my cat.
And you is, too. You about the biggest man in them all, Pappy.
Yeah, I'll give you one more chew of tobacco and you'll bag me clean out in my britches. And all here at the first commencement. See, can you drive? You're starting up that long hill into town now. I don't reckon these mules will run away with you. They sure mighty smart-spirited, though.
Here, let me take that whip. Get on there, mule. Get up there. Got a big day's work. It's getting light now so we can see everything.
Yeah. And look up there at the white folks' town. See the church spires. Old sun touching them off with fire.
Ain't that a high one? I mean, that one's sticking way up.
That's them shouting white folks Methodists. They built that. Pointing their finger way up. Way up in the face of God. Morning, Sister Lucy.
Morning, Brother Jody. Morning, ma'am.
How is you, Lucy?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're all up early.
Sure, anybody cooks for the white folks got to be up early. Don't you see you got there, Brother Jody? No pot of corn wouldn't help none.
Yeah, I guess not. Wish I had more. See you later.
Yes, Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye, Miss Lucy. Gee, Miss Lucy looks mighty cold, all bundled up.
Sure, she's cold. That's why she walks so fast.
The white folks sleep late, don't they?
Sure, but the good books say be up and doing. That's how to get ahead. We's up and doing, ain't we?
We sure is.
He that rises with the sun, the man that gets the most work done. But the white folks twist and turn in their beds heavy with their deep thinking.
Gee, everything sure looks funny. All them buildings all shut up and so early in the morning. Look, that bank building over there. I bet they just got a bushel of dollars in there.
So they have. Yellow dollars and white dollars and great big piles of greenbacks. That's where you and me gonna put our money. Yes, sir, when we get it saved up.
How much you reckon we're gonna make, Pappy?
We'll make something every day. And you get your 10 cents. Every day you get it.
And then, look at that hardware window. Them fishing hooks and poles. I get me one of them, ain't I?
Sure.
And then I go up to the creek and catch Mammy a mess of yellow bellies anytime I want them, can I?
You sure can do that, too.
And then someday, who knows? Someday maybe I'll get me a bicycle.
Lord help my life. Done spent that money long before you earned it. One all cream and no milk.
Just an old bicycle. Second-hand, maybe. And then I could come uptown and get things when you and Mammy wanted them.
You were peddling your guts out trying to get up that long hill. You wait till you make some money before you spend it. Now remember, boy, him that buys what he don't need is going to need what he can't buy. That's an old saying my daddy taught me. You know, them old sayings come in handy. That's how come I got along the way I have, with a team and a wagon of my own. Now remember that.
Yes, sir.
Well, here he is. Whoa!
Oh!
Well, now let's begin.
Look at all that wood.
Ain't it true? Mergings of it. Professor had them CC boys down here cleaning up and piling away. Gonna have him a big hillside garden down here. And see right over there, between them sweet gums? Well, that's where the swimming pool's gonna be for the children. Splashing and ducking about in the hot dog days.
That sure be nice. And look at that house up there shining. It looks just like a mansion.
That is a mansion. Got 10 rooms in it.
Sure is a rich man.
Yeah, Professor Johnson, he make the money. Well, now, let's get busy so we can make some, too. Here goes.
See, Pappy? See up there?
Huh?
Them bicycles on the porch. Them's brand new.
Yeah, they children's. Now, turn your eyes on this here wood and let's load. That's it. That's it. Now, right over here. That's right. Give me that other.
That old blind Mary mule sure love them dead leaves.
He ain't never had enough of nothing. I give her 3 big ears of corn and a whole 2 hands of fodder this morning. Can't fill her up. Fire! Dang old hide. Have to tie her. Reckon that'll keep her.
Boy, that's some house. How did that professor make so much money? Well, how do he?
Well, he teaches in the college. But that's the leastest of it. He writes books. Big books, they tell.
Yeah, what does he write about?
He writes about us Negroes. Now, go on away.
What do you write about Negroes for? Ain't nothing to tell about them, is there?
Don't know. Say he makes plenty of money selling them books.
Do the color folks buy them?
Now, how can us poor colored folks buy any books? Hush your mouth. Whoa! Ho, I tell you! Ho!
She wants some more of them leaves.
Well, she ain't gonna get them.
Is that the professor over there on the porch?
Hey, what are you boys doing down there?
Take off your cap, son. We thought we'd get up and get an early start, sir.
Well, you have. You're waking up the whole neighborhood.
Well, we'll be right quiet, sir. Yes, sir, right quiet and easy.
I hope so. Now put the wood around in the cellar, and I'll be out later.
He's kind of sore about something.
Well, that's just his way. Come on, we got a load now. Let's untie old Mary. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Stand back now. We're going to drive out of here. Get up! Suki, get up from there. Pull your part.
Look out! That hamstring's broke. Look out!
I tell you. Ain't that a come off? Now that hamstring was cut from Ben Cate's bull hide. Said it could hold an elephant. That's all right, though. I'll fix it in a minute.
There's the professor man, Pappy. He's coming this way.
What's the trouble?
Nothing for nothing. I was just getting ready to ride out.
What the devil you beating your mules for?
Well, old Suki's kind of lazy sometimes, but we'll be right along, Professor.
For the last time, I tell you, don't make so much noise. Mrs. Johnson's not gotten up.
Yes. Now we go out of here. Get up. Get up. We'll drive this up to the house.
Watch out, Pappy, watch out. He's going to hit a tree.
Watch out, mule. That dod-rotten hussy, sprat-legged fool, the stump-sucking ditchwater animal. Now pull your jaw. Come here. Gee! You better push. I'll push, too.
Gee whiz, maybe we ought not put such a big load in next time.
That's all right. Everything's fine now. We'll take this load round to the back door. Get up. Whoa! Whoa! Well, here we is.
Look, old Mary's biting them scrubs.
Dang old hook. Hold the head, son. I'll throw the wood out. Then we'll take it inside the cellar. Give me that.
Well, I see you got one load around here.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
And see that your mules don't eat Mrs. Johnson's spirea bushes, these here.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
I hope they haven't been eating them already.
No, sir. No, sir.
Well, all right. Is that your boy?
Yes, sir.
He seems smart. What's your name, son?
They call me Bobo.
Bobo, eh? How old are you?
About 9 or 10.
Yes, sir. That's right. He'll be 10 the next coming 5th of July.
Huh? Does he go to school?
Well, no, sir. He ain't,
Well, you ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you ever expect him to grow up to be anything?
His mammy teaches him some at night. He can read a little.
Well, you still ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you expect... What have you got in your mouth, boy? Don't tell me you're chewing tobacco.
Yes, sir. He takes a little mite now and then to curtain him up.
And barefooted. Now, what's the matter with you, letting the boy go around like that?
Oh, he don't mind the cold much. You see, the sun done come up and everything's getting warm. He don't mind the cold.
Heavens above, barefooted in this weather.
Well, I got shoes, Mr. White folks.
That's right. Some of Judge Markham's wife gave them to him.
Well, then he ought to wear them.
But they's too small for him, being they's white woman's shoes, see? But his feet's like wet leather. He don't mind the cold.
Hey, what have you got there? You realize one of your wheels there's about to cave in?
Well, we want to drive some wedges over that tire. They need a bit might shrinking.
They sure do. That's no outfit to come hauling wood with. Oh, well, do the best you can.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, breakfast is ready. Breakfast is ready.
I'll be right in, Martha. Oh, all right, now, but be as quiet as you can, please.
What's the matter, Bobo? Bet you swallowed that backer down, didn't you?
I couldn't help it. That man, he scared me.
No, he won't hurt you. He's a good man.
How many children you got?
Well, they got about 4. All little girls, they say. Yeah, all of them little girls.
All them little girls and that bicycle. I see all their wheels on the porch over there. See them red wheels?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing but girls. I've been knowing Fessel for a long time. Fact is, I helped dig the foundation for this house. From 7 in the morning till 6 at night. 7 to 6. Swinging that old pick in the pipe clay.
But that was before you got your mules and wagons, wasn't it, Pappy?
Sure. I was like all the other Negroes down in the ditch. Digging.
But Pappy didn't stay there. He come out of that ditch.
That's right. All the time I was going to save my money and get in business for myself.
And now we in.
And everything's smooth sailing. Come on, we get another load. reckon that'll hold that old wheel.
Don't know. It stands mighty crankside.
We ain't got much of a load on this time. Sure, it'll stand. Get up, Mary. You Snooky? What in the name of time ails that mule?
Here's that man again.
What in the name of mercy is the trouble this time?
One of the wheels got a little cantankerous, but we done fixed it.
Well, it doesn't look like it. Still, it ought to hold up that handful of wood.
Yes, sir. We's loaded light this time.
I'll say you are. Won't your mules pull?
Seems like the old Scratch himself got into Blind Mary.
From the looks of things, she needs something to eat. Maybe she's too weak to pull.
She could pull all right if she just would, sir.
Why in the name of mercy did you come here trying to haul wood with such a turnout as this?
Yes, sir, but...
But nothing. Leading your poor mules that way won't make them pull. Here, son. You hold her head a minute. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Back. That's it, girl. Now, easy.
You sure you know your stuff about mules, Professor?
Well, I know enough not to starve them to death. Not to try to haul wood with a harness and wagon falling to bits. What's the matter, son?
Nothing, sir.
You're shaking with a cold.
But no, sir, I ain't cold.
All right. Here goes. Get up there. Get up.
Yeah, you sure can drive, can't you, son?
Look out. That wheel's going to fall off.
Well, I reckon there won't be any more wood hauling. Here, take your mules and your rattle trap and clear out.
We'll fix that up, sir. In a jiffy.
Here, we're getting a new wheel, huh? Well, you need 4 new wheels. Here. Here's $1, though you haven't earned even 50 cents. I'll get somebody else to haul my wood. Good Lord, heavens above.
What is it, Marvin?
Oh, these Negroes, these Negroes. You needn't come back tomorrow. Just forget it. Just forget it.
Don't let it fret you, sir.
Well, how can I help it? There are millions like them. Hopeless, helpless.
Oh, come on. Finish your breakfast, Marvin.
What do you say, Pap?
I reckon that's the end of our job. We got to get this thing home. What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Yeah, well, why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing.
I'm a mind to get a switch and fail you. Quit looking at me.
I ain't done nothing.
You ain't done nothing. Nobody done nothing. Mule's done nothing. You done nothing. That professor talking to me. Abuses me like a dog. Mule, hold your head up! I reckon that'll hold you for a while, you... Here. Help me get one of these limbs and stick on this axle. Got to drag this thing back home. Hear me? You hear me?
Yes.
Catch hold of that side of the wheel and lift it up. Got to put a limb on it and drag home. What business is it yours, woman?
Well, I ain't got your dinner ready yet.
We don't want no dinner.
What's the matter, son?
Nothing.
What in the world's happened, boy?
Dry up, I tell you.
What's happened?
Nothing. Nothing.
Did your wagon break down, son?
Yes, it did. Had to haul the wagon home ourselves.
Don't worry about it, son. We'll get us a new wagon. Maybe. Sometime.
It ain't that. It ain't that.
Oh, what is it, baby?
It's Pappy. Pappy. The way that man treated him.
What man?
Shut up, Bobo.
He talked rough to Pappy.
What?
And Pappy couldn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing.
Shut up, I tell you.
Don't let that boy.
Lay your hands on him, I'll beat him black and blue.
Don't you do it. Don't you. Don't look like that. Oh, honey, never mind. Please, Pappy, please.
Yeah, that white man. You ought to get my gun and go back and kill him.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
And the way he look at me, abuse me. They put out the light, make the day dark like a cloud. Stomp on me, squash me. Give me no chance. Yeah, taking your life away, take all. Put a fence around the world and leave you no room. Now I'm down at the bottom. Oh.
Look at your poor face. In your eyes. Don't cry. I got my arms about you. All safe about you, honey. I'll hold you tighter.
I ain't crying, Gala. Ain't no use to cry. Ain't no use.
Come on. I'll get you dinner.
In our Bill of Rights, we say that no man shall be deprived of his vote by reason of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. We say that under the law all men are equal. We do not always observe even the letter of our law. And if we did, it would not suffice. For freedom is a faith, and laws alone will never save us if we lose faith. Faith in equal justice and equal freedom for all.
This afternoon's Columbia presentation of the Free Company's drama by Paul Green starred Canada Lee as Pappy, with Georgette Harvey as Mammy, Edna May Harris as Bobo, Louis Van Rooten as the Professor, and Marietta Canty. Music was arranged and conducted by Lynn Murray, and the production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive a copy of this broadcast. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York. Next Sunday, April 20th, at this same time, you will hear a verse drama by Archibald MacLeish, starring Burgess Meredith, titled The State's Talking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Halt the troop, Sergeant Ordway.
Yes, sir. Troop! Halt! Troop! Halt!
Now, this is a rest stop. Take half an hour. Ordway, get my map case. Bring Pryor back with you.
Yes, sir.
Captain, this rapid pace is not good on the feet of unshod horse.
And hard on the riders, Charbonneau, but there's no help for it. We're short on time.
But soon we enter the Lemhi country. We will have to slow down or kill off the horses.
Wonder if we can't avoid the Lemhi Pass this time. Take a tip from the buffalo. The trails seem to run to the southeast.
That is good, sir. Only yesterday, Sacagawea was saying we should follow the buffalo.
Janie said that? How does she know?
As a young maiden, she came here often with her people to dig roots. She knows this country.
Where is she?
With the baby. The rapid riders upset him in the stomach. Sacagawea makes him a more comfortable listener.
Suppose you do that. Send her to me.
Yes, sir.
The chart, sir?
Prior reporting, sir.
Yes. Now, both of you take a look at this map. We're right about here, 2 days south from Traveler's Rest. Almost to where East Fork Creek cuts into the Bitterroot River.
We camped here last fall. We were saying then that the worst was over, only it wasn't.
Captain Clark, if we're going to make it through the Lemhi country, we better rest the horses longer than half an hour.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Well, how's little Pompey? You need something to settle his stomach?
He's sleeping. He will be all right.
Charbonneau says you know this country.
Well, here I've found the roots that taste like your carrot.
Now, look at this map, Janie. If we keep on south, we'll have to travel 2 sides of a triangle.
Triangle? What is a triangle, sir?
A figure with 3 sides. Look, south from here to where we came out of the pass last year. That's 1 side.
1 side.
Now we turn due east through the pass to the cache at the headwaters of the Jefferson. That's the 2nd side.
Oh, now I understand. It is shorter if you go this way, the 3rd side.
What kind of a trail is it, Janie? Is it difficult?
Oh, it is very pretty. The buffalo always choose easy trails.
Good. There's shallow water just ahead, if my memory serves. We'll ford the river and take the next buffalo trail bearing to the southeast.
There is much peril, Captain. The southeast goes into Crow country. The Crow people like to steal. They like to kill.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves. July 5, 1806. William Clark, with 2/3 of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, moved toward the headwaters of the Jefferson River in what is now southwestern Montana. His partner, Meriwether Lewis, led the rest of the Corps into northern Montana to explore Marias River. Clark would follow the Jefferson to Three Forks, where Sergeant Ordway would take 9 men down the Missouri to the Great Falls, where he would make a portage, then meet Lewis at the union of the Missouri and the Marias. The combined party would move on to where the Missouri met the Yellowstone, on the border between present-day Montana and North Dakota. Clark, meanwhile, would go east to the Yellowstone and follow its curving course to that common point of rendezvous, the Yellowstone and Missouri. Essentially, Lewis was making a semicircle to the northeast, Clark to the southeast, and Sergeant Ordway in between. All three, in acquiring vital geographical information, were risking their lives by traveling in groups so small that they invited attack by hostile Indians.
If we rode with danger, we also rode with beauty. The country that required constant alertness also displayed gently rolling hills covered with the bright bloom of wildflowers and small plains areas that looked like parklands. Every forested glade we passed could have been a hiding place for savages, planning our extermination.
Captain, I was figuring we're about half a day from the cache. You want me to take out a hunting party and get us some meat and set up camp there?
What's your hurry, Ordway?
Oh, no hurry, sir.
Could it be you remember that cache has tobacco in it?
I admit it, sir. I'm dying for a chaw. Except for a whiff or two on a peace pipe, not a man jack of us had tobacco for 6 months.
Go ahead. Take Shannon, Willard, and York with you. Keep a sharp eye out for hostiles.
Yes, sir.
We pushed on, moving at a slow pace to save the horses. Something would have to be done about resting them and then protecting their hoofs against the prickly pear they would soon encounter. I had seen Indian ponies wearing overshoes made of buffalo hide. Perhaps if Ordway and the hunters were lucky enough to bring in buffalo, we could make shoes for our suffering animals. Along toward the end of the day, we reached our destination, the cache. 2 buffalo were cooking over the fires, and our canoes of last year had been recovered.
Over here, Captain Clark. Over here, sir.
Halt! Halt! All right, let's get those horses unloaded.
Canoes are in fair shape, sir. A little work and they'll be ready.
All right, Windsor, Charbonneau, take the first watch. Ordway, get a shovel. We'll take a look at that cache.
Yes, sir. Follow me, Captain.
Slowly, Sergeant, slowly.
Excuse me for being in a hurry, sir. But all day I've been thinking how good it'll be to have my face filled with some good old Virginia.
Well, don't hope too much. Perhaps the water got in and spoiled it all.
Well, don't say that, sir. Well, here we are, sir. You really think it'll be spoiled? This is high ground, sir.
Save your breath and dig. I didn't tell him that I was as interested as he was in the tobacco. I let him dig, watching how carefully he exposed the contents of the hole, protected by a layer of pine boughs and a heavy tarpaulin. I had Private Gibson get in the hole and pass out the stored articles. Out came notes and specimens carefully wrapped. Lead canisters of powder, spare tools.
All looks to be in fair shape, sir. Say, what's this? Tobacco?
Well, now, Sergeant, I imagine it is. Except for men on watch, all tobacco users, front and center.
Here we go. Look out. Now, don't shove.
Hey, York, get your big foot off the line.
Keep your feet out of the way, boy. Stop trying to make footprints for me.
We make prints for you. Only an elephant can do that.
All right. Line up. Stop shoving, Shannon.
Oh, who's shoving, Sergeant?
Quiet, listen. Now, listen.
All right, quiet.
This is the way it'll be with the tobacco. 2 feet to each man, including Captain Lewis's detail when we meet him. After, we put aside 1/3 for trading goods.
Want me to start cutting it, sir?
Pryor's studier with a knife. You hand it out.
Yes, sir.
Some of the men bit off chaws the moment they received their tobacco. Others waited until after the evening meal, as I did. I filled my pipe, took a long pull, and was so dizzy I could hardly sit up.
What's the matter, Captain? Dizzy?
I'm not used to smoking anymore.
Everybody in camp's dizzy with it.
Maybe I'll put mine aside for now. Gotta have somebody in camp with his wits about him.
Yes, I thought of that, sir. No tobacco to the guards.
I sat back and watched the fire. I felt nervous, despite the fact that the horses seemed all right. The guards were alert, capable. Then I realized that in the morning I faced the necessity of dividing my command, even before Ordway took his party down the Missouri. Meriwether Lewis had helped plan that, just as he had everything else we'd done in over 2 years. Until now, we had shared all responsibilities. Now, I would have to bear it alone. Sergeant Pryor.
Yes, sir?
As soon as Ordway and Cruzat get through with minor repairs in the morning, I'll be taking the canoes downriver. Besides yourself, who are the best horse handlers in camp?
Oh, Shannon for one, and Windsor's good.
All right, take them and Hall and Willard. Drive the horses to 3 forks where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin rivers come together to form the Missouri. You understand?
Yes, sir. 3 forks.
I'll meet you there with the boats in 3 to 4 days. We were on the river again. But it didn't seem the same river we had traveled before by oar, pole, tow rope. Now we glided effortlessly and rapidly with the current. In the space of a single day, we swept by 6 previous campsites. And 3 days after we had taken to the boats, we neared the 3 forks.
Smoke up ahead, Captain.
So I see. We'll approach with caution.
It is white man's fire, Captain.
Yeah, there's too much size for the Indian fire, huh?
Put the telescope on it, sir.
Mm-hmm. It's Pryor and the men. Ah, they're cooking supper.
Oh, we're right on time.
I can see some of the horses. Lay into shore, Ordway.
Yes, sir.
They beached the boats and got out to face a grinning Pryor and his detail. 6 deer were cooking over as many fires.
Well, what took you? We stopped to hunt and got up a meal for everybody, and still we've been here nigh under 2 hours.
We had to go back to Fort Clatsop to pick up some blue beads you left.
Nate, we figured Injuns would have got you by now.
What Injuns?
The ones you ain't seen.
That's the way I like them.
The meats look mighty good.
Should be ready to eat.
Hey, York, what do you say we help dish up, no? Sure thing, Charbonneau.
Any sign at all of Indians, Pryor?
Nothing.
Well, then I think I'm hungry. Let's eat.
No, I'm with you there.
The eating was mighty good. And to borrow a favorite phrase of Meriwether's, we fared sumptuously. Then, temporarily, we defeated swarms of mosquitoes by throwing enough green wood on the fires to make them smoke. The men relaxed with their tobacco, and for the first time in many months, I heard York sing.
Relaxing sound, that singing.
They sang a lot back home. Women used to sit around and listen.
I sure envy him that. Me, I had to chase after him.
Captain, here we are at the Missouri. When do I leave? In the morning?
That's right, with 9 men and the baggage. You should manage fine. Gas will meet you at the Great Falls with the trucks for the portage. Then you go down the Missouri to meet Captain Lewis at the Marias River.
Can I have Cruzat and Calder?
Yes. Anybody else?
Oh, you name the others, sir.
Well, Weiser, Collins, Willard, Howard, LePage, Potts, and Whitehouse. All of them are good in the boats. Now remember, you'll be in danger mostly on land. In camp or hunting, keep alert.
Anything you want me to say to Captain Lewis?
No, I'll write him tonight. After breakfast the next day, Ordway left. A little nervous, but with an outward show of confidence. He was on his own, and I hoped he would be all right. Pryor got the rest of us ready for the overland trek. All horses were now provided with tough buffalo hide overshoes.
49 horses, 1 colt, sir. All baggage loaded, and we're ready to move.
Fine. Where's Janie?
I passed the word. She's coming. Huh. Here she is now.
Sir?
You know the river called Yellowstone, Janie?
It is from the south and turns east, a fine river.
Southeast. Is that the direction for us?
To the mountains. Take pass. Yellowstone River is on other side.
How much time to go down the Yellowstone to the Missouri? 1 moon?
Maybe half a moon. First part, we maybe have trouble with Crow tribes.
Well, we'd better get started, Pryor.
Yes, sir.
We rode through country that continued to be a scenic delight. With plenty of game near at hand. We climbed by easy stages into the mountains, and Sacagawea located a pleasant pass which led us into the valley of the Yellowstone.
Captain, this is really easy traveling. I hope Ordway is having as easy a time of it.
And Captain Lewis up in Blackfoot country.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Injuns, so far not a hide nor hair of one. Hey, Charbonneau, where are all them Injuns Sacagawea said we'd run into?
Do you not feel them, Sergeant? Especially at night, huh? They're all around us.
Biding their time, I suppose. Wait until they catch a sentry asleep.
We've been lucky. Perhaps they're afraid of our weapons.
You really believe they're all around, Charbonneau? Does Janie think so?
She hopes that seeing a woman and a child among us will make them realize we are a party of peace.
Captain, when we come to the river, do we stay on shore and follow it, or do we make dugouts?
Both. Staying in sight of each other. Half of the boats, half of the horses should be some insurance against attack.
Captain, I have found one of the roots like a carrot. I have pulled it for you.
Yeah, it sure looks like a carrot. Tonight I'll try to draw a picture of it for Captain Lewis.
Captain, look. Back in the pass. Smoke.
It is a crow signal smoke.
You're sure?
But there is also answering smoke far ahead of us.
Well, I'll be danged. Over on the horizon.
Uh-huh. You see, Sergeant?
They have been following us for days.
That night, when we made our camp, I doubled the number of men on watch. I sat up much later than usual, straining eyes and ears for the sight or sound of hostiles. But nothing happened. I finally fell asleep, to be awakened by a grim Sergeant Pryor.
Captain?
Morning, Pryor.
There's 3 horses missing, sir.
But missing? You're sure they didn't stray?
Yes, sir. I found an Indian moccasin print. And the 3 were our best horses.
But didn't the sentries hear anything during the night?
Not a thing.
There was room for doubt about this first adroitly managed theft. It vanished in the developments for the next 2 nights. Each night, despite the most elaborate of precautions, 2 more horses disappeared. Again, the best animals. Attention began to communicate itself to the men. The idea of standing watch with all faculties alert and still unable to detect the thieves in action is very hard on morale. It made a man doubt himself.
I don't see how they got away with it. Right under my nose.
Many Indians steal horses, but with the Crow, it is an art.
Don't they get some kind of medal for it?
It is called counting a coup. Stealing an enemy horse is second only to killing enemy warriors in battle.
Captain, river ahead.
The sight of water somehow was very welcome. Now we were not entirely dependent upon the horses for transportation. We would use dugouts and, of course, defend our horses to the utmost of our abilities because they represented money. When we reached the Mandan villages, we could use them to acquire many needed articles and services.
Captain, timber here is too small for canoes.
I'll keep moving. Send Bratton and Shields ahead to find us some good trees.
Yes, sir.
We found the timber, but it was barely thick enough. And the width and depth of our craft would be no more than 2 feet. We set up camp while trees were felled and the boats made from them. That night, we tried placing our horses between campground and the river.
Well, looks like them crows will have a tough time stealing anything tonight.
Make sure the guard is doubled.
Yes, sir. Old York's at the singing again. Must figure we're safe.
Well, maybe he's singing to keep up his courage. How long can you make those canoes?
28 feet.
2 by 28. Why don't we put them in tandems?
2 side by side. That's good. Give us stability.
York, shut up that noise.
You say shut up, boy?
If you got a gargle, do it down by the river.
You got no call to talk to me that way.
Just shut up or I'll stomp you.
Stomp me? A rut like you?
York, Shannon, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
I'll make allowances, York. Shannon's nervous.
I sure am.
This valley's crawling with hostiles. Instead of fighting each other, why not try to get along? Keep alert. Listen for the enemy.
I'm sorry, York.
Me too. Got no business singing with hostiles out there. I'll listen.
Gotta catch them horse thieves.
The night seemed peaceful. The horses seemed calm. The watch was changed regularly without incident. Each man seemed alert. Then along toward dawn, there was an uproar of noise from the horses. I sent men to reinforce the watch, held others back for the defense of the camp, and built up the fires for light. Presently, order was restored among the horses. In the first of the daylight, Pryor trudged in.
Captain, them Indians stole 24 horses.
But how?
I don't know exactly. Shannon and Charbonneau are still chasing after him. I found this moccasin and a piece of Indian rope.
We lost 24. That leaves only 18.
That's right, sir. Looks like Charbonneau and Shannon coming this way now.
It was crows, Captain.
Big party, sir. Shannon and me, we were the sentinels. How they surprise us, I don't know. One moment, all quiet. Next, everything come at once. I think I wounded one of the thieves.
When the fuss started, they got the horses over that little rise to the east and ran them down the draw 3-4 miles away.
And there, the trail disappears.
It's rocky
Oh,
ground.
this settles it. We have to get these horses away before we lose them all.
Yes, sir.
Pryor, you and Shannon and Windsor are going to take them out of this country.
Sir?
Now, you 3 men know horses better than the rest of us. Drive them directly overland to the Mandan villages on the Missouri. Stay there with Chief Blackcat until we pick you up.
Catch that, Shannon?
Quite a job, but we'll make it.
We've got to make it. Go tell Windsor. We'll move out in an hour.
Toward mid-morning, Sergeant Pryor, Windsor, and Shannon rode out. The rest of the men stood and watched, most of them assured they would never see Pryor or Shannon or Windsor alive again. It was asking a lot of those three, sending them out into a country filled with Indians you couldn't see, Indians who wanted your horses. But there was no other way. Somebody had to do it. I tried to forget I was the one who issued that order. I moved about watching the men build the boats. 6 of them. You're coming right along.
Captain, you feel them 3 boys will be all right all alone with them horses?
I hope so.
Maybe if they keep on the move and sleep in turn.
Well, looks like we can put the tandem in the water tomorrow. Charbonneau, how's the larder?
Enough meat for another day, sir.
We pushed off early in the day. The current was strong, and our boats were swept along at a fast pace. We used paddles and tillers only for direction. By the end of that first day, we had logged 80 miles. The following day, gliding along at the same brisk pace, I spied an unusual rock formation looming downriver. It was like a tower above the plain, and the top of it, Sacagawea saw it too.
Look, Capitan.
You've seen it before, Janie?
No, but often my people spoke of it. On it are carved symbols by the men of many tribes.
I think I'll have to take a closer look. Lay in ashore.
Yes, sir.
The sides of the rock were covered with Indian signs and pictographs. I climbed up high enough to chisel my name and the date into the stone above the others, where it would not easily be obliterated. Then I went on up to the top. I stood erect, aware of a light breeze, and looked about. It was an impressive view, mile upon mile of hills and grassland and winding river. I stayed up there for some time until cries from below caught my attention. The men had beached the canoes and had prepared a midday meal. I descended carefully, made my way back to them.
Captain, don't go up there no more. You could fall and kill yourself.
It was peaceful up top. Say, look at little Pop eating meat like a grown man.
Soon he will no longer be a baby. Soon he will be a big boy.
That's what we'll call it. From now on, that big pile of rock is Pompey's Tower.
Someday, Baptiste, or Pompey, as you call him, will come back here. He will climb as you did.
And when he's old enough to understand the honor, we will tell him of this monument named after him,
August 3rd, 1806, we reached the Missouri. The men yelled and cheered as we put into shore. Here we would make camp and wait for Meriwether Lewis and Ordway to appear. But soon we found that waiting at this particular spot was going to be all but impossible.
Got him. Captain, the mosquitoes are trying to eat us all alive. That one was as big as a horse.
I'll better build up a fire.
Yes, sir. But it'll take more than a fire to stop these flying wolves.
Oh, Captain, the mosquitoes. I've never seen them so bad. Ooh.
Now, don't start that fire, York. We're getting out of here. I left a note for Meriwether fastened to a stick, which I jammed into the riverbank, and we went downriver for a couple of days. We hauled up on a beach where there were no insect pests. We built fires, had a noontime feast of buffalo meat. I was looking about for a place to take a nap when Sacagawea clutched my arm and pointed upriver.
Captain, look, bull boats.
Hey, I've never seen a modern bull boat on the open river.
Take another look. That ain't no man down in that bull boat. That's Sarge Pryor.
Pryor was the sole occupant of the leading bull boat, and Windsor and Shannon were in the other. Considering that bull boats were circular basins of buffalo hide stretched over a stick frame and not intended for open river navigation, they handled the bobbing, swinging craft with rare skill, putting in at the camp amid the yells of the men. I hurried to the water's edge and was relieved when all 3 men, apparently none the worse for wear, stepped out of the bull boats. Ah, Pryor, what happened?
Well, sir, second day out, Indians took every last horse we had.
We tried to follow them, but it was no good. They ran away from us.
We headed to the Yellowstone fast as we could hoof it to try to get there before you passed in the boats. And we never made it. We knew when we saw your name in that tower of rock. Only thing we could do was shoot buffalo and make bull boats. No tools to make dugouts.
Well,
bull boats ain't so bad once you get used to them.
Only thing is you can't make them go very well against the current.
Well, you didn't try, did you?
Well, yes, sir, we did. You see, when we got to the mouth of the Yellowstone, I found your note at that place where the mosquitoes are. I read it, threw it aside, and started downriver.
You did what?
Well, I thought the note was for me at first, then I figured that I was supposed to be at the Mandan villages, and you wouldn't be leaving a note for me. It had to be for Captain Lewis.
We wanted to go back and fix things, but like Sergeant says, we can't make bull boats go upstream in a strong current.
We may be in trouble, Sergeant. Big trouble. The loss of the horses reduced us in one stroke from men in a strong position for trading to a group of impecunious wanderers. But even that wasn't bad, given any luck in hunting. What was bad was that Meriwether Lewis would be coming downriver with no clear idea of our whereabouts. It would be very easy to miss each other on the wide Missouri.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition, starring Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves, featured Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Cliff Holland, Frank Gersel, Eddie Firestone, and Don Spruance. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Proudly we hail. From New York City, where the American stage begins, here is another program with a cast of outstanding players. Public service time has been made available by this station for your Army and your Air Force to bring you this story, as proudly we hail freedom. concerns Thomas Paine, a true story of one of America's greatest exponents of freedom. Our first act curtain will rise in just a moment, but first... Today, your rapidly expanding United States Army needs intelligent young men with ability and ambition. Men intelligent enough to recognize the vital need for a strong armed force. Men with ability enough to be trained in a necessary job. Men with ambition enough to secure the future for themselves and their loved ones. Does this description fit you? Can you qualify? For full information on how you can fit in with the finest, check with your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station now. And now your Army and your Air Force present the proudly we hail production, Thomas Paine. This is the story about a man named Paine, Tom Paine. It's a story about our country, too, about its birth. It's page 1 in the book of our heritage, a page no American will ever forget. Tom Paine's name isn't remembered as well as many of the names on that page, but what he did and believed had a lot to do with its writing. Fact is, some people feel without him, that page might not have been written at all. This is our story. The month was November, the year 1774, when Tom Paine first set foot on the soil of America. He came from England, arriving in Philadelphia a sick and nearly penniless man. With him, he had a letter of introduction from Ben Franklin. Aside from that, he had little else but the clothes on his back. Now he stepped into a land that was trembling with revolt, fed up with domination and tyranny. Tom Paine looked at what he saw, listened to what he heard, placed his fingers on the pulse of a rumbling America, and knew its beat. He was an uncommon man who could talk to common men, could listen to their words with understanding. In Tom Paine burned the hope of America.
I speak plain, and I'm afeard of no man on land or sea. I say 'tis time we were rid of the lobster back. Time we sailed our own ship and done with a helmsman who don't know port from starboard.
The captain speaks true. And I say the captain's a spouting fool.
Belay there, my dandy, afore I scuttle you.
Just where would you ungrateful dogs be were it not for the grace and kindness of His Majesty? Why, I'd say we'd be right where we are now and far happier about it. I know you not, sir, and I like not your words nor your ugly face. My face is God's work. My words are my own, and I speak them as I please. And as for knowing me, there would be no benefit in it for you.
That's the kind of talk I like. A drink for the stranger.
You'll not find such talk so enlightening in a king's jail or dangling from a gibbet. The king has many jails and many gibbets. Aye, and one day you murderous dogs will grace them.
Fast here, you, before I break your jaw. Take your fine talk elsewhere. I'll hear no more of it.
Go tell the king his royal subjects are tired of his ways. You've not heard the last of this. Only the beginning, my friend. Only the beginning.
I know you not, sir, but shake your hand I will. I'm Captain Josiah Clark of the Sea Witch out of Boston.
How do you do, Captain? I'm Thomas Paine, late of England.
Come in.
Good day, Mr. Aiken. I'm Paine, Tom Paine.
Ah, hey, so I gather. Sit down, sir. I read the letter you brought from Mr. Franklin. You found him where I trust.
I found him, sir.
Good. And now what service can I be to you? I suppose you want to borrow money?
No, Mr. Aitken, I wish to borrow nothing. I heard that you were starting a magazine. I should like to write for it.
You don't tell me. And just what has been your profession?
Well, I'm a staymaker by trade. I've also been a tinker, sailor, tax collector, carpenter, teacher, writer of sorts, and a general failure.
Nor do you lack frankness.
No, nor do I lack frankness.
Well, it's true. I am going to publish a magazine. The Pennsylvania magazine, to be exact.
Is that some of your writing you brought with you?
Yes, it is, sir.
Well, leave it with me and come in tomorrow, Mr. Payne. We shall discuss this further.
Thank you, sir. And good day.
Good day, Mr. Payne.
No, Tom Paine didn't lack frankness nor ability. He became the first editor of Robert Aitken's Pennsylvania magazine, and in a very short time made it the most widely read publication, not just in Pennsylvania, but in all the colonies. Then, 5 short months after his arrival, the seething volcano of growing discontent toward the mother country erupted. The date, April 19, 1775. It was 5 days later that a rider from the north galloped into Philadelphia. He pulled up before the city tavern and began shouting the news.
It started! It started! It's war! War! What are you spoken about, man? A war, I said. They fought at Concord and then at Lexington and drove the bloody lobsterbacks plumb back into Boston.
Yeah, get the man a drink and maybe he'll make some sense.
Lexington, Concord, where's that? In Massachusetts, you blamed idiot. Who drove the lobsterbacks into Boston? Who? The farmers, that's who. They licked them fair. It's war, brother, war!
So, gentlemen, at last it's come. I knew it must, sooner or late.
Well, Tom, what concerns Massachusetts does not concern Pennsylvania.
What concerns Massachusetts, Mr. Aiken, not only concerns us, it concerns the whole world.
Oh, come, Payne. Of course we want our differences with England straightened out, but bloodshed, this wild talk of independence is serious. It can't be rushed into. It must be considered.
And you, Mr. Johnson, are a fool to talk to. 'Twas more than a spark setting off a bonfire that happened at Lexington and Concord. That spark must not be allowed to die. It must become an inferno. Lexington was not just an act of man. I believe it an act of God. And it is a sacred duty of all of us to join this struggle. Consider it, you say. I say there is nothing left to consider. Let us act upon it now.
Union and independence at this time are out of the question.
Perhaps for you, gentlemen. But as for me, you will please accept my resignation. I have more important work to do.
So Tom Paine left the Pennsylvania magazine and with a few shillings in his pocket set out on his important work, to write the case of America against tyranny. It was his practice during those first unsettled and confused months to stroll out from the city along the country roads. In this scene of peace and quiet, he'd go over in his mind just what this armed uprising was all about, what caused it, what could be gained by it. It was on such a stroll that he first met Sarah Rumpel.
What right has any man... Oh, no. But if the cause be... Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, aren't you the one? Having a terrible argument all by yourself, weren't you?
Well, yes, madam, I suppose I was. I had thought I was alone out here.
Oh, no, I saw you from the house. I've seen you walking by before. And it's such a hot scorcher of a day. I thought you might like a glass of buttermilk.
Well, you're very kind, miss. It is a hot day, and I certainly would like a cool glass of buttermilk.
My name is Sarah Rumpel. That's my pa's farm right there.
Oh. My name is Thomas Paine.
Paine? You're the one who writes all those things in that magazine. Well, Pa will certainly want to meet you. Pa, Tom Paine's come to pay us a call.
Well, Mr. Aiken?
Tom, we've been friends since that first day you walked in here. Now, I've read this common sense of yours, and I shall not take the responsibility of printing it.
But, Mr. Aiken,
you speak treason and expect me to be a part of it. No, Tom, I'm sorry. I am not the man for you.
Well, Mr. Rush?
A very rebellious piece of writing, Mr. Paine, and one I shall not jeopardize myself in printing. I cannot help but admit I admire what you have done, but...
Won't take the chance. Treasonous.
Can't afford the risk.
No.
Why don't you try the Scot, Robert Bell?
Robert Bell? Robert Bell?
Mr. Payne, I've read your wee book. 'Tis a brave piece of scribbling. How much of a royalty would you be expecting if I were to undertake the job?
I want no money. I did not write it for money, Mr. Bell. Print my book. Print it, and I shall have reward enough.
Aye, Mr. Payne, that I will. That I will.
In January of 1776, without fanfare or introduction, there appeared the booklet entitled Common Sense, written by an Englishman. It shot like a ray of sunlight through a dark overcast. It was printed and reprinted throughout the 13 colonies. 300,000 copies. 1/3 of the entire population owned it, and no one can say how many more read it. And just what did Tom Paine say? What did he say to inspire men toward the distant goal of independence?
The sun never shone on a cause of greater worth. 'Tis not the affair of a city, a county, a province, or a kingdom, but of a continent of at least 1/8 part of the habitable globe. O ye that love mankind, ye that dare oppose not only tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Freedom hath been hunted around the globe. Asia and Africa have long expelled her. Europe regards her like a stranger, and England hath given her warning to depart. Oh, receive the fugitive, and prepare in time an asylum for mankind.
Overnight, the name of Tom Paine and his books swept through the slowly awakening colonies. Tom Paine had struck the heart of the people. He had given them the will, the reasons, and the ultimate result of their bid for freedom. He wrote in words they all understood. He could have accepted a position in the government, but instead he chose to fight for what he believed. But before he left, he went to say goodbye to Sarah.
Good day, Tom.
Good day, Sarah.
You've come to say goodbye.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
You're going away to the fighting.
Yes, I must.
I knew you would.
Sarah, maybe someday I'll come back.
Maybe you will, Tom. You'll always be welcome here and in my heart. Will you kiss me goodbye?
You are listening to the Proudly We Hail production of Thomas Paine. We'll return to our story in just a moment. Young man, let's talk about your future and America's future. They're important to each other, you know. Today, your United States Army is charged with a vital responsibility. You need only to glance at your local newspaper to realize how vital. And to meet this responsibility, the Army is rapidly expanding its forces. They have a job for you, a job that must be done by men of courage. You can get full details of how you may best serve your future and your country's future by a visit to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station today. You are listening to Proudly We Hail, and now we present the second act of Thomas Paine. Tom Paine found the Army, what was left of it, at Fort Lee, across from the island of Manhattan. There it lay, licking its wounds after being cut to pieces and thrown off of Long Island, battered at Harlem, and again at Westchester, losing Fort Washington. From 20,000 men, it had shrunk to 12,000, and the number growing less daily, as many deserted the cause they had so bravely taken up.
Mr. Paine, General Washington will see you now. Go right in.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Paine, we meet again.
And a pleasure, sir, I assure you.
You do not come upon us at a happy hour. How can I serve you?
It is I who have come to ask that question of you.
You have come to join us, then? Good. I thought you would. I have need of your common sense, and badly. The men are angry, bitter, discouraged. They've known nothing but defeat. We are new to this kind of life, and we're learning painfully. What kind of position would you choose in my army?
General Washington, I am not a soldier, and therefore I want no position of rank. Let me go among the men and talk to them. Let me be one of them. Let me be Tom Paine, volunteer. No more.
I don't know whether your words will be listened to here, but You have my permission to try. You have not picked an easy task. I, for one, welcome you in any capacity.
And so Tom Paine went amongst the men, and as Washington had said, they were in no mood to hear words.
Did you expect to win your freedom easily in a few battles? Did you expect to buy it cheap?
I've had a belly full of your mouth, Paine. Common sense or no. Now you can have a belly full of my fist.
If you want my fists as well as my words, you're welcome to them. I say any man who deserts this cause now is no man at all, but a gutless, craven coward.
And where were you, Tom Paine, at Long Island?
I was not there, but I'm here now, and I'll be here as long as there's breath in me.
Well, I'll save mine and go home.
Then go, and may your soul shrivel inside your worthless carcass.
No man can speak to me like that.
I'll call you every foul name I can think of, and all of them too good for you.
Get up out of the mud, Mr. Paine, and I'll knock you down again.
I know fear. And when you're through, go home. Go home to your wife.
Wait, have done, will you? I cannot fight with you. I can knock the sense out of you. But you'd be only knocking common sense into me. Enough, I say. Let him speak his piece.
Fort Lee captured. The long retreat begins. Despite Tom's words, desertion and more desertion. Down through hostile New Jersey they march, the English snarling at their heels. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat.
Hold up there, I say. Hey, you there! Get back in the ranks.
No need to shout. This man is ill. Here, give us a hand. Easy, Jacob. Put his arm around your neck.
Retreat. Why must we always retreat? Let me lie down.
Sam. Hi, Tom. See if there can be found a room in one of the wagons for Jacob. He's done in.
I shall go no further. I'll make an end of retreating here now, and I'll let go of me.
Easy, Jake.
Molly.
I'm afraid he's about done.
Only there were a dry place for him.
Tom.
Aye, Jacob.
I didn't leave you, Tom. I stayed.
I know, Jacob.
But I gotta leave you now.
Nonsense, Jake. When the sun comes out, you'll be fine again.
The sun. The warm sun. What I wouldn't give for a look at it. You know, Tom, the sun is like liberty. Bright and like gold. Now, nothing but rain. Cold. The sun went out.
No, Jacob. No. It's hiding behind a cloud, that's all.
I must lie down.
He's fainted.
Yeah. Help me put him down.
Tom Paine. Look there. I see the sun. There. Yonder.
He's gone.
Aye, he's gone.
Jacob Haskell was gone, and many others with him, many not so bravely, walking off in the night alone or in groups. And those that remained continued to retreat, slowly, painfully, winter upon them. It wasn't difficult for the English to follow, with bloody footprints marking their way.
Tom, I sent for you because I need you as I never have. Our plight is desperate. We number little more than 2,000 men. I fear we shall have to retreat west into the mountains unless something is done soon. We need food, we need ammunition, we need men. The colonies must be made fully aware of our circumstances. You must write another common sense. Write and tell them, Tom. Congress must know. The people must know. Do what you can.
Evening, Thad.
Well, evening, Tom. They sit here and you won't be freezing your bones so fast.
What did the general want, Tom? Later, Sam. Thad, can I use your drum?
Aye, that you can, Tom. You going to play us a jig?
I'm going to write you one. God willing.
Hey, Tom Payne's going to write us a jig.
Right in like it, Tom. Give us some common sense, Tom, boy.
There in the flickering firelight, with the cold winter wind whipping about him, a drum between his knees with its head for a table, he wrote them a jig that was a symphony. He wrote them immortal words that shall live in time as a beacon light for all freedom-loving people.
These are the times that try men's souls. The sunshine soldier and the summer patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have the consolation.
Tom left the Army shortly after the first of the year to take the job of Secretary of the Congressional Committee of Foreign Affairs. He continued to write more crisis papers. What he wrote not only inspired, it made sense to even the simplest mind. He stayed on at this job until the Battle of Brandywine Creek in September 1777. It was a disastrous battle for the American cause. Philadelphia now lay open to the English. The city was gripped with fear. And Payne wrote another crisis paper and stayed on, exhorting, pleading with those who left.
The strongest fort an army can have is a city. Every street can be a death trap for the enemy. We can hold this city, and we must. Banish the fear from your hearts, I say. It is not too late. Stand here with me now.
Only a few listened, not enough. Tories tried to assassinate him, and finally, at the last minute, with the Hessians entering the city, he went to seek out the army. He was with the army at Germantown. Tom was with him at Fort Mifflin, too. Fort Mercer. He was there through the hard autumn of defeat, doing what he could. While Lord Howe enjoyed the comforts of Philadelphia, the men at Valley Forge knew no comfort. Only bitter cold, suffering, and death.
Tom, you can do no good here. Only one more to feed, only another man suffering, and God knows there are already too many. Go find the Congress, Tom. Go find them wherever they are. Tell them I must have help if I'm to go on. It's the same story, if anything worse now than the winter before. I sometimes wonder how we've endured so long.
He found the Congress at York, and they welcomed him. He stayed on with them, laboring through the winter day and night, writing more crisis papers, wrangling shipments of food for the army, tireless and unceasing in his efforts. Another spring, and the 4,000 survivors of the long winter at Valley Forge were joined by 8,000 new recruits. Again, the armies took the field. At Monmouth, in the colony of New Jersey, they met.
All right! Spread out along that trench! Check your priming!
At Monmouth, the cause of America, freedom, was the cause of all mankind.
Stand easy! This time we don't run!
It stood and it held. And for the first time in nearly 3 years, put to flight its proud enemy. The war didn't end there at Monmouth. It took another 5 bitter years of fighting to do that, but a lot of folks feel that Monmouth was the turning point. But through it all, to the very end, Tom Payne continued to labor with his pen, his mind, his voice. His energy and faith were tireless. And finally, the day for which he had so long labored did come. And he was able to write,
"The times that tried men's souls are over, and the greatest and completest revolution the world ever knew, gloriously and happily accomplished."
That's not the whole story of Tom Paine's life, but it's the part that most directly affects us. Between that time and this, much has happened. But the basic belief for which men fought and died in those days are the same beliefs we uphold today. We owe so much to those gallant men. And it's often been said, if George Washington was the sword of the American Revolution, Tom Paine was the pen.
These are the times that try men's souls. The sunshine soldier and the summer patriot will in this crisis shrink from his duty. But he who stands it now deserves the love.
Here's a special message for the young men of our country. The United States Army, the senior service of our armed forces, is expanding rapidly and needs your help. By enlisting in the United States Army, you'll not only get the finest training in the world, but you'll have the special pride that goes with wearing a United States Army uniform. Why not get full details today? Visit your local United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station. Enlist now. This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station. Proudly We Hail is produced by the Recruiting Publicity Bureau for the United States Army and United States Air Force Recruiting Service. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking and inviting you to tune in this same station next week for another interesting story on Proudly We Hail.
Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way, in one medium of expression, that a group of writers and actors in Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all our flaws and all our problems, still it is the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company, and the author of a series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1-a-year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at San Miguel in the Meuse-Argonne offensives. There is Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers. He is a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. And Paul Green, whose play you heard last week, is a Pulitzer Prize winner and author of the current Broadway success, Native Son. He was a captain of engineers in the AEF. Then there are equally important Americans, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Orson Welles, whose stirring play on the freedom of assembly you heard 2 weeks ago, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcast, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a free company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, has this enterprise been effective? Has it had any results? We can only say this. From the American listening public, we have received thousands of letters of appreciation from organizations of every kind, from Republicans and Democrats, rich and poor, men and women of every occupation, from soldiers and athletes, from the crippled and from the blind. It has been a stirring and reassuring experience to speak to the spirit of America and to feel that spirit respond. Now today, we bring you a story of these United States by Archibald MacLeish, Librarian of Congress, poet, Pulitzer Prize winner, member of the Free Company, and captain in his field artillery in the service of this, his country during the World War.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith in Hollywood speaking for the Free Company. We hear now The States Talking, a new broadcast in verse by Archibald MacLeish. Irving Reese will direct, and Lee Stevens will conduct his own original musical score, based entirely on an old American folk tunes compiled from original manuscripts in the Library of Congress. This broadcast MacLeish has written for the Free Company is a broadcast about the states, about the things that are said of them these days, and the things they might be saying, and the way they might be saying it. It began to put itself together in his mind a couple of years ago when people abroad, people the other side of the water, people way off the other side of the Rhine, began talking about the states. Began saying that the states were cross-bred, mixed-blooded. Began saying that the states would never amount to anything because of their mixed blood. began saying it was the purebred nations of the old world who would do what had to be done. Who would arrange things. Who would run the world and the rest of it.
Wo ist das Volk? Dann rief man eine hört auf. Neder ist ein Süderach. Jeder lacht von der, den Drieberach. Ich glaube nicht, aber nieder mit die Juden!
Listening to talk like that, you get to wondering what the states would say to each other if they heard these words. If the words blew over them on a spring gale. If the words were blown across the continent at dawn of a thawing day in spring, when the wind was off the Atlantic and the coast of Maine. And off the Atlantic over Massachusetts, over York State, and Ohio, and Indiana, and even over Illinois. Driving the lake water in on the sand shore and on over the Mississippi till Iowa felt it. And the last year's corn rustled in the thawing fields. You get to thinking of these mornings when the seacoast is pelted with rain and the clouds drive inland over the White Mountains and the Berkshires, the Alleghenies, the Blue Ridge, the Great Smokies, and break among the mountains and tatter out, letting the light through across the Mississippi Valley, low and level so that it takes the corn shooks and the silos sidewise till they stand up tall and shining on the prairie land. And the light running on ahead beyond the sun to the Big Horns, the Rockies, and dissolving in the dark beyond. You get to thinking of those mornings, and you wonder how the states would speak to each other if they heard such talk. If they heard such talk at the beginning of an east wind day when the roads are empty and the overnight trains running in through the small towns toward the cities where they're going switch their headlights out, and the freights turn off from the country sidings, and the kitchen windows are yellow in the farmhouses, and the milking barns light up. The crows are over the fields, but few men, and the states lie there. You get to wondering what the states would say, what they would think of it.
Talk, says Illinois. Is there, says Iowa. There's talk in the east wind, says Illinois.
Talk about what, says Dakota. Says Kansas.
Says Arkansas.
Mecca, far east, says Michigan. East of the roosters, says Indiana.
East of the morning crows, says Ohio.
East, says York State.
East still, says Connecticut. On east.
It's down east from here, says Massachusetts.
It's east of the Quaddy, says Maine, but I hear it.
Here? What, says Texas?
What can you hear, says Virginia.
Can't be sure, says Maine. Surf on the reefs. Ice pounding away in the pans in Penobscot.
Listen, says Oregon. Scoop your ears, said Kentucky.
Can't tell, says Maine. Too much fog. Bells in the old orchard. Horns at Ogunquit.
Listen, says Mississippi.
Try to, says Texas.
Lean your lug to the leeward, says Massachusetts.
It's tall talk, says Maine. It's tall talking. Tall as a cap in a fog.
Call it, says Arkansas.
It's mean talk, says Maine. It's mouthy mean.
Mean about what, says Nebraska.
Mean about us.
What about us, says Kentucky.
Says Texas.
Says Idaho.
Ebenso zu Krogen, wilde und sprungen Schöpfer in rasselnde Flut von den Abstand. Immer waren die Rechtsbücher, keine Friedfrau. Alle Kultur von Menschen nach Rang und nicht umgeben, das als eine bestimmte Kultur von Gewehren. Die von den Kriegen auf und eingerieten, oben dessen nieder, oder? Wer nicht eingehört!
I gather they don't like us, says Maine.
Do tell, says Connecticut.
Says New Hampshire.
Well, hide my eyes, says man. I'll be done. You don't say. Is that so, says York State.
I gather they don't care much for us, says Maine.
Don't they, says Washington.
Who? Us, says Wyoming.
What's wrong, says Utah. Something we did.
Something we didn't, says Delaware.
Both, says Maine. It's how we married, says Maine. They don't care for it.
Allow me. Take my pew, says Michigan.
It's the women we married, says Maine. They don't like it. We married around. We married the English, the Irish, the Poles, the Croats, Turks, Scots, Norwegians, Spanish girls, Italian girls, Swedes, the Sioux, Comanche, the Utes, the Dutch, the French.
The Irish girls with the shoes with the quick come after. The Spanish women with the evening eyes.
The English with the tiptoe faces.
The golden Swedes.
The sulky Dutch. The Danes.
The Mexicans, lean and light in the sun, with a jingling and jangling.
The Chilenas for luck.
The Jews for remembrance.
The Scots girls, tall as a tall man, silver as a salmon.
The French with the skillful fingers.
That's it. And the French. They don't care for it. We're a mixed lot. They don't like us.
Don't they?
We're bad blood, that's what they say. They've no use for us.
Who says that, says Texas? Who's this says so?
She was there on the street with the sun on her hair and her hat off. She was no kin to any I know.
What's in their soup, says Arkansas? What they been eating?
She was dancing alone on the stones in the park in the arc light. She had 4 words. I had the rest of them.
What's in their hair, says Maryland?
Aren't they men? Can't they make it with strangers, says Alabama?
She was out on the wharf by the sea. You could tell she was foreign. The corner of silk at her neck,
the recklessness. She was holding her eyes from the old and her tongue for the new. Oh, she was strange as a cat, but she came to me. She was tall.
She was small as a big child.
She was dark. She was all gold. Her hair gold. Her skin was. She had blue eyes.
She had black eyes.
She was proud.
Hier ein Blitzblatt von und Waffen. Aber ist ein wirklich, nein, auch Schauspiel von dem Menschen. Nein, die breite Markt.
Listen. What's in their minds, says Marilyn. Aren't they men?
Are they shy, says Missouri?
Or what, says Montana?
I gather they're bred pure, says Maine. They're superior people.
So's snakes, says Texas. So's potatoes. Potatoes are bred pure.
They don't argue. They tell you they aren't arguing.
Who's this tells you?
Have they seen our kids, says York State? The tall girls, the long legs with the delicate, slender bones, and the wrists supple and small as a man's 3 fingers, and the way they walk on the world with their narrow heels? You could tell them anywhere. Tell them in any country. The height of their heads and the tilt of their heels when they walk. A head higher than most. A hand smaller.
They don't say, says Maine. They don't mention.
Have they raced our boys, says Michigan, fast as black snakes? Quick on the gun as quail, the sweet striders. The watchful lads in the lead, dangerous followers. Strong hearts in the stretch home. Have they beaten them?
They don't say, says Maine. They aren't saying.
Aren't they, says Rhode Island.
Aren't, says Maine.
Who don't, says Missouri. Who don't say so?
Have they seen our towns, says Kansas, seen our wheat, seen our flat cars in the Rocky Mountains, seen our grass-fed cattle flown our plains, silver over the Alleghenies, the lakes, the big timber, the tall corn, the horses, silver over the snow line, over the surf?
Have they seen our farms, says Texas, and who plowed them?
Have they seen our rocks, says Utah, and who broke them?
Have they seen our men, says Kansas?
Can't say. Don't tell.
Who don't, says Nevada.
Who don't tell, says Oregon.
Where's they from? Where from? Who, says Georgia?
Der Gegenfälle würde seine Brüders allerbesten ist ein Brüder. Weder heute jeder wie das Berge Staub darin. Leben wir jetzt verdammt damit im Ausgang Brüder. Ja,
Can't make out. Way east of the sea it must be. The wind veers, says Maine. I don't make out. The wind veers and the bell tolls.
East, says Connecticut. East of the water, so that's
Away east, says Iowa. East of the sea.
Eastward of that, says Maine. Farther eastward. The wind veers and the sea falls, but it's far.
East of the sea and on east of the water? The some of us come from there, says Minnesota.
back of the sea and on back, says Missouri. Away back of the Rhine. I remember.
Remember it well, says Wisconsin.
Says Minnesota.
So that's it. So that's who, says Michigan.
The boys who stayed behind, says Minnesota.
The boys we left behind us when we left.
The superior people, says Michigan. I remember them.
Standing behind in the door, says Missouri, and watching us.
Staying behind with their coats and their collars, says Idaho.
Staying behind with their mothers and cousins, says Michigan.
Staying behind with their girls, says Missouri. The tame ones. The tame girls with the fat braids, remember?
The superior people, the pure breed, says Michigan.
The breed we left behind us, says Kentucky.
The breed we left behind us when we left. The breed afraid of travel, says Nevada.
The breed afraid of changes, says Wisconsin. The breed afraid of strangers, says Vermont. Strange stars and strange women, the two of them.
The breed that never hankered for a strange one. A dark one, says Dakota, with strange hair. While they stayed home and stuck to their kin, says New Mexico.
Stay home and marry their kind, says Missouri.
Married their cousins who look like their mothers, says Michigan. Purebred breed, says Texas. How could they help it? Who would they marry, says Florida? Who could they find?
Girls we left behind us, says Missouri.
Girls we left behind,
country.
So that's it. So that's who says Connecticut.
That's all. East of the sea, says Ohio.
So that's all, says Missouri. All for that. All for the purebred girls we left behind.
Surf on the reef, says Maine. Ice on Penobscot.
Die Regenwälder und die Wanderer, die man im Albe sterben, ist müde ab heute jede weiterkehrische Reise.
There's talk, says Iowa.
Talk, says Illinois.
Bells in the old orchard. Bells at Ogunquit.
Clash of corn in the wind, says Illinois.
So ends the great, strong, laughing voice of America. The voice of our American men, slow, humorous men, and easygoing, but confident, and sometimes even dangerous for those who will not understand. At times, maybe we forget what our men's voices sound like. Then comes a poet like Archibald MacLeish, who hears those voices and makes us hear them too.
A complete copy of Columbia's broadcast, The States Talking, by Archibald MacLeish, has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company, in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Next week, our play is by Maxwell Anderson, American schoolteacher and journalist, Pulitzer Prize winner, author of What Price Glory, Winterset, and Valley Forge. It is called The Miracle of the Danube. The star, Paul Muni. As previously announced, on Sunday, May 4th, we complete this first cycle of Free Company dramas with a play based on the original sketch written by the late Sherwood Anderson. Charles Vanda produced, Irving Reese directed. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of today's broadcast, a statement was read by Burgess Meredith, a statement that told fully the purpose, the problems, and the principle of the Free Company. For those of you who may have tuned in too late to hear this message in its entirety, we bring you again Mr. Meredith speaking for the Free Company.
Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way, in one medium of expression, that a group of writers and actors and Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all its flaws and all its problems, still the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company, and the author of a series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1-a-year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at the Samuel and Meuse-Argonne offensives. And there's Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, of which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. Paul Green, whose play you heard last week, is a Pulitzer Prize winner and author of the current Broadway success, Native Son. He was a captain of engineers in the AEF. And then there are equally important Americans, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohen, Mark Connolly, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Orson Welles, whose stirring play on freedom of assembly you heard 2 weeks ago, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcast, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a free company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And has this enterprise been effective? Has it had any results? We can only say this. From the American listening public, we have received thousands of letters of appreciation from organizations of every kind, from Republicans and Democrats, rich and poor, men and women of every occupation, from soldiers and athletes, from the crippled, from the blind. It has been a stirring and reassuring experience to speak to the spirit of America and to feel that spirit respond.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, the Columbia Workshop, because of the approaching national elections and the attention they have focused on the supreme law of our land, presents sections of the Constitution of the United States. It is our hope that listening to the Constitution will stimulate in all of us a desire to know that document more intimately.
The Constitution of the United States, September 17th, 1787. The Preamble.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America.
Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives.
Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen.
Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union according to their respective numbers. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years in such manner as they shall by law direct. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment.
Section 3, modified by the 17th Amendment. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the 2nd class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the 3rd class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. The Vice President of the United States shall be the President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Section 4, modified by the 20th Amendment.
The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall begin at noon on the 3rd day of January, unless they shall by law appoint a different day.
Section 5, each House shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and the majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from date to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each House may provide. Each House shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy. And the yeas and nays of the members of either House on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal.
Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time. And no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office.
Section 7, All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it become a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it. But if not, he shall return it with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered. And if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress, by their adjournment, prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law.
Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States.
To borrow money on the credit of the United States.
To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, and with the Indian tribes.
To establish an uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States.
To coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures.
To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States.
To establish post offices and post roads.
To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries.
To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court.
To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations.
To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water.
To raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years.
To provide and maintain a navy.
To make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces.
To provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union. To press insurrections and repel invasions.
To provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states, respectively, the appointment of the officers, and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress.
To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by cession of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and
to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States, or in any department or officer thereof.
Section 9, modified by the 16th Amendment. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Article 2, Section 1, modified by the 12th Amendment.
The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America.
he shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with a vice president, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows.
Each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. But no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector.
The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for president and vice president, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as president, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as vice president. And they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as president, and of all persons voted for as vice president, and of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify, and transmit, sealed, to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers, not exceeding 3, on the list of those voted for as president, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the president. But in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice.
And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president, whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the vice president shall act as president, as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the president. The person having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the vice president. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person, except a natural-born citizen, or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States.
In case of the removal of the president from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the vice president, and the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the president and vice president, declaring what officer shall then act as president, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed or a president shall be elected. The president shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them.
Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. And he shall nominate and, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments.
Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States.
Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Article 3, Section 1.
The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall at stated times receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office.
Section 2, modified by the 11th Amendment.
The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority. To all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls. To all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. To controversies to which the United States shall be a party. To controversies between two or more states. Between citizens of different states. Between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed.
Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attainted.
Article 4, Section 1.
Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state, and the Congress may by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof.
Section 2.
The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up, to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime.
Section 4.
The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the legislature, or of the executive when the legislatures cannot be convened, against domestic violence.
Article 5.
The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments. which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate.
Article 6. This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding, the senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States.
Article 7. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states so ratifying the same.
Amendments to the Constitution of the United States. The First Amendment.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
The Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
The Third Amendment. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
The Fourth Amendment.
The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized.
The Fifth Amendment.
No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation.
The Sixth Amendment.
In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
The Seventh Amendment. In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
The Eighth Amendment.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
The Ninth Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
The 10th Amendment.
The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
The 13th Amendment.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The 14th Amendment, Section 1.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws.
Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, or elector of president and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability.
Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave. But all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void.
The 15th Amendment, Section 1.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
The 19th Amendment.
The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex.
The 20th Amendment, Section 1.
The terms of the President and Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of Senators and Representatives at noon on the 3rd day of January of the years in which such terms would have ended if this article had not been ratified, and the terms of their successors shall then begin.
You have been listening to sections of the Constitution of the United States, presented tonight on the Columbia Workshop because of the approaching national elections. It is our hope that by this presentation we shall have aroused a fresh desire in our listeners to familiarize themselves with this fundamental document of our national democracy. Next Sunday night at this same time, the Columbia Workshop will bring you a program of music by one of the world's outstanding living composers, Bela Bartok. The composer himself will appear as pianist. Tuesday is Election Day. CBS, as part of its established policy to give you an unbiased record of news of every kind, will bring to its nationwide audience complete and up-to-the-second reports of this great moment in the history of American democracy. From a central control in the CBS News studio, a staff of analysts, reporters, tabulators, checkers, copy readers, and technicians will coordinate the incoming tallies and bring to you instantly state-by-state interpretations of election trends. Elmer Davis, Albert Warner, and Bob Trout, radio veterans of many campaigns and elections, will be at the microphones until the final returns are in. Stay tuned to this station for the complete story Tuesday, November 5th. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presents program number 26 of 26 by Corwin.
Psalm for a Dark Year. An ode of thanksgiving written and directed by Norman Corwin, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Semler.
Who are willing, join us now, the living and the dead alike. Sit round our votive table and give thanks where thanks are due. We shall give thanks tonight for song and bread and such a thing as love and dogged hope, and for the guarantee of morning somewhere at some season. You must bring with you to the feast an offering. It can be little, one good grape, a grain of cinnamon, a sentiment, 3 bars of an old folk song, half a notion, a living thing that's glad of living, be it a mosquito fresh from lava or a floating spore. Sit where you will. There are no place cards here and no priority. The good right hand of fellowship is at your left, and at your right, perhaps, an antique pharaoh or a medieval saint, a poet temporarily run out of couplets, or a plumber just arrived from the installing of a sink. Please note there is no head to this round table. Instead, an empty chair reserved for any perfect man, and therefore fated to be empty. First now, the breaking of the bread. Who will say grace? St. Paul, will you kindly?
He that eateth, eateth unto the Lord, for he giveth God thanks.
There will be music such as this throughout, for song is celebration, whether it is tuned to joy or woe or to the passions in between. We who are thankful give up thanks for music and the instruments of music and the makers of the instruments of music. Yea, the sistrum and the dulcimer, the psaltery, the tabor, the cithara, the sackbut, and the looping horns. Listen to the big and buxom bulls. The gentle fiddles gambling across the staves. The piquant flute. The pastoral and plaintive oboe, singing of nostalgias we must always know. And the celeste, to which the planetoids prefer to dance. Also, that wondrous instrument which can speak words and give them meaning, inflect them, playing on the mind, the spirit bowstring, the human voice, the various and sweet and pungent human voice, now seraphim, now Satan. Oh, this is a hearty congregation, great old Greeks and grocers' clerks and young maids from Carolina looking for careers in New York City, and a shipping clerk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 2 emperors of China, and a mild professor from Ohio, and a girl named Rhoda with rheumatic fever, farm hands, and a locomotive engineer, and sailormen, and actors' agents, and a lissom tightrope walker thankful for a solid rope beneath his feet. Each is thankful in his fashion and his measure.
I, for the earth and weathers, being a farmer, for the sun, which is good, and the rain, which is good, and for the rising before dawn, and the frosty air, and the placid animals, to whom I am the god of feed, the giver of the corn and grain. And I am thankful for the day, which is good, and the night, which is good, and for the hard one sleeping, which is also good. And I am thankful for the plow in my hand, and the tilling of the land in fall, for crops to be sown in winter, and the tilling of the land in spring, for the Indian corn of summer. I'm not thankful for potato bugs or the maize smut, but am for the well-framed orchards and the grafted trees and the gathered harvest.
I am thankful for the day which is good. I am thankful for the night which is good. And I am thankful for the sun. I am thankful for the rain. I am thankful for the plow in my hand.
I for the bay at low tide. I'm an eel fisher and a clam fisher. For the flats at low tide, I guess, and the salty smell. For my clam rake and spade, I guess, and the spear I use to snag eels with, and the bellboy off by the shoals. And then the seagulls which circle overhead and glide along the beach all day looking for clams, too, like me. And I like to think sometimes of the thin rim of dried salt on the spit of sand where the last wave breaks when the tide's going out, and of the bright days when the water is blue, and the gray days when the water is gray. I'm thankful to God for clams and eels and low tide, I guess.
I am thankful to God for clams and eels. I am thankful to God for clams and eels and the low tide.
I, being a mother several times over, am thankful for the love of it and the pain of it, for the growth up from the crib and the teething and all the trouble and the coming out of trouble, for the cured abscess of the ear which Emmy had, getting better the way it did after we were so worried and sat up all night for 2 nights and didn't get a wink of sleep. Yes, and for Charles getting over being tongue-tied, and Joe, the wild boy, getting married to such a fine girl as Louise and settling down. And for my husband, Donald, to have lived to see his eldest daughter, Hannah, married and bringing up a nice family. And for the letters that the children write me whenever they can, and the cards they send me on Mother's Day, and for the radio when it gets lonely, especially in the wintertime when all the summer folk have gone away. For all these things and many others, I am thankful.
I am thankful for the love of it and the pain of it. I am thankful for the love and faithful for the pain.
What of the seasons? Shall we not say thanks for seasons and the zones between them, when they are neither here nor there, but surely coming? For the time in March, when the crocus goes to town, and the robin makes reconnaissance, and the icicle is given orders to relax. For the time in June, when the laziest bud, the last to leaf, says, all right, I am ready. Summer may begin. Bring on the south wind, the cicadas, and the bees that I've heard so much about.
Oh, surely, sure. Let this be celebrated in our best tradition by a song. By not too young a song, since spring and summer are an ancient team. A song, let's say, of summer's coming in. It must be old, but fresh, familiar, yet a little different each time met with as summertime herself.
Summer is a coming in, summer is a coming in. Grow a seed and blow a seed and spring and wood and you, sing hurrah, you know it ashes and forecast, a blow it come, a blow it full of crowded, flocky, crowded, merry, sing hurrah. Summer is a coming in, sing hurrah.
Now, may I rise to thank the master painter of the year?
Well, who's that?
October. No Louvre in the world is big enough to hold his landscapes. He is exhibited in every tinctured leaf and hung in every meadow. Have you seen his skyscapes?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, indeed. They say he mixes pigments out of elemental stuffs and ranges far afield. Did you know his greens come from a special patch of the Aegean? His reds from Yuma in the eyes of Bengal tigers and the powdered beaks of tropical toucans? His oranges are skimmed, they say, from surfaces of rising moons.
Well, where do his tints of hazel come from?
Or hazelnuts.
His plum colors?
From plums.
His fawn from fawns?
Precisely.
Is he not a marvel, then, October?
Yes, he is.
Not worth a canticle?
Oh, worth several. Here is one for now.
If you really want to know about October, ask the squirrel what has gotten into him. Ask the ant why he's so sober in the good month of October, in the good month of October. Ask the pumpkin and the corn and the crisp and sunny earth, and the woodland and the house, and the rabbits and the squirrels. If you really want to know, if you really want to know about October.
Come, this is mockery, this festive hour.
A mockery? How now?
This breaking bread while famine grins in every land. This music while the whistling bomb sets pitch for all the sharp-tuned instruments of death. This talk of landscapes when the color of the earth is red and growing redder, and you know it. Are you proposing thanks?
Yes, we are.
Why, if Satan himself was sitting here among us, he could reasonably proffer thanks to all of our kind for many favors done him and continuing. His horsemen thunder down the ways. His legions multiply like festering bacteria. How can our thanksgivings be unaffected knowing this?
Look, no empire built of darkness and disease of soul shall give us pause. The interlocking fury of free men will, like a blinding and a sterilizing shaft of light, nullify such decay. What comes of festering bacteria in the sunlight?
It doesn't matter. While we speak, new fallen angels plummet from the skies like a malignant hail. The air is a shriek with misery. Yea, the earth is fevered. Pity and mercy both are exiled to a foreign star. And charity's aghast to see 1 million of our brothers writhing in the puddle of their blood.
Has there ever been a tempest time did not outride? The truth that was mixed in with the molten ores when still our smoking planet sought a place among the systems, that truth awaits extraction like a rare but mighty radium deep in the bowels of the earth. Those who have held it shining in their hands never will be countervailed.
Never countervailed.
Though crucifixion test it, and armies of defenders stagger backward through the night. Once we understand, no weapon in the hand of any host of any hell can strike asunder man from man. Brothers are not for long divisible. Let us be thankful now for this.
I verify this thing. I who have come a long distance to this table and must go far hence. I verify this thing, that brotherhood is not so wild a dream as those who profit by postponing it pretend. It cannot be that common kindness and a working plan are more bizarre imaginings than that a man should squeeze the world into a room and speak across it casually and be heard. I am a wanderer. Was born in exile as my father was, and as my children will be. I am of a race which lives in every clime and under every flag except its own. I verify this thing. Let now the ram's horn of my father's tribe resound a note of thankfulness for perseverance and for law, for strength out of adversity and order out of chaos. Listen to it. As the shrill wind blowing down the wrinkled plains of Shinar, through the selfsame wildernesses, past the hoary head of Sinai, blows the melancholy shofar. Sounds the shofar down the ages. Egypt, Jericho and Persia, Greece and Rome, and the dispersion, pogrom, ghetto, inquisition, past the rise and fall of empires, past the ebb and flow of eras, through the gauntlet of affliction, index in humanitarum, pox and phthisis, plague and cannon, still above the blare of trumpets, still above the brass of hatred, blows the horn of benediction. Men have listened. Men have listened. They will listen yet tomorrow for the horn of benediction. For the horn of benediction.
May I speak for a moment, having but a moment left to speak in? I, too, am listening for a horn to blow, one which will call me from this time and place to another time and place. In this, my 92nd year, my eyes grown dim, my hearing poor, sleeping most of the time, the foothills of sleep before I reach the mountains. I am thankful for still, clear memories, both big and little, happy and sorrowful. Of the dress I wore at Lincoln's second inaugural ball. Of meeting Edward on a sleigh ride one December night when the moon was new and Mount Toby lay frozen under stars that seemed so low you could almost touch them. Of the morning Ralph was born. Of how little Edwina died of the diphtheria. Of all the other memories, the many, many other things too full to hint at, too many to contain. I joke with my grandchildren when they come to see me now. I tell them I'm like a Minuteman, ready to go at a moment's notice.
Will you pardon my appearance, good friends all? I am but lately risen from the grave, one of 100 who were stood one morning, one bright morning, between a dozen muzzles and a wall. Tonight it rains where we were lowered in the ground, a rain of mid-November falling cold upon the countryside, spreading its sorrows over, cautioning the earth that winter is coming, winter in the bone, and winter in the flesh, and winter on the clean-swept hearthstone. We who are so early quit of this sweet place, young and unready for the quiet, loving the tug of the wind and the swaying grass, the pillowing breasts of our beloved, and the laughter of our children, loving the look of the day in the east, but seeing it no more, turned away and face to face with night. We who are solemn with dust upon our lips, whisper now our thankfulness in chorus, that we have been noted, that we shall not be forgotten, that good men, good understanding men, have noted that we shall not be forgotten. For this much thanks.
Sons of men, daughters of the mingled lovers of the many tribes who make us what we are. Brothers, sisters by the millions, sitting with us at this table, encircled round us through the far, wide-spreading states. What year this is, we shall not soon forget. Remark it, each of you belonging to it. This year shall skulk among the blackest annals ever, pitied, wondered on, and sung about as long as our posterity looks back to see the how and why of what has gone before. None of us makes pretense to himself of tranquil temper. There are no barefoot pleasures in these hobnailed times. The world is burning. It is burning. Flame is never subtle in its ways. It has a pattern all can recognize. We smell the smoke and feel the scorching air and see the embers snatched up by the winds and blown this way and that. But we are thankful in this graceless year for the strong joy of the challenge, for defiance in the nostril and the weapon in the hand. Shall we despair, who've suckled freedom on the brew of vintages of wrath? Shall we be thankless for the passions stirring in our blood, the love of country, of each spine of cactus and each particle of mist? Shall we be thankless for the way we walk, fearlessly, not stealing glances backward, for the way we talk, for scorn and laughter, and the clenching of the fist. Come, come, Americans, come now, and praise the broken bread together, and the fiddle, and the tilling of the land, the bellboy by the shoals, and Joe, the wild boy, getting married to Louise. Praise now October and the Song of Songs together. Praise the men who never shall forget. The steel mills working through the night. The rifle factory, the weapon in the hand. Arise now and give thanks where thanks are due.
You have been listening to Psalm for a Dark Year, a Thanksgiving ode written, directed, and produced by Norman Corwin as program number 26 in the Columbia Workshop special cycle 26 by Corwin. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. The principal narration was done by Mr. Corwin. Others in the cast were Martin Gable, Parker Fenley, Ann Boley, Frank Lovejoy, Martin Wolfson, Hester Sundergaard, Sidney Smith, Gene Ellen, Ian Martin, and Charles Carroll. In closing 26 by Corwin, we present Davidson Taylor, who resumes next week as producer of the Columbia Workshop.
Tonight we have heard the last broadcast in what has been, even for the Columbia Workshop, a most unusual series. 26 shows written, directed, and produced by one man. The Columbia Network is proud not only of 26 by Corwin, but also of other such landmarks in radio drama as Seems Radio's Here to Stay, They Fly Through the Air, and The Plot to Overthrow Christmas, all by Corwin. Most of us remember when Norman Corwin's name was new to the Workshop. It is one of the Workshop's jobs to find new talents and give them proper hearings. During the coming weeks, we shall hear the work of a number of new writers, and we are excited, frankly, about the quality and variety of their scripts. We have in store for you a regional show, a satire, a farce, a document, a fantasy, an opera, and a melodrama which belong in Workshop company. Every Sunday at this time, we invite you to share the pleasures of discovery with us. We'll try to go on doing what the Workshop has attempted ever since the first broadcast on July 18th, 1936. We'll try to bring you every week something you could have heard nowhere else in radio.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, partially transcribed, by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing. We say one and only because there just isn't any other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is different, and it tastes different. Miracle Whip tastes so good it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created. More Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it. Make your salads better tasting with the one and only Miracle Whip. The great Gildersleeve has never plunged into the sea of matrimony, but he does like to dangle his toes in the water once in a while. A few days ago, he met a Miss Gloria McKinley, manager of the complaint department at Hogan Brothers. He hasn't had a date with her yet, but this afternoon he has persuaded her to let him drive her home from work. Accordingly, we find him parked in front of the store with his motor running.
I better leave it running, too. That policeman in the corner has his eye on me, and I'm parked in a loading zone. Well, I'm waiting to pick up a pretty little package. Right, George, I want to make a good impression on her. Should have washed the car. I didn't notice Leroy written in the dust on the hood. Oh, well.
You, Gildy.
Uh-oh, Judge Hooker. He would have to show up.
Gildy, you're in a loading zone.
I know it, Judge.
And your motor's running.
I know that, too.
Why don't you turn it off before it boils over?
Well, it is beginning to steam.
You better start it up again, Gildy. You're too close to the fire plug.
Oh, my goodness. The only backseat driver I ever saw who stands on the curb.
Are you waiting for somebody?
Judge, I'm not just sitting here trying to run out of gas.
Oh, I know. It's closing time, and I'll bet you're waiting for Miss McKinley. Do you have a date?
You bet. She's letting me drive her home.
Well, I guess she figures that's better than taking the bus.
Yes.
She can save a dime and make fewer stops. Unless you plan to stop and watch the sun setting behind the reservoir.
Judge, will you please go away?
As it happens, Gildy, I must. I'm going home and read my 4th of July speech. I'm orating at Kraft Park.
Well, I thought Congressman Greenhall was going to speak.
Well, he's leaving for the convention, and I'm reading the speech that he prepared.
Oh?
I suppose you'll be there to hear me?
There must be a better way to spend the 4th than listening to an old goat.
Gildy, I don't exactly relish the assignment. Miss Matterhorn is vacationing at Virginia Lakes, and I'd planned to go up there for the 4th.
Judge, I don't envy you reading somebody else's speech.
Well, if I don't like what the congressman has written, I can always preface saying, the views expressed in the speech do not necessarily represent the views of the speaker.
Step aside, Judge.
What?
Here comes Miss McKinley.
Oh, I'll open the door.
Judge, let me open it.
It's already open.
Busybody. Hello, Miss McKinley.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not at all. I've kept him entertained.
Judge, hop in, Miss McKinley.
Oh, thank you.
Judge, you may now close the door.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, all right. Miss McKinley, may I present Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Judge?
This is a rare pleasure, Miss McKinley.
Look at him bow. If he isn't careful, he'll bump his head on the running board. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
I told you goodbye, Gildy. Why don't you go?
Yes. Come on, car.
Could your car be out of gas?
Oh, the water commissioner doesn't burn gas. He burns water.
Oh, Judge.
Darn car would have to embarrass me at a time like this.
My, what a noisy car.
Goodbye, Judge.
Why don't you bring it to the park on the 4th and we'll use it instead of firecrackers?
Courtroom comedian.
Is Judge Hooker a friend of yours?
He poses as one.
Well, all in one afternoon, I've met a distinguished judge, and I'm being driven home by the city water commissioner.
Well, Miss McKinley, you'd be riding in a new car if this wasn't election year. You've heard the cracks about freezers and fur coats and stuff like that, I guess.
Uh-huh. You men in the public eye have so many things to think about.
Well, scarcely a day goes by that I don't think about something.
I've always wondered what important men talk about.
So have I. Oh! You mean the judge and me?
Of course. Oh, you don't have to be so modest, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you.
Well, now, what problems were you two men wrestling with?
Nothing important, really. When you came up, we were just discussing the 4th of July speech.
Oh, are you going to deliver the speech at the 4th of July celebration?
Me?
Oh, thrilling.
Well, anyway, that's what the judge and I were discussing.
And he was asking you to deliver the speech.
Well, no, not exactly, Miss McKinley. Originally, our congressman was supposed to make the speech. But he couldn't be here, so he had to ask somebody else.
So the congressman himself asked you. Are you a close friend of his, too?
Well, I voted for him. He helped put him in office, I mean.
How wonderful that he asked you to take his place. What are you going to say in front of all those people, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it much thought.
I don't suppose that's a problem to an experienced orator like you.
Well, you can be sure I'll come up with something. I wonder what I will come up with. So that's how it happened, Marjorie. Now I'm behind the 8 ball.
Unky, why did you lead her to believe you were going to make the speech?
I didn't. When a woman wants to believe something, she just believes it.
I got an idea, Unc.
What's that, Leroy?
Tell her you can't make the speech because you have laryngitis.
But I don't have laryngitis.
Go get your feet wet and catch it.
Leroy, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not even supposed to give the speech. That's Judge Hooker's job.
Why didn't you just tell her Judge Hooker was supposed to do it?
Well, she made it sound like such a big thing, I couldn't say no. She'll probably be sitting in the front row, and if I don't appear, she'll think I'm a braggart.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just trying to attract attention to myself.
Yeah.
She'll lose respect for me.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just a big...
Windbag?
Yeah. Leroy.
Well, just helping you out.
Yeah, well, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
What are you going to do, Unky?
Well, now that I'm in this deep, there's only one thing to do. Call her and tell her she made a mistake about the whole thing.
She made a mistake.
Well, she got the wrong impression. I'll tell her Judge Hooker is making the speech.
Oh, I think that's very wise, Unky.
You bet. She'll like me better if I tell her the truth. Yeah, I'll drive over and see her right now and clear up the situation.
I'll get it!
All right, Bertie. If it's for me, I'm just leaving.
Yes, sir. It's Gilsey, President. One moment, please. It's you, Miss Gilsey.
Bertie, I said I was leaving.
Yes, sir, but this is a lady. And when there's a lady on the phone, I know you ain't going nowhere.
Oh, well. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Gloria McKinley.
Miss McKinley? Oh, yes, Miss McKinley. Well, I was just thinking about you. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, I hope you don't think it's terrible of me to phone you, but there's something I must talk to you about, too.
Good. Glad you called, but first let me clear up something about that 4th of July speech.
Speech of yours is what has me so excited. I've just had the most marvelous idea.
Oh?
Hogan Brothers is having a special 4th of July window display.
Yeah, fine. Now, about the speech.
I'm coming to that. I'm so thrilled about your making the speech. I'm having our art department put a sign in the store window.
The sign in the window?
Telling people not to miss the important address to be delivered in Craft Park by Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Zeke.
What?
Miss McKinley, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, it was nothing.
Yes, it was. You don't understand. Suppose I don't even make the speech.
But you said you were going to.
Now, wait a minute, Miss McKinley.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you weren't just leading me on, were you?
Miss McKinley, I'd never do that.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. Now then, what did you want to talk to me about? You said there was something that needed clearing up.
Clearing up? Oh, yes, yes. Well, it's a little cloudy. I hope the weather clears up so I can give that speech.
The sun is shining at my house.
It isn't shining over here.
You look a little better this morning, Unc. You don't look so worried and wrinkled.
Leroy, I'm not wrinkled. And I do feel better this morning.
I don't get it. You meet a new girl, and the first time you take her out, you get yourself in a big hassle.
Yeah, I'm not in a hassle. I figured the whole thing out.
Yeah?
Judge Hooker doesn't want to make the 4th of July speech anyway. All I have to do is offer to make it for him. He'll be delighted. Then he can go to Virginia Lakes and see Miss Matterhorn.
He'd rather look at Miss Matterhorn than make a speech?
Well, there's no accounting for tastes. Yeah, I'm stopping here in the judge's office, my boy. See you later.
So long,
Yeah, the judge's door is open. Look at him wave his arms. I wonder if he's practicing his speech or there's a bee in his office.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to preface my remarks by relating an amusing little anecdote.
He's working on his speech, all right.
On my way to Craft Park this afternoon, I met two gentlemen named Pat and Mike.
Pat and Mike. Judge!
Pat said to Mike...
Judge, do you mind if I interrupt?
Oh, hello, Gildy. I was just rehearsing the opening of my 4th of July address.
Well, Judge, you can forget the speech.
What?
Yeah, I know your heart isn't in it. You'd rather go up and join Miss Matterhorn.
Well, the speech is knocking me out of the trip.
It doesn't have to. I've come to do you a big favor, old friend.
Oh?
I've decided to make the speech for you.
You have? Why?
Why? Well, Judge, don't ask silly questions. Just take advantage of my generous offer and hit the road.
Gildy, why are you so anxious to get me out of town? You must have a reason.
Well, I'm only thinking of you and Miss Matterhorn. You know you want to be with her, and she wants to be with you.
Well, yes, she does. I had a card from her this morning saying, having wonderful time, wish you were here.
You see, Judge? Now get going and forget about the speech. Just hand it to me.
No, I'd better make the speech. The congressman asked me.
Well, you can ask me. Go ahead, ask me. I'll do it. In fact, I've got to do it.
I won't do that to our congressman.
Oop. You know I'm a better speaker than you are.
Is that so? I heard you speak at the Elks Club once, and even the stuffed elk got up and walked out.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. The time is early evening. The place is your dining room. The table is set with your best linen and china and silver because you're expecting guests. And you, the hostess and star of this drama, are proudly bringing in the most beautiful and elegant-looking salad you've ever fixed. You're relaxed, too, sure that this salad will taste just as delicious as it looks because you've used the salad dressing you know will give it just the right flavor. Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip salad dressing has a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. It's a lively, teasing flavor. Distinctive, too, one you won't find in any other salad dressing. That's because Miracle Whip is a different kind of salad dressing. It's made from a secret Kraft recipe and gives you the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine, rich mayonnaise. Miracle Whip has a perfect texture, too. Creamy thick and smooth as satin because this salad dressing is blended carefully with special Kraft beaters. No wonder it's America's favorite salad dressing, the most popular salad dressing ever created. So whether you're fixing fancy company salads or the simplest salad in the world for your family, remember to make it extra delicious. Make it with Miracle Whip. Well, the great Gildersleeve was so anxious to impress his new girlfriend, Miss McKinley, that he was willing to let her believe he was making the important 4th of July address in Craft Park. Now, the water commissioner is in hot water.
The judge certainly did surprise me, Marjorie. He didn't care a thing about making the speech until he found out somebody else wanted to do it.
Well, that's a very human reaction, Unky.
Yeah, that's the trouble with the old goat. He's too human. He immediately suspected that I was up to something.
Weren't you?
Well, naturally. But what sort of a friend is he to accuse me of it?
Ain't you giving the speech, Miss Gildersleeve?
Apparently not, Bertie.
Yes, sir. But there's a sign in Hogan Brothers' window that says you are.
I know, Bertie.
It says here, Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speak on the 4th of July.
I saw that sign, Bertie, but it's misleading.
Then you're not reading the congressman's speech?
No, the congressman really asked the judge.
Because the congressman didn't want to?
Well, he wanted to, but he couldn't, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am.
And the judge didn't want to, but I do, so now he wants to.
Oh, yes, sir. I wonder if that speech knows who's going to make it.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, the congressman wanted to make it, but he couldn't, and the judge could and would, but he didn't want to. Then you come along and want to, but couldn't, because when you wanted the judge to give it up, he wouldn't.
Bertie, it isn't funny.
No, sir.
Unky, don't you think you should call Miss McKinley and tell her to take that sign out of the window?
Well, I'm going to phone the judge and give him one more chance to change his mind. I hate to crawl back to him and beg him, but beggars can't be choosers.
Hello? Judge Hooker speaking.
Hello, Judge. About that speech you don't want to give.
What about it, Gildy?
Well, I just wondered if you wouldn't reconsider.
I have reconsidered.
You have?
My answer is still no.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw that sign in Hogan Brothers' window.
Well, then you see, I have to make the speech or I'll be the laughing stock of the town.
Good. May I be the first to laugh? Now hang up, will you? I'm busy. I have a million things to do.
But
I have to study my lines, go to the barber shop, stop by the cleaners from a blue suit. It's the only one that I can wear for the speech.
Oh? You don't have another suit?
When I thought I was going to rough it at Virginia Lakes, I sent all my suits to the cleaners. They're rushing my blue serge for me.
Well, Judge. Horace, old friend. If you're so busy, why don't I stop by and pick up your suit for you?
Would you do that for me, Gildy?
You bet. Naturally, I want to do anything I can to help make the 4th of July a success.
Well, Gildy, be sure to pick it up before 5. The cleaners are closed over the 4th.
Don't worry, Judge. You'll have something to wear.
Thank you, Gildy, old friend. I have to hang up now and get busy.
Yeah, I have to get busy, too. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
You don't seem the least bit upset about not getting to make the speech.
Oh, not a bit, my dear. Just imagine. The judge doesn't have a thing to wear tomorrow.
What's so funny? Unky, you are going to pick up the judge's suit, aren't you?
Sure. But there could be many a slip between the cleaners and Judge Hooker's house. Bertie!
Yes, sir?
Is Leroy's little blue suit up in the closet? Yeah, Gildersleeve, you're pretty clever. Pretty clever the way you outfoxed the judge. Yeah, I had quite a time explaining why I didn't bring the suit by last night. Now it's too late for him to do anything about it. Ooh, wait until he tries to put on Leroy's suit. And lucky for the old judge, I can step into the breach, though. Yeah, I can see Miss McKinley now, sitting in the front row in something summery, listening to me give the speech.
Well, Gildy, it's about time you got here.
Hello, Judge. Here's the suit in the bag.
All right, give it to me.
Don't be so impatient, Judge.
If you'll excuse me, I'll slip into the next room. I want to dress and rehearse my speech in front of the mirror.
Oh, brother. Wait until he sees himself in that suit.
If you hadn't shown up with this suit, I'd have had to leave for Virginia Lakes. I certainly couldn't make the speech in my bathing suit.
Well, your barber pole swimsuit covers you pretty well, Judge.
I can't see very well in here. Gildy, are you sure this is my suit?
It's blue serge.
That's funny. Feels awfully small.
And maybe you've gained weight, Judge.
I might have gained a couple of pounds, but I know I haven't grown this much. Why, the pants cuffs come clear up to my knees.
They do?
Yeah. Everything shrunk. Gildy, come in here and look at this.
I'd like to.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness. Judge, you can't stand up in public like that.
Stand up? I can't even sit down.
Judge, don't try it.
I can't bend. See?
Oh! Leroy's suit. Bertie, how's my new suit? I'm going to need it.
It's pressed and in the closet. Are you making a speech?
You bet. The judge is on his way to Virginia Lakes.
Yes, sir.
You should have seen him trying to squeeze into Leroy's pants.
Yes, sir. Where's Leroy's suit now?
Well, I'll have to buy him a new one. But it was worth it. I sure tricked the old judge.
Yes, sir, but this ain't April Fool's Day, you know.
What's this, Bertie?
This is the 4th of July, and that's Independence Day. It ain't April Fool's Day.
Now, Bertie.
The judge don't get to speak, and Leroy lost his pants, but that don't make it April Fool's Day. This is Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Gilsleeve, you know why you don't play April Fool jokes on the 4th of July?
Yes,
That's
Bertie.
right, because it's Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Good old Bertie. She takes Independence Day pretty seriously. Well, I do, too. That's why I want to be with Miss McKinley. She seems to like big shots, and by George, that's exactly what I am. I'll mesmerize her with my speech, and then take her to the hot dog stand. Never mind, Bertie. I'm right here. Wonder who that is. Hope the judge didn't decide to come back and speak in his bathing suit.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Miss McKinley. I didn't expect to see you. Come in.
Oh, I haven't time. I just stopped by on my way out of town.
Out of town?
But I just couldn't leave without wishing you luck with your speech today.
Miss McKinley, you're not going to be there?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm going to Hogan Brothers' 4th of July picnic with the assistant manager.
Assistant manager? But I thought you wanted to hear me speak.
Oh, I do. But I can't afford to offend the assistant manager.
You can't?
Mr. Gildersleeve, he's an important man.
But what about me?
Oh, you can read me the speech some other time. Goodbye now, and I'll be thinking about you every minute.
Big help.
When are you leaving for the park, Unc?
Oh, I don't care whether I go or not, Leroy. Somehow my heart isn't in reading the speech.
Well, gosh, you sure worked enough angles to get the chance.
Now, Leroy, all this is Judge Hooker's doings.
What?
What a sneaky thing to do. Run off to Virginia Lakes and have the time of his life, toss his old speech in my lap.
Get him. Oh, brother.
I don't have to make this speech. I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Oh, that's right. She ran out on you, didn't she?
Leroy.
Mr. Gilsleeve, aren't you putting on your new suit?
Oh, I don't know, Bertie.
It's getting late. I see people heading for Craft Park.
I'm going to parade with the Boy Scouts, Unc.
Good for you, my boy.
I just saw a man in a uniform pass here with a bass drum. There's going to be big doings today.
Great. Leroy, I think I'll let you take the speech down and give it to somebody on the committee.
Yeah? Who?
Well, give it to Mr. Sprague. He likes to be in the limelight.
Is this the speech here on the table?
What's the speech about?
It says freedom.
And you ain't going to read it, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Bertie, it isn't my job. Congressman Greenhall wrote the speech. It was his job to give it.
Yes, sir.
And then it was the judge's job. And then they wished the job onto me.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Unc, it says here that freedom is everybody's job.
What's that?
The speech says the survival of our freedom depends on everybody.
Oh?
And listen to this. If we want to preserve the liberties we commemorate on this 4th of July, each of us must conscientiously work at being good citizens.
Yes, sir. If you want to do anything right, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good cook, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good citizen, you got to work at it.
That's true, Bertie.
Hey, get a load of this, Unc. Being a good citizen means voting in elections, keeping informed and making our opinions known to our representatives, serving on juries and school boards, and... Unc, how about that time you wiggled out of jury duty?
Well, I did get off the jury, but I was serving on the school board at the time. Let me see that speech, Leroy.
Sure.
Freedom. Represented. This makes a lot of sense. Our American heritage, the rights and liberties which we cherish, must be made an increasingly vital part of our everyday life. We must work together to keep our freedom, not just take it for granted.
That's right.
And by George, we'd better watch it. We could lose some of those liberties before we know it. Come on, Leroy. We're going down to Kraft Park and tell them a thing or two.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. Too hot to cook? Make a cool, easy salad main dish and make it really delicious with Miracle Whip salad dressing. And I mean really delicious, because Miracle Whip has such a wonderful flavor, a peppy flavor, a flavor that folks everywhere call just right. It's a different flavor, too, one no other salad dressing has. Try Miracle Whip on the very next salad you make. See how much better tasting your salads are when you make them with the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing.
You got the speech, Unc?
You bet. Right here in my inside pocket.
Boy, if you lost that, you'd be sunk.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you gotta have something to read. You haven't got it memorized.
Well, I'd get up there and say something. I know a few things, my boy. I've got quite a bit of history right at my fingertips.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. Did you know, my boy, that yesterday was the 85th birthday of one of our closest neighbors?
Oh, Mr. Bullard?
Mr. Bullard, no. It was the 85th birthday of our country's good neighbor to the north, Canada.
No kidding.
That's right. The United States and Canada have been good neighbors for more years than you could count, working together, each contributing to the prosperity of the other. We have the kind of working friendship that should be a lesson and an inspiration to other countries all over the world. All right, George, let's all wish Canada a happy birthday. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Gloria Blondell. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday throughout the summer for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Who likes sandwiches? Just about everyone, when they're made with Miracle Sandwich Spread. Miracle Sandwich Spread gives sandwiches a wonderfully different, delicious flavor. Created by Kraft, Miracle Sandwich Spread is made from America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip, and spicy relishes. For quick, easy, thrifty sandwiches, use Miracle Sandwich Spread alone between slices of bread, or use it along with the meat or cheese sandwich filling you like best. Get it tomorrow. Miracle Sandwich Spread.
Tonight, hear the best of Groucho Marx on NBC.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail? This This is Burgess Meredith in Hollywood speaking for the Free Company. Today we hear Francho Tone and Gail Patrick in a new radio play by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night. The Free Company is a group of leading writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined together on their own initiative to present a series of dramas illustrating and explaining our basic American liberties. All members contribute their services as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make that way of living together possible. The list of writers for the Free Company includes some of the most distinguished names in American letters. 9 Free Company members have won Pulitzer Prize awards. Our dramatists include Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, and John Steinbeck. Today, Robert E. Sherwood's play, An American Crusader, seeks to honor the memory of a man who fought against cruel odds for freedom of speech and for freedom of the press. His name was Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. He lived more than 100 years ago when our country was in a period of growing uncertainty and fear, increasing doubt of the permanence of our institutions. Americans in Lovejoy's time could be heard saying many of the same things that we hear today.
People are hollering about the need for national unity, but there ain't no such thing. Got to abolish slavery. There can be no compromise with evil.
If we keep on the way we're going, we'll be in war, and that'll mean the end of democracy.
What this country needs is sound money. This new doctrine of President Monroe sounds good on paper, but it won't work. The trouble with this country is we're getting mixed up in the politics of Europe. The trouble with this country is...
One of the greatest American voices was raised in an expression of faith at the dedication of the Bunker Hill Monument in Boston. It was the voice of Daniel Webster.
If the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Human agency cannot extinguish it. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven.
So spoke Daniel Webster, and his words burned into the soul of young Elijah Lovejoy, who had gone from his native Maine to the Theological Seminary in Princeton. A day before his graduation, he is called to the office of Dr. Guthrie, the Dean of the Saints.
Oh, Mr. Lovejoy, I'm glad to see you. Do sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to have a word with you before you leave us. I knew there would be no time in the midst of tomorrow's ceremonies. Of course, like all the others, you'll be glad to be out of this stuffy, scholastic atmosphere.
I'll never stop being grateful to you, sir, for your kindness, your understanding.
I hope you really mean that, Mr. Lovejoy.
I shouldn't say it if I didn't mean it, Dr. Guthrie.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. I've observed that you're one who isn't afraid to speak his mind. I believe you'll make a great name for yourself as a minister of the gospel.
Dr. Guthrie, I have a confession to make.
I'm eager to hear it, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm not going to preach the gospel. At least not from the pulpit.
But tomorrow you'll be ordained as a minister. You've been working hard for years to reach that goal.
I know it. But there's a great battle going on. A battle which will decide whether freedom and slavery can continue to exist side by side in the same country, in the same world. I want to join in that fight.
And how do you propose to fight, and where?
I have an opportunity to become editor of a newspaper in St. Louis, Missouri. That's where the fight's strongest. You feel I'm making a mistake?
Naturally, I'm disappointed. I've been a minister of the gospel all my life. For the past 30 years and more, I've been instructing young men like yourself in the Word of God.
And you taught it well, Dr. Guthrie. So well that you filled me with a desire to preach it. Not only from the pulpit, but in the marketplace, in the streets, on the farms, and across the great waters. For the Word of God is the promise of justice to all men, equality for all men, freedom for all men by God's will. I know I can say these things in the church to pious people, but I believe I can say them more strongly through the press, the free press, more people will hear them.
You realize, don't you, that in following this course you'll be risking your life? This war you're entering, it's a bitter war. A war to the death.
I realize that, Dr. Guthrie, but if I am risking my life, it could not be in a better cause.
That is no more than the truth, Mr. Lovejoy. May God give you strength in the battle that is ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Elijah Lovejoy went to St. Louis. He gained recognition as a young man of high promise, of courage, of intelligence, and integrity, and there was no one more appreciative of his good qualities than a certain young lady named Cecilia Ann French.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, miss. What can I do for you?
We want a marriage license.
Well, I suspected as much, seeing as this is the Marriage License Bureau. Name, please.
Elijah Parrish Lovejoy.
Date and place of birth.
Albion, Maine, November 9th, 1802.
And the lovely bride.
Celia Ann French, born right here in St. Louis.
You don't have to say when. Your occupation, Mr. Lovejoy?
I'm a minister of the gospel. And I'm editor of the St. Louis Observer.
Oh, I thought I'd seen your name somewhere. Been having a mite of trouble, haven't you, Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, a little.
Well, I guess everybody is these days. Here's your license. Wish you both luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah.
Yes.
What did he mean, trouble?
Oh, nothing in particular. All newspaper editors have trouble as part of our job.
Elijah, don't lie to me. You have been having a particular kind of trouble, for my father said.
I know what your father says. He thinks I'm one of those crazy reformers who'd better keep their ideas to themselves.
And maybe he's right, Elijah. If you endanger yourself by expressing those ideas.
Celia, listen to me. Your father's a dear old gentleman who has a fine, big plantation and many slaves. And a beautiful daughter. And ideas and beliefs that are not the same as mine. He doesn't think anything should ever be changed.
And you think everything should be changed?
Not quite everything, but many things. Oh, I don't say your father isn't justified in his convictions. But he doesn't realize that times have changed. That what was true in his time is no longer true in yours and mine. He helped shape and build his world, as you and I must shape and build our world, Celia.
But if it means danger and trouble.
There is always danger and trouble when men battle for truth. Celia, darling, I love you more than anything in the world except one thing.
And that one thing?
Man's liberty.
But that's only an idea.
Not an idea, Celia. An ideal. An ideal for which men have fought and died since the beginning of history. It's a never-ending battle, for in every generation there's a new threat, a new menace. And it must be met, no matter what the cost.
I'm not sure that I understand. And I'm a little frightened, too. Oh, Elijah, promise me. Promise me you'll keep out of danger for my sake.
I promise to love you for as long as I shall live. Be content with that, darling. And right now, let's forget everything except the one important fact that we're going to be married.
We've given you fair warning, Mr. Lovejoy. That's all.
meant by the battle for truth?
Yes, this is what I meant.
The country was becoming more seriously divided. One group was shouting slavery must be abolished. The other group was shouting each state must mind its own business and leave its neighbors alone. Lovejoy was forced to move his printing press across the Mississippi River to Alton in Illinois. There he and his bride set up housekeeping anew, and he started another newspaper.
Look, darling, the first issue of the Alton Observer. Aren't you proud? You read it.
Slavery is a crime against God and man. It is poison in the very lifeblood of human society. But, Elijah, you're saying the very same things that you said in St. Louis.
Of course I am. They're the truth.
But people don't want to hear the truth.
Nonsense, Celia. Illinois is a free territory. It was the truth that set us free. It will keep us free.
It's all very well to fight for the truth, but not at the risk of losing your home and happiness and maybe your own life.
I wish I could make you understand, Celia, that the truth for which I fight is worth all that risk. Once you see that, once you understand, then you'll not fear any longer.
In a way, I understand. But it all seems so hopeless. You're only one man against a city. What good does it do to raise your voice? Who listens?
When I was still in college, I heard Daniel Webster. I've never forgotten his words. They burned into my very soul. He said, if the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven. Those were his words, Celia. I don't want to have it said they were spoken in vain. That's why, even though mine's the only voice in all this territory, it must be raised to keep alive that spark of liberty.
At the risk, Elijah.
I'm going to fight them to the end, Celia. I'm determined.
Good, Jake. What is it? The new newspaper. Read that. Slavery is a crime against God and man.
Well, who's printing that disgraceful inflammatory?
It's that young preacher that just moved in. Name of Lovejoy. I say, he's the fellow they threw out of St. Louis. Sure he is.
He ain't got no right to print such stuff. That's war talk. That's precisely what it is. Trying to stir up trouble. As Judge Douglas says, he's trying to inflame the passions of men.
If you let people like that go on talking, and worse, printing their opinions, why, we'll end up in war, civil war. Well, since we seem to be agreed, the next question is, what do we do about it?
Elijah, look. There's a mob of men coming up to the house. Men with torches. Oh, darling, I'm frightened.
There's no need to be, Celia.
What are you going to do?
I'll go out to talk to them.
Oh, Elijah.
I'll be all right, my dear.
Well, gentlemen, you just come to call, Mr. Lovejoy. To tell you won't be needing to go down to your newspaper office tomorrow. Because the newspaper ain't any good without a printing press. And your printing press ain't there any longer.
You've stolen it?
Oh, no, we ain't stole it. We just heaved it in the Mississippi River. Yes, you'll find it in the mud, Mr. Lovejoy.
And it won't be in very good condition for printing any more of your firebrand war talk. Have you got anything to say to us before we bid you good night, Mr. Lovejoy?
Just this. The Mississippi's a mighty big river, but it isn't big enough to drown all the words that are going to be spoken before this issue's settled. Good night.
You're all right, Elijah?
Yes, dear, I'm all right. But I'm silenced. Oh, you should have listened to your father, Celia. Never married a crazy reformer with no gift for anything but antagonizing people.
Will we have to leave Alton now?
I don't know. I don't know where we could go or what we could do. We haven't any money left.
Does it matter, darling?
Yes, it does matter. We can't let them beat us this way.
But what's the use of going on, Elijah? Yours is only one voice crying in the wilderness.
All the more reason why my voice must be heard then. For surely somewhere, somehow, somebody will hear. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave the ultimate land.
And there were some who heard, even in Alton. Some who knew Lovejoy was fighting the good fight. And some, too, who knew that he could not fight alone.
Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, Dr. Macklin.
I believe you know these gentlemen, Mr. Struther, Mr. Callahan, Mr. Enton.
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, sir?
We've come to you on behalf of certain citizens of this town. Citizens who've come here from all parts of the country, north and south. We represent all sorts of political opinion. But we are united in our devotion to the principles of our Constitution, including freedom of speech.
Well, I'm glad to hear those principles have not been totally forgotten by all Americans.
I am from South Carolina, sir. My family have been slaveholders for generations. But I believe in the words of Voltaire. I disagree with what you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Struther. You're a real patriot.
As we all are, I hope. We've taken up a collection sufficient to buy you a new printing press, Mr. Lovejoy. We wish you to resume publication of your paper.
And if that scalawag mob comes around again, call on us. We'll help you fight them. Are you ready to fight for freedom, Mr. Callahan? I'm an American of Irish descent, Mr. Lovejoy. Need I say more? No. Need say no more, or any of you. Gentlemen, this is an act of great generosity and great faith. I shall do my best to justify it.
Once more, the Alton Observer printed its attacks on slavery and intolerance. But the mob was strong, and again the crusader Lovejoy was attacked and his press destroyed. And he set up a new press in a warehouse in Alton. An armed guard of volunteers assembled to defend the building on the night of November 7th, 1837.
I suppose it's useless for me to ask you, beg you, please don't go down there.
Oh, I have to go, my darling. I've got to get the paper out.
They'll try to kill you, you know that.
Yes, I know it. But I also know that they can't kill what I stand for. All over the country, the Friends of Freedom are interested in this fight. We can't surrender now.
What satisfaction will there be for me knowing that your ideals live on while you...
Darling, there are certain things that are more important than our own lives. The things which make our own lives worth living. I'm no hero. I'm just an ordinary person who believes that there's no point in being an American. There's no point in being a man unless this country lives in freedom. If I denied that belief, I wouldn't deserve to be your husband. You know it. There'd be no happiness, no peace for either of us.
All right, Elijah. If that's what you believe, then I can't change you. But I'm going with you.
No, Celia, you can't.
Wherever you are, I want to be.
I've made this fight against your wishes, against your better judgment, yet you've stood by me no matter what you felt or what you believed. But I can't let you do this. The risk's too great, Celia.
No matter what the risk, no matter what I believe, a wife's place is by her husband's side, and that's where I intend to be. I'm going with you, Elijah, and nothing you can say can stop me. I'm determined too, Elijah.
Lovejoy from printing that filthy sheet of his, and we've got to stop him now.
That's right. We can't let him get away with this radical talk any longer.
Destroy his press.
Burn his warehouse.
They've got the warehouse gone. Yeah, but there's only 5 or 6 men at most. We got 30.
And we got guns, and we can shoot them.
We got to get that Lovejoy. We got to prove to him that guns know what talk. They talk louder than words.
Guns that'll stop his word.
Yeah, that's it.
Kill Lovejoy. That's the only way to stop him.
Kill Lovejoy. And you're with me, men. Show me with you. This war talk is being heard all over the country. He's getting people inflamed and excited everywhere.
There's only one way. Kill him and silence him once and for all.
All right. Do we do it now, or do we let Lovejoy go on printing his rotten paper?
We'll do it now.
Here's the headline, Joe. Free men arise, death to slavery. And the subhead, Our Forefathers Fought for Liberty So Must We.
If we print that, Mr. Lovejoy, this press will go into the river like all the others.
Just the same. Go ahead and print it. Where's the rest of that copy, Celia?
Right here, darling.
Ready, Joe?
Sure, Mr. Lovejoy.
All right, let's get on with the editorial. The Declaration of Independence.
Lovejoy! Yes, Lovejoy. There's a mob of men out there. They're armed and they're surrounding the warehouse. What should we do? Lovejoy! We want you to come out of there. We're holding our fire for 1 minute. If you ain't out by then, we're coming in.
Elijah.
Oh, Celia, I should never have let you come. Now I've no choice but to yield.
Not because of me.
Yes, Celia, those men out there are desperate men. They have guns. They mean to use them. Your life's in danger here. That's all my fault. I won't let you take the risk. I'll go out.
Elijah, once you said you were not afraid to die. Then neither am I.
Celia.
If those men out there are the ones you're fighting, if mob violence and hate and destruction are your enemies, then I understand at last what you've been fighting for. Elijah, go on with your editorial.
I'm giving you one last warning, Lovejoy. You better come out.
You're not going out, Elijah. You're going to show them that not even guns can stop you.
Celia, you're wonderful. Callahan, return that fire. But shoot over their heads. We don't want any bloodshed.
I'll tell the boys.
All right, Joe, once again. The Declaration of Independence said to the people of this nation, the whole world, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator. Life, liberty.
They can't shoot. They haven't hit one of us yet. Hey, you, Gus. Bill, Lem, get around there behind that warehouse and heave in some of them flaming faggots. Set it afire. You bet, Jake. And the rest of you keep shooting tight.
The final word of that declaration, with a firm reliance in the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And where is our sacred honor today if we submit meekly and timorously to evil?
Macklin's been killed.
Oh, how terrible.
What about the others?
Two are bad hurt. We can't hold out much longer.
There's no use going on.
There's every use in going on. That's just what that mob out there wants. To stop you, but they can't.
I'm thinking of you, Celia, of your safety.
Please, if you love me, Elijah, go on.
Oh, you're very brave. All right, Callahan, keep firing.
All right.
Let's go on, Joe. Ready?
Yes.
In the preamble to the Constitution of the United States, it is written, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish...
No use, Lovejoy. We can't go on. They fired the warehouse. There's nothing to do but surrender. It's suicide to go on. Suicide for all of us.
We've got to fight on.
No, Celia, Callahan's right. There's no use going on. They've trapped us. I've got to go out.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
It's my fight, but I've got to finish it my way.
Come on out, Lovejoy. We've got to finish up. Come on out.
Elijah, I can't bear to have him.
Are you coming out, Lovejoy, or is you?
You've been very brave, Celia.
It's you that's made me brave, darling. Without you.
And we've got to go on being brave, both of us. The fight didn't begin with us. It won't end with us.
This is your last chance, Lovejoy.
I'm going out to them, darling.
Yes.
I love you. I love you so very much. Remember that. Always.
It's about time, Lovejoy.
There's no use continuing your useless murder, gentlemen. You succeeded.
You bet we've succeeded, and that ain't all.
Once again, you've succeeded in suppressing freedom of speech.
Oh, what's that? We thought you'd learned your lesson, Lovejoy, but I guess you're slow to learn. Big bullets to learn here. We've gone on and on with your war talk. Now we're going to put an end to it once and for all.
Do you really believe that guns can suppress freedom of speech?
We can certainly suppress you, and that's all we're after.
If you believe that in suppressing me, you suppress the beliefs and the ideals for which I stand, then I pity your ignorance.
What's the use of letting him go on talking? Why don't we get it over?
Let me say this one thing. If preaching the gospel of freedom is a crime in this land, then I'm a criminal and I'm ready to die. Other men have died for that same gospel. And God willing, there'll be men who come after me, willing to die.
Let him have it, Jake. As long as you're ready, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm ready.
So be it.
So died the Reverend Elijah Parrish Lovejoy, In the halls of Congress, an ex-president of the United States, John Quincy Adams, rises to speak.
Elijah Lovejoy is the first American martyr to the freedom of the press and the freedom of the slave.
And in the years that went by, the gospel of freedom that Lovejoy had preached was spread through the land. And in that same state of Illinois, an obscure small-town lawyer arose and spoke. And he was a future president of the United States, and his name was Abraham Lincoln, and he fired the imaginations of men with these immortal words.
If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. A policy has been initiated with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation. Under that policy, that agitation has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently, half slave and half free.
As Elijah Lovejoy gave his life for freedom, so did Abraham Lincoln give his life for freedom. The Union was saved, and this nation did endure, all free. Today, the freedom Lovejoy fought for, freedom of the press, is increasingly denied as the enemies of all human liberty march to victory after victory. And under the threat of a world half slave and half free, let us renew again the pledge of Lincoln, and let us once more highly resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Franchot Tone and Gail Patrick, soon to be seen in MGM's Love Crazy, as well as the author of today's drama, Robert E. Sherwood, joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible. To all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
Sherwood's play this afternoon will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents One More Free Man by James Boyd, with an all-star cast including Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Margot, Dorothy McGuire, and Lionel Stander, and will be directed by Norman Corwin with music by Bernard Herrmann. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A happy time. A week after Germany had surrendered and a wonderful actress named Ingrid Bergman stood wide-eyed in front of a microphone and spoke of that strangest of wonderful mornings, that strange morning when mankind had hope once more.
From Hollywood, California, the Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and the Hollywood Victory Committee, brings you a special broadcast starring Miss Ingrid Bergman and written and directed by Arch Obler. The special musical score is by Gordon Jenkins.
This program is dedicated to you who know that any future sacrifice you make for the rest of your life, be it every worldly possession you own, can never equal the price paid by the man who died to bring you victory in Europe, who will die to bring you victory in Japan.
This is a story of victory. It was born in the air battle of Britain. It grew through Stalingrad, Tunisia, Cassino, the beachheads of Normandy, up the Rhone Valley across France, through the Siegfried Line. This is the story of victory.
After all, this is a hospital, and all this excitement, you know.
Well, Doc, how soon can I get out of here? My squadron will be moving to the Pacific. How about me?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Man. Now, supposing you have one more song, and then all of you back to your own wards.
Oh, but Doc, Germany got out of the war, and you expect us to...
He's the doctor. One more song, he says. How about...
Happy days
are here again.
Oh, it's very exciting, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Stewart.
I'd hate to take their temperatures now. They waited a long time for this. Doctor, did I say something wrong?
No. I was just thinking that no one has told them.
Them?
I don't know how. To go into their rooms and announce that it's over. I don't know how.
Should I?
These men, they know that soon they'll be with their own outfits or going home. But those others...
Doctor, I said, may I tell them?
You?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. Thank you, Miss Stewart.
Who is it? It's Miss Stewart, Freddie. How are you?
I'm all right.
May I sit and talk to you?
I'd like that.
Thank you. Sleep well last night?
Yes. I was hoping you'd come in.
I'm sorry I couldn't come in sooner. There's been all sorts of excitement.
Excitement?
Mm-hmm. You see, Freddie, it's finally happened. Germany's out of the war. Freddie, did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you'd like to know.
Yes, thank you. Did it rain last night?
Yes. Yes, it did.
I thought I heard rain. I guess they're underwater.
What?
40 acres down by the creek. My father tried to drain that land ever since I was a pup. It's full of cattails and frogs. One bullfrog, he must have been a foot across. I called him Sitting Bull. We could hear him all the way up to the house. Mother said he was better than the church organ. You know something? We drained a swamp at Saipan. In 3 days, the forts were landing there. 3 days. And my dad's been trying for 20 years. So I was good on Saipan. You planted a seed, and overnight it was up. We had almost 5 acres. Even tomatoes and corn. I was in charge. It's so funny.
What, Freddie?
Lying here, all I think about are things like that. Green things and black dirt. That's very funny. Back home, I never paid much attention to it. I did my chores. That's all. But now I only seem to want to remember what was growing. I don't know why I think about it. I just do. Maybe it's because now that it's so dark all the time, I've got to think about things growing in the sun. Maybe it's because that was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. That the earth was good even on an island in the middle of the ocean. Did you say it was victory?
Yes.
If I get home, I can help my father. I can show him how to drain the land. I know how to do it now. 40 acres. There'll be so many more to feed now.
Yes, ma'am.
I've something to tell you.
I know.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but how?
Through the window, I can hear him singing. It can only mean one thing, or am I wrong again?
No, the word just came.
That's great.
Yes.
The doctor told me not to turn my head. Are you sitting down?
You want me to?
If you have time.
Of course.
Because it's today, will you tell me something?
Whatever you want to know.
How long will I be here?
I don't know.
Honestly?
Yes, Sam, honestly.
I didn't ask for the reason the others do. I asked because I want to know how much longer I can stay here.
Stay? Here?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to go home?
No, ma'am.
Oh, but why? By the time you're released, you'll be all right. New healthy tissue, heart, hardly a scar.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, Sam.
What good would that be?
Do me some good, perhaps. Of all the boys on this floor, I've known you the least. Is it your family?
No. I'd like to be with them.
Oh, Sam. Because it's today. Please tell me.
When I was born, I had all the world. Yeah. Little black baby only in the world. I lost it fast. Get out of the way, nigga. No black boys wanted. You know the story. Soon I wasn't even in the world. Then they armed me. Well, maybe a crazy eye. I thought I was part of things again, but oh, do I have to tell you? And then that Nazi floating around up there saw me in my oil truck riding the Red Ball Express. He went into a dive and got me in the sights and pressed the trigger, and then there was nothing. But all at once there was. I was in a bed. Others all around me. And nobody said, get out, black boy, one-side nigger. Somebody said, nice going, fella. And the guy next to me stuck a cigarette in my lips, and somebody else lit it. And I was back in the world again. I've been there ever since, on the hospital ship, and the train, and here. They talked to me. Sam, what's your opinion of this? Sam, how about that? Sam, talk to us. Sam, tell us. Me, Sam. So hooray for the day, but I want to stay here. I want to stay here.
Tom? Do you mind if I sit here and talk to you?
Huh? Who?
Miss Stewart.
Dorothy?
No, it's Miss Stewart, Tom.
Where have you been?
Tom, I have some wonderful news for you.
I'll tell you something. I was going to be angry with you. I'm not at all.
Angry?
Dorothy, don't ever keep me waiting again. Please.
Oh.
Did you get all the stuff?
Why, yes.
It's going to be a wonderful day. I've looked forward to it.
Have you?
Now stop worrying about Mary Ann. She'll be all right.
Yes, of course.
After all, my mother knows how to take care of babies. Look at me. Well, let's look at the timetable. There it is. 11:10, about 3 or 4 minutes, and we're off. Dot, why don't you say something?
I'm glad we're going.
No. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said something else. Dot, say what you said then. Say it.
I don't remember.
I see you. I know you're here. Your voice is so far away.
I'm here.
Is the train coming?
Not yet.
Oh, Dot, I love you so much. All right, let him put a bronze tablet here on this spot on June 6, 1940. A man made love to his wife, end quote. Why do I have to make a joke about it? Is there something wrong with my loving you more than 2 years ago? Stand close to me, Dot. No, there's no one around. Oh, darling, every day is better for us, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Tom.
Lift your face.
Yes.
If you weren't here, I couldn't stand it. It's been terrible, Dot. My face, I keep thinking... Aren't we a handsome couple? Aren't we a handsome couple? Why do I keep thinking that? What's wrong with my face?
Now try to sleep, Tom.
I can hardly hear you, but you're here. Your face so close, I can feel you warm.
Sleep, Tom.
Such a handsome couple, such a handsome couple, such a... Dot, don't come too close to my face. Not too close, Dot.
It's all right.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
The handsomest couple?
Yes.
Your lips. Kiss?
Yes, Tom.
Scotty, come on in.
Good morning, Larry.
Larry Darling, Scotty. Always Larry Darling.
Oh, you need an ice pack.
No, I need to talk to you. Please, will you?
That's why I came here.
I knew it was my lucky day the minute I opened my eyes. Why, I bet even the custard will taste good today.
Yes, Larry, yes. Something has happened today.
Happened? What?
Germany's out of the war.
Absolutely?
Absolutely.
Well, what do you know?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, are the fellas tearing up the place?
Yes, just about.
Oh, boy. I can just see them back home. What a time they must be having. Running around. Tonight they'll be dancing.
Larry, don't.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I'm okay. Fact of the matter is, I'm better than that. I got it all laid out like a blueprint. A right arm. That's all I got, and that's all I'll need. Sure. A right arm to hold a girl, to write a check. Oh, no, Scotty. No, don't look like that. I tell you, I'm fine. With the money that's coming to me when I get out of here, all those GI checks I never got a chance to spend, I'm going in business. For myself.
Oh, no, you didn't tell me. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Have a card. Larry Edmonds. General Sherman's and Jeeps repaired while you wait. Amphibious tanks especially.
Oh, auto repairs?
And filling stations.
Oh.
Notice I said stations. Mm-hmm. Look, the way I got it doped out, the minute they take gasoline off ration, and the whole United States is going to get into the automobile and start going. And they're going to keep going until they wear out all the ants in their pants. I mean...
Well, I understand.
well, what I mean is, everybody's built up a want to go places. Well, like me, every day lying here. I've been walking every street I ever walked and visiting every place I've ever gone to. You know.
Yes, I know.
So I've located just the corner where I'm going to put that first super service station. And I know just the guys that used to be in my outfit to turn the pumps and pull the wrenches. One station, and if it goes okay, as it will, I'll start another one. Then another one. Then, well, gosh, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to be one of them tycoons.
Well, of course you will. And I'd like to get in on the ground floor.
No kidding.
No kidding.
I have got a chance, haven't I? To get places? Oh, sure I have. I'll sit behind a desk and use the brains I got instead of worrying about the legs I haven't got. And I'll figure out new ways and shortcuts to keep automobiles going the way I used to do with the tanks. And I'll build up a big business and keep spreading out. And I can't, miss. I can't. Can I, Miss Stewart?
Hello, Captain?
Go away.
Oh, but I want...
I told him no one was to come in here but the doctor.
Yes.
I told him.
Please, Captain.
For God's sake, can't I be left alone? Haven't I earned that at least? Haven't I?
Well, I just...
Haven't I? Why don't you leave me alone?
No, please.
What's the matter?
Sorry.
Tell me. I want to know.
It's been a strange morning.
Why?
The reason I came here. I have news for you.
News?
From Germany. It's over.
When?
We got word just a little while ago.
You've been going around on this floor? Telling us?
Yes.
I'm sorry for what I said.
Oh, it's all right.
Are they tearing up telephone books and parading up and down the streets?
I haven't been out.
So it's really here?
Yes.
Doug. This would have been a day for Doug. He'd have buzzed onto Den Linden itself. Doug's day. Not mine.
Oh, of course it
No,
is.
to Doug it was a game that ended at the goalposts of Berlin. Maybe if I got my throat cut outside Aachen the way he did, it would have been my day, too.
Oh.
But I lasted a little longer than that. Long enough to see a mountain of shoes, hundreds of thousands. Every pair meant a human being that had been shoved into an incinerator for the crime of daring to live. I lived long enough to see row and row of quiet children with the flamethrowers that left them. I lived long enough to see Doug with his hands tied behind his back and his throat cut. I hate this day. Because now we'll stop killing them. The sentimentalists will begin. They'll stand on righteousness and wave the words of charity, pity, and compassion. And the grass will grow over the murdered, and the cities will be rebuilt. And the torn throats, and the whipped backs, and the screams, and the bloody marks on the walls will be forgotten. Yes, forgotten, because only a few of us saw those things with our own eyes. Forgotten because our people never had hatred poured into their veins with the death of their wives and their children. I hate this day. For now the forgetting begins.
Miss Stewart, I've been looking for you. I wanted to...
Yes.
You've seen them.
Yes.
I should have gone myself.
Oh, I wanted to go. I wanted to go. When the news came, it was hard to believe what we had waited for. But it was true. And suddenly everything became wonderful in a way it hadn't been for a very long time. We'd beaten the Huns. We'd finally beaten the Huns. The rest was up to the peace commissions and the governmental experts and the statesmen. Freddie, Sam Jones, Tom, Larry Edmonds, the captain. I wanted to bring them the news because they'd paid with their bodies for this day in terrible ways. And so the happiness belonged to them. I thought that. But, Doctor, they don't need today. We need it. This day is for us. Those of us in America who lived through a war and knew no pain. I was crying before, yes. Yes. For that soldier lying up there in the dark and telling me that he hated today. Hated it. Because now we would listen again to the self-seekers and the sentimentalists and begin to forget. Doctor, that can't be true. We've got to start remembering. First, the enemy to the east. The enemy that dreams that in this day of happiness we here will forget them and their tortures and murders. Yes, we've got to remember them. The enemy in the east yet to be beaten. The one in the west that twice in our lifetime tried to destroy our civilization. We've got to remember them, every face, every name, so that there will be no place on earth left for them to hide, to cry out for a mercy that would make the dead rise up in protest. We've got to remember our responsibilities in a world that has grown as small as the house we live in. And the people in that house. We've got to remember we can only live together with them in fairness and mutual decency. I think we've got enough remembering to do for the rest of our lives and the lives of our children. Yes, this day is for us.
American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Come out of there. You'll have those Indians swarming all over the boat looking for you. Captain Lewis, sir? Tell him I'm out hunting buffalo with Mr. George Drouillard. Tell him my master, Captain Clark, took me to the village to meet the big chief Black Cat.
Captain Clark is coming this way right now, and you met Black Cat yesterday.
But, sir, I don't want to go out there.
We're spending the winter with the Mandans, and you may as well get used to them. You ought to be glad they like you.
The winter, sir? I won't be able to stand it that long. All that flexing of muscle and lifting heavy men over my head to show how strong I am.
I want you, York.
Sir, I'm plumb tired out. Besides, I'm your servant, not theirs.
Go on. You know you love all that attention. Get out there and make them happy.
That's an order, sir?
It is.
All right, sir. But this time I'm only lifting little squaws.
He hasn't had this much fun in his whole life.
At least not since we left the Arikara village.
Speaking of Arikaras, where's Chief Kakawita?
Talking with Newman, I guess. He feels sorry for Newman. He told me Arikaras would never whip a man and take away his warrior's status for the minor offense of talking back to a superior. I tried to explain that Newman had also denounced the expedition, the army, the entire nation. But Kakawita couldn't see how that increased the offense. He simply doesn't have the same conception of nationality that we do. How'd it go with Black Cat?
He'll hold a council for Kakawita. We may arrange peace between the Mandans and the Arikaras yet.
I hope so.
The only thing really bothers me, that agent of the British Northwest Trading Company, McCracken. He knows we know he's in the village, but he keeps on avoiding a meeting.
The land is ours. Sooner or later, he'll have to come to us.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 3, Dakota Winter. October 1804. The news that Lewis and Clark had outfaced and overawed the Teton Sioux preceded the expedition up the Missouri River, turning the belligerent Arikaras into genial hosts, and now the Mandans, who lived in the Dakota country, into stout advocates. Only the presence of the Britisher, Hugh McCracken, caused the two captains worry. Here was a man who might upset their plans, depending upon the extent of his dislike.
In the cleared area before the rows of rounded earthen huts, a fire was crackling, and the chiefs and warriors of the Mandans had assembled. Kakawita, our Arikara friend, was in the center along with Billy Clark. As I took my seat beside Black Cat, chief of the Mandans, I saw Hugh McCracken standing beside one of the lodges.
My people, listen. Men of courage and goodwill are among us. The white chieftains, Lewis and Clark, and their warriors of the United States. They will winter here. They will teach us their ways of peace through strength. They will bring us their traders to buy our furs and supply our needs. Now, hear the words of Captain Lewis.
We come among you with greetings from Thomas Jefferson, Big Chief of the 17 States of America. We bring you protection and prosperity, only as long as they are fair and honorable will the traders of France, of England, of Spain, of Canada be permitted to deal with you. For this, we ask only friendship and that you live in peace with the other tribes. We have talked to the Arikaras, and they want peace. With us is their chief, Kakawita, who wishes to speak to his Mandan brothers.
Let him be heard.
My brothers, I have made much talk with my people and great white chiefs. Wise men have made us see reasons why there has been trouble between Mandan and Arikara. Each time we have made war, it has been because of evil counsel of Teton Sioux, who grow strong while we bleed each other. Let us resist Sioux deceit. Let us have peace. Let us smoke together.
Those are fair words, Arikara. But what if this alliance is made and the Teton Sioux frown upon it? Will you do as you have done before and kill us because you fear the Sioux?
No! No! At last, our eyes are open. We will not fear the Sioux when we can come to you in friendship.
Hear me, people of the Mandans. Accept the word of your brother. We, captains of the United States, will guarantee this peace. If the Sioux attack, we will punish them.
My people, the great white captains have spoken. Pass the pipe. We will smoke.
During the next few days, we surveyed the area near the river, above and below the Mandan villages, for a suitable site for our winter quarters. And Billy Clark and I decided on a location which was heavily forested with cottonwoods.
Looks good to me, Meriwether. Plenty of trees for building. No cartage problem.
Remember how we built when we were serving under General Anthony Wayne?
Every building was a fort and could be defended.
And that's what we want here. Strong houses, a tall wall of pickets, sentry ramps, gun ports, visibility on all sides. We'll need 5 or 6 good-sized dug... Hey, what's the matter with York?
Captain Clark. Captain Clark?
What is it, York? What is it?
Chief Blackcat says to tell you right away. The Englishman McCracken is leaving. He goes someplace on the Assiniboine River.
Back to Northwest Trading Company headquarters.
York, has McCracken actually left?
Not yet, sir. He's still packing.
I'm writing a letter to his superiors. I want you to put it into McCracken's hands before he leaves.
Yes, sir.
A letter, Meriwether?
A brief statement of intent. We bought this land from the French. We will defend it. November temperatures in this north country were quite cold, down around the 0 mark, oftener than we liked. According to the Mandans, this was mild weather. It would get much, much colder. As cold as 40 to 50 degrees below 0. Despite this, morale among the men was high. They worked long, hard hours in a race against the weather, building a stout Fort Mandan, while Sergeant Gass and 10 others worked equally hard on the dugout canoes.
It is fine morning, Captain Lewis.
Akawita, how are you?
I have been watching Sergeant Gass and his men. Making a big log into a boat is hard task. It asks much of the worker. He must be skilled, patient. He must always see a canoe before him, not a log.
Sergeant Gass has all those qualities.
So does your prisoner Newman, the disgraced warrior who will be sent downriver next spring when the ice has melted. He, too, has the fine qualities of the sergeant.
Newman was given a fair trial and found guilty by a court made up of his fellows. You want me to nullify that?
No, Captain. Merely observe him from time to time.
Cold November gave way to colder December. But this did not stop the Mandan young men, dressed only in breech clouds, from racing about on the ice, playing a brutal game called lacrosse. Meriwether went out on the ice with the lacrosse players, not for love of sport, but to learn enough to write about it in his carefully detailed cultural study of the Indians. He gathered much linguistic information about their speech, made up dictionaries to go with his summaries of various Aboriginal religions, customs, laws, and social behavior. We had accepted Robert Frazier of the temporary escort as a permanent member of the Corps to fill the vacancy created by the death of Charles Floyd. And we enlisted a young trader who stopped en route to St. Louis, Baptiste Lepage, to replace the disgraced John Newman. We still lacked a man to replace Moses Reed, the convicted deserter, when a heavy-set Frenchman of about 40 came to the stockade with his 2 wives and asked to speak to the commander.
Hey, what a thing I've seen, sir. Do you know one of your men is risking his life playing lacrosse with those savages?
Well, that's Captain Lewis, my co-commander. I'm Captain Clark. What can I do for you?
I am Charbonneau, Captain Clark. Toussaint Charbonneau. I have many, many years of experience in the wilderness, and I understand the geography of the Mississippi and the Missouri, and on the west to the divide.
Touched
I am an
with
excellent
a French
hunter.
inflection, the words poured out a statement of his qualifications for a job. I watched him and looked at the 2 shy Indian women who had entered a few steps behind him. They were obviously his wives. One tired, middle-aged, the other young and pretty. The young one was in the early months of pregnancy.
The Americans, where my great experience and many skills can be properly used.
Hello, Billy. Captain Lewis. This is Toussaint Charbonneau, trader, hunter, guide, interpreter. The ladies are his wives.
Delighted, Captain.
Mr. Charbonneau wants a job.
You told him we have all the people we need, didn't you?
Well, I was about to.
I'm sorry, but I heard you had no one who could speak Shoshone.
Who said we needed anyone for that?
Oh, there are the persistent rumors which we hear from St. Louis.
Mr. Charbonneau, you imply that you speak the Shoshone tongue.
Oh, no, sir. No white man has ever visited the Shoshone, let alone try to learn their language. However, I can offer the next best thing in the person of my youngest wife, Sacagawea. She will accompany me. She speaks Shoshone because she is a Shoshone. I won her in a game of chance from the Gros Ventre some months ago. She also speaks English.
Won her in a game?
5 years ago, a Gros Ventre raiding party took her from her own people.
She's pregnant. She can't go on a long trek.
Oh, by the time the river ice melts next spring, she will have borne me a son.
A baby can't stand a long trip either.
Oh, this baby can, Captain, huh? He will be French and Indian, and the son of Toussaint Charbonneau.
You'll work your heart out if you go with us.
I'm not afraid of hard work. And, did I mention, huh? I'm an excellent cook.
All right, Charbonneau, we'll try it. $25 per month, and keep.
Also keep for Sacagawea, huh?
Yes. Keep for Sacagawea.
Both Charbonneau and Sacagawea helped us put the expedition equipment inside the new stockade. Our friends the Mandans brought us gifts of food, choice meat, vegetables, and pemmican, and Indian dried meat food that was delicious. We stored all perishables outside the buildings where the below-freezing temperatures kept meats fresh and a wooden lattice kept away marauding creatures. Hunting parties went out to augment the supply, and one was attacked by a Sioux raiding party. Kakawita, the Arikara chief, was one of the hunters.
Captain Lewis, there were only 3 of us. Bratton, Newman, me. Newman came only to load the pack animals and do squaw work. But his courage saved us.
His courage saved you? What do you mean by that?
The Sioux, nearly 100 of them, had taken our meat and 2 of our horses and had forced Bratton to give them his knife. Newman threatened them and made them return the knife. Then they left.
Thank you for telling me, Kakawita.
Tomorrow, I go back to my village with 3 chieftains from the Mandans to smoke the pipe of peace with my people. Sometimes men learn from their errors.
Kakawita and the Mandan ambassadors left for the Arikara settlements to the south of us, and Charbonneau and his wife Sacagawea moved into the fort. The second wife, Otter Woman, did not come along. Plainly, Charbonneau had sent her back to her people. After a few days of shy silence, Sacagawea began to answer questions from me and from Billy Clark, as long as her husband was present.
Sacagawea, is it many moons from here to your people, can you go there on the river in boats?
It is many moons. Then comes the big falling of water over the steep bluffs, making much noise and a mist like rain.
Yes, go on, Sacagawea. The big fall of water, there must be a portage for boats around it.
Come in.
Black Cat.
Come in, Black Cat.
Health be with you, my friend.
Health be with you. What has brought you to Fort Mandan?
I am deeply troubled. English traders of the Northwest Company are in my village. There is bad talk from one of them called La France.
They threaten you?
La France says the Americans lie to us. All American trade will be controlled by the Sioux.
Do you believe that, Black Cat?
No, but others may. Our neighbors, the Minatari, are already disturbed.
Where'll we find this La France? How many men does he bring?
They are 7. La France is aide to the leader, Antoine Larocque. In their trade goods, they bring British flags and medals. Even now, this Larocque is on his way here to speak to you.
Larocque coming here?
It is true.
You will excuse me, gentlemen.
No, we won't, Charbonneau. Stay where you are.
Now tell us why you're afraid of this Larocque.
Oh, it is not fear exactly, huh? It is only that in past seasons I've worked for him. And he will be angry when he finds I have taken employment from you.
You have a right to work for you, please.
My friend, I must not seem to take sides in this. Not at present.
You wish to go?
Yes.
Then go. You are a good friend.
Thank you. Good day, my friend.
We permitted Sacagawea to leave the room. Indeed, Charbonneau suggested it. And then the three of us sat back to wait for Larocque.
Charbonneau, what sort of man is this Larocque?
Young, adventurous, greedy for quick profits. In many ways, he is the typical French-Canadian who has joined with the English in the hope that he has chosen the winning side. He fancies himself clever and urban, which he really is not.
Captain Clark, or is it Captain Lewis?
Both of us are here. Come in, Larocque.
You expected me. You know my name. Now I understand. It was you, Charbonneau, who heard I was here and informed our American friends.
Oh, no, Larocque, no. But I wish you to meet my employers, huh? Captain Meriwether Lewis, Captain William Clark.
I am honored.
Sit down, Mr. Larocque, and tell us what's on your mind.
Does one have to have something on his mind to seek out a company of other white men in a land of benighted savages?
You have come with 7 men from your base on the Assiniboine. You have allowed your man La France to spread falsehoods against us among the people you call benighted savages.
Captain, that is a most unfriendly statement.
We'll expect you to put a muzzle on this, La France, and since Louisiana is now a part of the United States, there will be no distribution of George III medallions and Union Jacks to the Indians.
As you wish. I will give out beads and vermilion, which are more popular anyway. I am here not as a newcomer, but as a man who has for years conducted trade with the Mandans and the Minataris. For several years I have used the same interpreter, but now I learn that you have hired him.
Well, we might loan him to you from time to time.
That would be most kind.
If Mr. Charbonneau is willing, of course.
Oh, I'm willing, if I receive additional pay from Monsieur Larocque.
Oh, very well, Charbonneau. I plan a brief trip to the Minatari villages on the Knife River. You will meet me day after tomorrow in the Upper Mandan village, provided, of course, you can be spared for a month.
That is agreeable, Captain Clark.
We'll be right here when you get back.
Thank you. Day after tomorrow, Larocque, huh? Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me.
Of course.
Charbonneau is good with the Minataris because he understands them.
As long as his personal life doesn't interfere with his efficiency.
Exactly.
May I offer you a dram of whiskey?
Oh, yes, thank you. I couldn't help but notice your fine equipment. And you have admirably disciplined troops. Stalwart, strong, capable of anything.
There you are, Larocque. Very well, thank you.
To your long journey.
Our long journey?
You are exploring to the west.
Seems we can't hide it any longer.
I am an experienced man in the wilderness. Why don't you take me along?
Are you serious?
I am.
If you want to go west, you'll have to organize your own expedition.
Perhaps I will. By the way, I have been reliably informed that Britain has a right of access to the Mississippi and Missouri river systems.
You've been grossly misinformed. Both river systems are entirely within the territorial limits of the United States.
Isn't that a matter for the surveyors and the cartographers to determine?
Captain Clark is a surveyor and a cartographer. For your information, Laroque, Louisiana extends to the northern tributary of the Assiniboine, the Qu'Appelle River.
That's as far north as Lake Winnipeg. I find that impossible to accept.
But it's a fact, Laroque. You'll be glad to know that our President, Thomas Jefferson, has decided on a policy of free trade in Louisiana for the present. That means the English may continue to trade with the Indians as long as they treat them fairly.
I refuse to accept you as either a political or economic judge. However, I also refuse to quarrel. I thank you for the use of Charbonneau. I will see that our friend keeps a rein on his tongue. Good day, gentlemen.
Charbonneau went with Laroque and his traders, and during the month that he was gone, weather took hold of the fort. Even my big active dog, Scannon, preferred to stay indoors. On Christmas Day, celebrated with extra rations and a salute from the swivel guns, it was so cold that the river ice groaned, cottonwood boughs boomed like musketry, and the guard had to be changed every hour to keep the men on duty from freezing to death. And then one windless, icy day in early January, Charbonneau returned. Unsmiling, nervous, he approached Billy and me in our workroom.
Gentlemen, may I speak to you both, of course?
You look worried.
My friend, Laroque, says he asked to join the expedition, and you refused. He's a good man. It would be of great value.
To the British or us?
To us, of course.
We can't take the chance of hiring a man so dedicated to British objectives.
I see. There is another subject, huh? When I agreed to go, there were things we did not discuss.
And now you want to speak up.
You are getting two people instead of one.
We hired you, not your wife. We agreed to take her along when you asked.
Yes, but she will render valuable service. Remember, she speaks Shoshone.
You want more money?
Yes. And I will not do heavy lifting or pull or pull both. Huh? I am not a common laborer.
We all pull and carry heavy weights when necessary.
Oh, I am a specialist, and I must have $50 for the two of us.
Billy, you haven't said anything.
I've been too amazed.
Do you agree we can struggle along without him?
I think so.
Charbonneau, you're fired. You have until noon to get your gear out of the fort.
But what will you do when you reach Shoshone country?
Use sign language. Now get out of here. You actually believe he's so important he can dictate to us?
Either that or Laroque paid him to do it.
That could be an act of harassment, something to make our progress just a little bit more difficult.
Who is it?
Charbonneau.
Come in.
I am back.
So we see.
I wish to say that, I spoke hastily, heedlessly. Oh, I cannot take my wife out into this cold. I wish to remain.
Very well. But if pulling or towing or heavy lifting is called for, you will do your share.
Yes, more than my share.
We're taking you back because of your wife.
Because of Sacagawea?
We don't want her out in the cold.
January gave way to February, and the fort became almost a factory of preparations for spring. In contrast to Moses Reed, the sullen-acting convicted deserter, John Newman, discharged for insubordination, worked as eagerly and as hard as any of the men assured of a place in the upriver contingent.
Meriwether, I think Newman is trying to make up for his mistake.
I know, he has for months.
Or should we give him a second chance?
I don't know, Billy.
Neither do I.
Billy Clark took over direct supervision of the extra boatmen and soldiers, 14 of them, who would take the keel boat and its valuable cargo downriver to St. Louis. Aboard would be all the information we'd collected to date from Mr. Jefferson, as well as specimens of flora and fauna. and the two specimens of disobedience, Reed and Newman.
In February, a troubled Charbonneau brought Sacagawea to us. She was undergoing labor pains. Although Meriwether and I had considerable practical experience in medicine, this would be our first attempt at obstetrics. Sacagawea was long hours in labor, and we began to worry about losing her, until George Drouillard recalled an old Indian method of bringing on the birth. In the village, we secured rattles from the tail of a diamondback, pulverized them into a powder. With some skepticism, I mixed the powder in water and gave it to Sacagawea to drink. And within 10 minutes, she delivered the child.
Here, look at him, Sacagawea.
Him, Sacagawea. Boy!
Sacagawea named the boy Baptiste. Billy, immediately fond of the bright-eyed little fellow, nicknamed him Pompey because he was such a soldier about getting born. And then winter began to soften into spring. The ice broke up. Noisy formations of birds began to fly north. On a gray day in March, we gathered on the bank of the river for the departure of the keelboat. A number of the Mandans came to watch. Also LaRoque, who took in everything with the greatest of interest. Then John Newman leaped out of the boat and came to us.
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, I'm sorry. I tried to show you how I felt.
We know, Newman.
I want to go on with you. Please, sir?
We're going into the unknown. We can't be sure of what we'll have to face. A man who cracked under strain once could do so again. I'm sorry, we can't take it.
But, Captain...
You heard the order. Now back in the boat.
Yes, sir.
That was a hard decision to make, Meriwether.
There's so much at stake I had to turn him down.
Well, you were right.
In another week, we had loaded our boats and were poised on the riverbank for our start. Black Cat and several Mandans came to bid us goodbye.
You will return?
Yes, Black Cat. A year, perhaps less.
My people are sad.
That means we are friends.
Good fortune go with you.
Thank you.
All set, Meriwether.
Men, we are about to penetrate unexplored country of at least 2,000 miles in width. Let's get on with it.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 3, Dakota Winter, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Bill Keane, Cliff Holland, Howard Culver, and John Cedar. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. Last Sunday, I read a statement about the principles upon which the Free Company was founded. Something about its membership and something about what it has accomplished. I want to repeat that statement today for the benefit of those in the radio audience who missed it last week. Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way, in one medium of expression, that a group of writers and actors and Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all its flaws and all its problems, still the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company and author of the series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1-a-year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at San Miguel and Meuse-Argonne offensives. Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers, is a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, of which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. Then there are other eminent Americans: Paul Green, Archibald MacLeish, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohan, Mark Connolly, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Soroyan, Orson Welles, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcasts, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a Free Company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, Maxwell Anderson writes on freedom to worship God. Here, we take that freedom as a matter of course, but it can be lost, and the playwright shows us a nation where men not only may not worship God each in his own way, but where they may not worship any God at all, except the state. We present Paul Muni in The Miracle of the Danube by Maxwell Anderson. Under the medieval towers of an ancient fortress on the banks of the Danube, a military trial is being held. German officers sit square and erect on tall hand-carved chairs about a long table. The officer in charge is General Merck, a veteran of the First World War. A major and several other subordinates sit with him to share the examination. The accused prisoner is Captain Cassell, now somewhat worn and worried by
all leader of the Third Reich. I declare this court-martial in session. Captain Cassell, I have known you and your work for several years. You have been recommended to the higher command for acts of distinguished service and for devotion to our common cause. Nevertheless, as these officers know, there is no possibility of leniency toward those who have knowingly or even unwittingly abetted the enemies of our nation or our cause. We shall hear the charges against you in order. Lieutenant, read the accusations.
In September 1938, 3 women prisoners assigned to the charge of Captain Cassell escaped during a transfer. This was held accidental and was passed over at the time, but is now recalled because of later occurrences.
I allow you to speak in regard to that charge, Captain.
Thank you, General Merck.
It is true. They escaped.
You have nothing to say about the circumstances?
I would have given my life to avoid any betrayal.
We shall go into that later. Read the next charge.
On February 10th, 1939, Captain Cassell was in command of the firing squads at the Moravian prison. 7 graves were dug at his order to accommodate the prisoners executed on that day. Only 6 of these graves were filled and no trace of the 7th body was found. This also was passed over as an error in the record.
Do you wish to comment on this, Captain?
Yes, General Merritt. It was an error.
Proceed.
During the greater part of the years 1939 and 1940, Captain Cassell was employed, among others, in the work of transferring populations in Central Europe. This work necessitated occasional executions and the stranding of refugee groups within restricted territorial limits. Captain Cassell appeared to be an exemplary officer, eager to carry out the policies of the state. They knew him as the Reaper. His headquarters were known as Castle Blood. He was depended on more and more by his superiors.
You will note, Captain, that we give you all possible credit.
I tried to be a good soldier, General Merritt.
Continue.
But there began to appear certain cracks and lesions in Captain Cassell's efficiency. 4 religious leaders, determined enemies of the state, slipped through his hands into Sweden with a number of followers and were not recaptured. There was a riot at a concentration camp on the eastern border, and the captain failed at a critical moment to give a necessary order to fire on the crowd. Later, he was entrusted with the liquidation of a large body of undesirables who had been collected at a southeastern boundary. These men and women escaped in such fashion that Captain Cassell must be held responsible. It has been found necessary, therefore, to subject Captain Cassell to military trial.
Captain Cassell, you are aware, no doubt, that these are capital charges. I ask you directly, were you remiss? Were any of these lapses intentional?
No, sir.
Then how do you explain them?
I cannot.
Come, sir, you're your own enemy. We're all friendly here. We do not intend to lose so valuable a servant from the ranks. Begin at the first rank. The 3 women who escaped into Sweden. How did that happen?
There were 4 of them. 3 women and a man.
In the records, there are only the 3.
Yes. The man joined them.
Joined them? Where?
In the camp. One of them was ill. He was taking care of her. He seemed to be a kind of doctor.
But the escape?
It was his doing. His only.
But how?
He spoke to me about the women. He spoke to me very strangely. For some reason, I could not take my eyes from his face. He had a way of speaking at once passionately and slowly, so that you waited for his words.
Now, come, what does this mean? Did he talk you into letting them go?
No, I refused him. I laughed at him. I despised him.
But the evidence shows that a catch had been overlooked on one of the doors and that the 3 disappeared into the night.
Yes, that's true, but not because I was affected by what he said. Not because I connived at escape. I laughed at him, as I said, and turned him into the street. Locked up the women for the night. I looked personally at the lock on every door. Perhaps in my anger at this vagrant, I was not so careful as I should have been. He stood there talking and made me angry. But if there was an oversight, it was, I assure you, unintentional.
For the moment, I shall accept that explanation. Let us look next at the 7 graves which were dug for those sentenced to be shot on December 9th at the Krug Fortress. 6 men had been sentenced. 6 Polish Jews convicted of sabotage while working on the great military road. Your records, however, showed that 7 men were ordered before the firing squads. 7 graves were dug, and that the orders for this 7th execution were cancelled at the last moment. On the face of it, this looks like connivance of escape.
It was the custom in the Krug Fortress to place those condemned to death in a common cell. I shut those 6 prisoners into the death cell after the trial. I saw to this personally. Then, as I turned away, I saw this 7th man with them.
A 7th?
Yes, Major.
Who was it?
It was the same man who had argued with me about the women on the night of their escape.
How did he come there?
I didn't know he came there, but he was there. And I said to myself, this time, nothing shall go wrong. He's got himself somehow into the death cell with the condemned. Very well. Let him die with the others. I know I had no right to order an execution without the sanction of the court, but that man was my evil demon. He'd got me into trouble once, and he was trying again.
Calmly, Captain.
Very well. I ordered him shot. The prisoners were marched from their cells, and he came with the others. He stood up with the others before the squads. He went up and down among them, telling them to have courage. But when the firing was over, when they were shot down, He was not among them. His body wasn't there.
Where was it?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. But was this to be held against me? Would I have ordered him shot if I wanted him to escape?
Calmly.
I can't speak of him calmly. I'm sorry.
You made an effort to locate this man?
We made every effort, Major. The guards were questioned. The locks were examined. The civil and military authorities went over the ground inch by inch. They found nothing suspicious.
Let us proceed to the next charge. In the summer of 1940, you were conducting a consignment of prisoners from the eastern border to a Baltic port. Among them were 4 Lutheran ministers who had banded together to resist the interpretation of Christianity which is orthodox in the Third Reich. These 4, with some 20 of their followers, escaped from the freight car in which they were being transported. This car was under your guard.
The car caught fire, General Nutt. It was necessary to open the doors.
In what fashion did the car catch fire?
I cannot say how the fire originated, sir.
This man who escaped at the time of the executions, did he have any part in the escape from the boxcar?
Yes. Yes. He was there.
What part did he take in the affair?
It's difficult.
Tell us the story of that escape.
All of it?
Yes, from the beginning.
I will try. It will not be believed. However, I will try. We were in the car. I saw his face among the other prisoners in the car. And it was walking. You! Stand up!
Yes, sir.
Come forward. How do you come to be among these prisoners?
I came in with them.
Do you know what prison they're bound for?
Yes.
Do you know the reputation of that prison?
I do.
Then that's what will happen to you, my friend. You've pushed in once too often where you're not wanted. First torture, then death.
I am accustomed to torture.
And to death, too, I suppose.
Yes, even to death.
Who are you?
Don't you remember?
No.
The picture in the silver frame. The reproduction of the Giotto that hung in your mother's room. The face in that picture. Surely it comes back to you now.
What are you trying to tell me?
The plainest, simplest truth. My face is the face in a picture by Giotto.
Don't talk rot like that. Don't try to gull me with some fantastic story.
But this is not fantasy. My face is that face. My hands are those hands. My garments are the same.
What do you mean? How could you be a man out of a picture? I see you before my eyes, and you're real.
The others here have not seen me. See? They stare at you. Because you talk with the empty air.
You lie! You lie? You're trying to confuse me. To mislead me. Why are you here?
You bring me here. You create me out of your mind. Out of your horror and regret for the blood you have spilled. For the man you were. You bring me here because you hate yourself and what you do.
We shall see whether you're real. We shall see. I sealed the car doors together. I kept my automatic ready against an escape. Then there arose a cry among the prisoners. A housing had caught fire. Soon it was necessary to open the doors for air. Our car was the last on the train, and I therefore climbed to the roof and thence down the coupling, which I loosed. When the car was free, I set the brakes and we came to a stop in the dark near a village. At the point of my automatic, I held the prisoners within the car while I ran to look at the housing. Then I saw that I had somehow been fooled. There was no fire. I turned to the car door in a rage, and the prisoners began pouring out. That painted face in the lead. I emptied my gun at him, point blank, and he did not fall. I swear to you, gentlemen. I swear to you, gentlemen. Within 3 paces, I fired 10 times at his heart without effect. For he stood there and spoke to me still. The other prisoners made off in the dark, and then he, too, was gone. And I found myself beside the empty car in the night.
And you expect us to believe that?
No, gentlemen, I do not expect you to believe it. I wake in the night and say to myself that it cannot be true. That I'm a respectable officer, that I'm sane. That I live in a sane world where these things cannot happen. There are no ghosts, no shadows, no things like men that will not fall when you shoot them through. I know that. And yet, this happened. As I've told it.
Did you ever see this man again, this figure out of the Giotto painting?
Not for several months.
In justice to the captain, perhaps I should tell you of his conduct after this episode of the boxcar. He came to the general staff with a request that he be put under some rigorous mental and physical discipline. He was sent to an academy in the Black Forest and there underwent a course in their Spartan regime. Here there is iron control, long hours of labor and instruction, no comforts, cold water, a Lacedaemonian diet. After 6 weeks, Captain Cassell emerged from this training a new man. He was placed in charge of the liquidation of a certain province. He became known at this time as the Grim Reaper. The faltering which had marked his previous actions had disappeared. He showed no aversion to violence or the shedding of blood. For nearly a year, he led the way among the military protectors of that region. There was talk of making him Governor-General of the whole Polish area.
What was the nature of your work at this time, Captain Cassell?
I was in charge of the extermination of the intelligent, all leaders or thinkers, all writers or artists. All who stood out in any way were arrested and in some fashion eliminated.
Did you feel any reluctance in carrying out this work?
None! It is not the business of a German officer to feel reluctance. It is his business to obey. Moreover, I'm convinced and was convinced then that it is essential to the welfare of our master nation that we make slaves of our inferiors. An acceptance of slavery is only possible among those who cannot think for themselves and who have no leaders. It was my duty for the good of our country to eliminate the leadership among the subject people.
You never softened your blows, never drew back your hand, never allowed yourself to be overcome by pity?
Never! If only because I had made errors in the past, I determined never to slip again. I'd learned my lesson. Time was gone when a face out of a cheap reproduction would come between me and those who were condemned.
Do you mean that this face still haunted you?
At times, faintly. But I refused to see it. I drew a curtain of blood between that face and me. And then it ceased to appear. And I was free to do my work.
Then this last occurrence, this last charge against you, the freeing of the boatload of prisoners on the Romanian frontier, how do you account for that?
I don't know.
You understand that we must make these inquiries, Captain. Tell us what happened on the river steamer on the Danube.
I've conducted 200 prisoners on board the steamer of Constanta. There were 20 guards. My instructions were to land the prisoners on a small island near the Romanian frontier, execute the able-bodied among them, and abandon the others without supplies. We arrived at a point near that island at night, on the 6th of last November. Since we were unable to locate the channel in the dark, it was necessary to wait till dawn before landing the prisoners. They slept on deck, men, women, and children. Half of the guards went below deck to sleep, and the others remained on duty. I was awake and on deck. I stood looking at the black water of the river. Then the moon rose, and I could see an outline of the river banks a mile or so away. As I looked toward that shore, a man came walking out from it.
Captain Cassell, there was a mile of water, you say, between you and the shore.
Yes.
Then I don't follow you.
This man came walking across the water.
Is it profitable to listen further, General Merck?
We must hear him out. Go on, Captain.
He came walking across the water. Very slowly. It must have been half an hour before he came near enough so that we could see his face.
When you saw it, what face was it?
The face of the Giotto Christ.
Your phantom, my dear Captain, your phantom.
No. This time he was not a phantom.
How do you know?
Because the prisoners saw him. They woke each other and watched him as he came.
Such proof is hardly acceptable.
Also, I had set the guards at the rail to keep him off the boat, but now the guards were phantoms, and he stepped through them as if they weren't there. He was real, and they were specters, with the moon shining through them.
I think you confuse the matter, Captain. The men of the guard were flesh and blood. This ghostly figure passed through their ranks because he was a shadow, a memory of a painted face.
No, he was real. And the guard was made up of shadows. He was real among them as he's real among you now.
Is he among us now?
You don't see him.
I do not.
There, behind you, where the light falls. You see no one there?
Nothing, Captain.
Why have you come here?
Was I ever with you when you had not called for me?
I've never called for you. I've drenched myself in blood to be rid of you. I've filled the air with screams and covered half the earth to be rid of you.
Would it be possible to declare him of unsound mind?
We can hardly escape the issue of guilt or innocence.
And if he is guilty?
The guilty must be punished.
Very well.
What happened, Captain, after this man came across the water to your ship?
He came through the soldiers. They had become like air, unreal. They could not stop him. Then this thing came over me that I felt before.
What thing?
I was glad that he had come. In some horrible way, I was glad that I couldn't hurt him. Glad that he would conquer. That I would betray my rank and my orders. In some horrible way, it didn't matter, for he had become real, and he and I were real together in a country of ghosts. He and I and the band of prisoners were real, but the soldiers and the nation that lay behind them were unreal. The armies, the men of the government, the men of the secret police, all the forces of our nation were shadows that could not stop a wind. There was only one reality. This man and I, on the dark river, and the group of prisoners sent there to die.
And what came of this?
I don't know. I think I must have let them go.
You mean you allowed the prisoners to escape?
Yes.
You knew that this was an action deserving of death?
It seemed not to matter.
I think we need take no further testimony. To my mind, Captain Cassell is guilty and his usefulness is at an end. Is there any dissent?
None, General Merck.
Then the lieutenant will record the sentence. Captain Cassell, you have received an impartial trial at the hands of your brother officers, and it is my unpleasant duty to inform you that there is only one military consequence to your action.
You, too, are shadows. You of this corps.
Be quiet, sir.
You're all shadows. Ghostly folk about a table in a city of ghosts. The chairs and walls show through your forms. Your voices come from a distance. Echoes of men.
You will face a firing squad in the prison yard in the morning.
And they too will be shadows. Why should I fear them? Or any among this nation of specters? I know now that I'm free of you. He and I sit together here, and we are real in the midst of a cackling assemblage of shadows.
The cause is dismissed.
Go and leave me. I know what you think, insofar as you think, insofar as you exist at all. My mind is clear, and I know what I was never sure of. You're evil as you're empty. And my happiness is here, in the face of this one reality, this one friend who says that I did well when I did a kindness, that I was worthiest when I could not kill. Now that I've said these things, they'll make an end of me. They will put me to death out of their world.
They put me to death long ago.
I must face the firing squad in the morning. Will you stay with me then?
Yes, I will stay with you.
And in the night, if I'm alone, my mind will torture me. Will you stay with me in the night?
Yes, I will stay.
Will you say again the words you said on the bank of the Danube?
No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other.
And the rest?
Yes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they that do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
This way, Captain.
Yes. I'm ready.
So Captain Cassell went to his death because his inner spirit would not be denied. That death was one of triumph and of comfort. He had found again his true belief, had made his peace with God. And the freedom of every man and every woman to find that peace is, of all freedoms, the most fundamental, precious, and profound. And the powers of darkness know that well, and that is why, when they would enslave mankind, they strike first at the freedom of the soul. Faced with this threat in other lands, let us renew our resolve that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Paul Muni and Maxwell Anderson joined the Free Company under the chairmanship of James Boyd in contributing their services without payment. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild, to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible. To all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
A copy of today's broadcast by Maxwell Anderson has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. A complete collection of the Free Company plays will be available in book form at your local bookstore on Monday, May 5th. Next Sunday, as previously announced, we broadcast the final program in the first cycle of Free Company plays, called Above Suspicion. It was adapted from an outline prepared for the Free Company by the late Sherwood Anderson and stars Paul Lucas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In an age of equality, faith in public opinion becomes a kind of religion, and the majority is its ministering prophet. Opinion is more than ever mistress of the world. There is here matter for profound reflection to those who look on freedom of thought as a holy thing, and who hate not only the tyrant, but tyranny itself. For myself, when I feel the hand of power lie heavy on my brow, I care but little to know who oppresses me, and I am not the more disposed to pass beneath the yoke because it is held out to me by a million men.
The Tyranny of the Majority. A study in American freedom. Item 9 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American freedom. The Tyranny of the Majority.
My friend Beaumont and I visited America in 1831. We watched many things together. We saw for ourselves the principles of democracy and equality, and everywhere we went, we were welcomed.
Now, gentlemen, you've been over here how long?
Several months.
All right. How do you like America?
Beaumont?
Really, Tocqueville? Speak frankly, gentlemen. This is a young country. We're just getting started. We want to know what visitors think of us. We don't see many foreigners here, you know. Of the 13 million people in America, only 400,000 are foreigners. Only about 25,000 a year come over, and this is a big country.
Well, I think America is a most remarkable country.
A most remarkable country. That's what we like to hear, honest talk straight from the shoulder. A most remarkable country. Go on, sir.
We admire the enormous progress you have made.
Progress in what? Be frank, don't hold anything back.
In everything, in developing your cities, in taming the wilderness, you are a most industrious nation.
And successful.
And very successful.
That's what we want to hear straight from the shoulder. Don't you think our women are wonderful?
Superb. And as virtuous as they are beautiful.
Mr. Beaumont, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Have you read any American books?
Yes.
Beaumont.
What do you think of them? Truthfully now?
Truthfully, I think they are dreadful.
You think they're dreadful? Mr. Beaumont, our American authors are the finest in the world.
I beg leave to differ. Even your own Fenimore.
There's no difference possible. You're from France. You haven't had a chance to develop your taste likely. When you do, and I hope for your sake it'll be pretty soon, you'll recognize that American literature, like everything else American, is unequaled in the world. And if the disadvantages of your taste and upbringing don't permit you to appreciate America she truly is, why, then I suggest, gentlemen, that you'll be happier and we'll be happier if you go back home where you came from.
Tocqueville, what did I do?
You spoke frankly, Beaumont.
He asked me to. Besides, I praised America extravagantly.
Any criticism is too much. You see, an American takes part in everything that's done in his country, so he feels obliged to defend everything. You're not only attacking his country, you're attacking the man himself.
It makes life embarrassing, this irritable patriotism. It's so odd because America is in many ways such a free country.
A free country in which, lest anybody should be hurt by your remarks, you are not allowed to speak freely of private individuals, or of the state, of the citizens, or of the authorities, of public or of private undertakings. This is a country which lives under a tyranny.
A tyranny? Tocqueville, are you serious?
The tyranny of the majority.
The tyranny of the majority? What do you mean?
Do you remember the conversation we had in Boston with that gentleman who was the editor of the North American Review?
Mr. Jared Sparks.
Our whole system, from top to bottom, is one of avowed distrust of public men. Every art is used on principle to complicate the machinery of electioneering, to scatter the conflicting motives so that every man shall act more or less as a check on his neighbor. We think every man is as good as his neighbor. We believe in individual judgment, individual conscience.
But why?
It comes from our very origin. We came here in the beginning, Republicans and religious enthusiasts.
To establish the ideal commonwealth.
Yes.
The majority has all power, then.
Yes. The political dogma of this country is that the majority is always right. The majority may make mistakes in some matters, but on the whole, it is always right. And there is no moral force superior to it.
And do you consider this wise?
In general, Mr. Tocqueville, we find it very good to have adopted it. But I will admit that the theory does not always work in practice.
It is incontestable that the people frequently conduct public business very badly.
And occasionally the majority wishes to oppress the minority.
Have you no protection against this?
We have in the veto of the governor, and above all in the power that the judges have to refuse to execute an unconstitutional law, a guarantee against the passions and the errors of the masses in an unlimited democracy. But these are only a small guarantee against the tyranny of the majority.
In my opinion, Beaumont, when a citizen of a democratic country compares himself individually with all those about him, he feels with pride that he is the equal of any one of them. But when he comes to survey the totality of his fellows and to place himself in contrast with so huge a body, he is instantly overwhelmed by the sense of his own insignificance. The public, therefore, among a democratic people, has a singular power, for it does not persuade others to its beliefs, but it imposes on them by a sort of enormous pressure of the mind of all upon the mind of each. That's what I mean by the tyranny of the majority.
This is absurd, Tocqueville. Andrew Jackson says, one man with courage makes a majority. The whole foundation of America is based on opposition to tyranny. Remember the words of the Declaration of Independence.
But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security.
But, Beaumont, when an individual or a party is wronged in the United States, to whom can he apply for redress?
To public opinion.
Public opinion constitutes the majority.
Then to the legislature.
The legislature represents the majority and implicitly obeys it.
Then to the executive.
Appointed by the majority.
All this is true, Tocqueville. But you do not allow for the spirit of the American people. This country is always on the watch for tyranny. At its very beginning, it was saluted by Thomas Paine for its contrast to the tyrannies of Europe.
O ye that love mankind, ye that dare oppose not only the tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Freedom hath been hunted round the globe. Asia and Africa have long expelled her. Europe regards her as a stranger, and England hath given her warning to depart. Oh, receive the fugitive, and prepare in time an asylum for mankind.
How can you say that this country has submitted itself to a political tyranny? Everybody here says this is a free country. The customs of America are against tyranny, as Senator Gray told us in Boston.
The habit of treating all affairs by discussion and of proceeding in all affairs, even the smallest, by means of majorities, that habit is harder to acquire than all the others. Yet it's the only one which makes governments really free. It's this 200-year-old habit which distinguishes New England not only from all the countries of Europe, but even from the other parts of America. Even our children never go to their master to settle their differences. They regulate everything among themselves. I have no doubt but that every man in Boston has a more truly parliamentary spirit and is more accustomed to public discussions than the majority of Europe's legislators.
I still say thought and opinion are particularly under the power of the majority. As long as the majority is still undecided, discussion is carried on. But as soon as its decision is irrevocably pronounced, everyone is silent, and the opponents, as well as the friends of the measure, unite in assenting to its propriety. I know of no country in which there is so little independence of mind and real freedom of discussion as in America.
How can you say a thing like that? Take the publication of books. There is complete freedom of the press with no censorship of books.
Beaumont, you are the one who complains about American literature.
The quality, not the freedom.
The two are connected. There can be no literary genius without freedom of opinion, and freedom of opinion does not exist in America.
For example?
For example, in America, the majority raises formidable barriers around the liberty of opinion. Within these barriers, an author may write what he pleases, but woe to him if he goes beyond them. Before making public his opinions, he thought he had sympathizers. Now it seems to him that he has none anymore, since he has revealed himself to everyone. Then those who blame him criticize loudly, and those who think as he does keep quiet and move away without courage. He yields at length, overcome by the daily effort which he has to make, and subsides into silence as if he felt remorse for having spoken the truth. No writer, whatever his eminence, can escape paying the tribute of adulation to his fellow citizens. The majority lives in a perpetual utterance of self-applause, and there are certain truths which the Americans can learn only from strangers or from experience. But, to do them credit, Beaumont, intelligent Americans are aware of this. Fisher Ames has said,
"In democracies, writers will be more afraid of the people than for them."
And the greatest American author of the day, James Fenimore Cooper.
The tendency of democracies is in all things to mediocrity, since the tastes, knowledge, and principles of the majority form the tribunal of appeal. This circumstance, while it certainly serves to elevate the average qualities of a nation, renders the introduction of a high standard difficult. Thus do we find in literature, the arts, architecture, and in all acquired knowledge, a tendency in America to gravitate towards the common center in this as in other things, lending a value and estimation to mediocrity that are not elsewhere given.
Mediocrity, yes. But Cooper says nothing about this despotism of yours.
No, listen to him, Beaumont.
The public is to be watched in this country as in other countries kings and aristocrats are to be watched.
But Tocqueville, even while Fenimore Cooper was saying that, the distinguished American historian George Bancroft was proclaiming the American faith.
True political science does indeed venerate the masses. The people can discern right. Individuals claim the divine sanction of truth for the deceitful conceptions of their own fancies. The Spirit of God breathes through the combined intelligence of the people.
And many more Americans agree with George Bancroft than with Fenimore Cooper.
Beaumont, you are as bad as they are. This is exactly what I mean. In America, most people believe that the majority can do no wrong, and that there is more intelligence and wisdom in a number of men united than in a single individual. No, I cannot accept it.
This may sometimes be true, Tocqueville.
Sometimes, certainly, even perhaps usually, but certainly not always. And yet the idea that the majority has not only superior power, but superior intelligence governs even the minor incidents of social life.
Matters have come to such a pass that a peaceable man can hardly venture to eat or drink or to go to bed or to get up, to correct his children or to kiss his wife without obtaining the permission and direction of some society.
Remember, Beaumont, how you discovered for yourself in Boston the iron grip of public opinion on the manners of society.
Listen to that.
Well, you know, She does her best.
But how is it possible to enjoy such singing as this? There is neither simplicity nor taste, neither feeling nor execution in her performance.
For the Lord's sake, don't say that loud enough for other people to hear you. It would deprive you, Mr. Beaumont, of many an innocent pleasure you would perhaps otherwise enjoy during your stay in the city. Our elite never forgive a difference of opinion to one of their own clique. How much more, then, must a foreigner be on his guard? You'll forgive me. In society, this is a free country, sir. Every man may do or think what he pleases. Only he must not let other people know it. You might just as well attack one of our fashionable preachers.
This sort of tyranny I admit, and the Americans admit it too.
Or at least some of the Bostonians do.
Our society takes it upon itself to punish political, moral, and religious dissenters, but most of its wrath is spent upon the champions of democracy. That society is the means of seducing our unsophisticated country members of the legislature, making them believe that republicanism is only fit for backwoodsmen, is a fact too notorious to be mentioned. What man is there in this city that dares to be independent at the risk of being considered bad company? We take it as an insult offered to our own joint judgment when a man stubbornly follows his own mind. For we are accustomed to everything except seeing a man not influenced by the opinion of his neighbors.
As you express it, sir, it seems remarkable.
Remarkable? It's dangerous.
Dangerous? But this does not apply in political life. Here you are protected.
How?
Because every man is entitled to one vote.
My dear sir, you don't grasp the situation. We have frequent elections. That means the majority becomes jury, judge, legislator, and governor. You dare not act as you please in your own house. You dare not educate your children in your own way. You dare not express a wish of your own, but what you have to dread to be exposed in public and have your name paraded in the newspapers. What we face, sir, is the despotism of the majority.
I do not believe enough precautions have been taken in America to limit the power of the majority. A majority taken collectively is only an individual whose opinions and interests are opposed to those of another individual who is styled a minority. If a man possessing absolute power may misuse that power by wronging his adversaries, why should not a majority be liable to the same reproach? Men do not change their characters by uniting with one another. The power to do everything, which I should refuse to one of my equals, I will never grant to any number of them.
Are you saying, Tocqueville, that there is frequent use of tyranny in America now in the 1830s?
No, but I maintain there is no sure barrier against it. I think the kind of oppression by which democratic nations are menaced is unlike anything that ever before existed in the world. You see, every man allows himself to be put in leading strings because he sees that it is the people at large who hold the end of the chain. Everybody is willing to recognize the rights of the majority because they all hope at some time to become the majority. The majority in America, therefore, exercise a prodigious actual authority and a power of opinion which is nearly as great. This state of things is dangerous for the future. And notice, Beaumont, the power of public opinion in the field of religion.
The other day, a tailor sold a suit of clothes to a sailor a few moments before he sailed, which was on a Sunday morning. The Corporation of New York prosecuted the tailor for violating the Sabbath, and he was convicted and sentenced to a fine greatly beyond his means to pay. A New York lawyer defended him with much eloquence, but in vain. This lawyer's powerful speech, however, was not without effect, for it raised him such a host of Presbyterian enemies as sufficed to destroy his own practice. Nor was this all. His nephew was at the time preparing for the bar, and soon after the above circumstance occurred, his certificates were presented and refused with this declaration: that no man of that name and family should be admitted.
Remember what we were told by Father Power, the vicar of the Catholic Church in New York.
I should say myself that very often men seem to act as if the worship of opinion was the established religion of the country.
Not the worship of wealth?
Oh, I'll admit that every man works for wealth in America, and not quite every man does so in the old countries. All the same, it doesn't seem to me that wealth is quite as important as an idol, a snare, a deception, as this other thing. The worship of public opinion is the leading heresy around here, in my humble opinion.
And the same thing was put from a different point of view by the physician we spoke to in Maryland, Dr. Stewart.
Public opinion accomplishes with us what the Inquisition was never able to do. I have known a multitude of young men who, after receiving a scientific education, thought they had discovered that the Christian religion was not true. Carried away by the fire of youth, they began to maintain this opinion openly. They became indignant at the intolerance of the zealous Christians and placed themselves in a position of open hostility. Well, some were obliged to leave the country or to vegetate there miserably. The others, feeling that the struggle was unequal, were constrained to return outwardly into the ways of religion, or at least keep their mouths shut. The number of those thus beaten by public opinion is very considerable.
But there is always the escape to the west. Remember the song we heard in the Michigan Territory?
And there's the land of blue laws where deacons cut their hair, for fear their locks and tenets will not exactly square. When beer that works on Sunday a penalty must pay, while all's free and easy in Michigan, aye. Come go with me and settle in Michigan, aye. Yea, yea, in Michigan, aye.
But in Pennsylvania, I said, explain to me how it happens that in a state founded by Quakers and celebrated for its toleration, free Negroes are not allowed to exercise civil rights. They pay taxes. Is it not fair that they should vote?
You insult us, Mr. Tocqueville, if you imagine that our legislators could have committed so gross an act of injustice and intolerance.
Well, then the Negroes possess the right of voting in this country?
Without a doubt, sir.
How comes it then that at the polling booth this morning I did not perceive a single Negro?
Well, sir, that's certainly not the fault of the law. The Negroes have an undisputed right of voting, but they voluntarily abstain from making their appearance.
A very pretty piece of modesty on their part.
Why, the truth is, sir, that they are not disinclined to vote, but they're afraid of being maltreated.
What?
In this country, sir, the law is sometimes unable to maintain its authority without the support of the majority. But in this case, the majority entertains very strong prejudices against the Negroes, and the government officials are unable to protect them in the exercise of their legal rights.
Then the majority claims the right not only of making the laws, but of breaking the laws it has itself made. I see. As Jefferson says,
the inquisition of public opinion overwhelms in practice the freedom asserted in theory by the laws.
And Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Society everywhere is in conspiracy against the manhood of every one of its members. The virtue in most request is conformity. Whoso would be a man must be a nonconformist. Nothing is ultimately sacred but the integrity of your own mind.
These are not the views of strangers and foreigners. They are the views of the Americans themselves.
But, Tocqueville, the Americans resist this tyranny of the majority by voluntary associations.
Oh, that's true.
Just think of all those associations we have found here and the reformers we have met. They fight for minority views and personal rights. And the majority is sometimes defeated by energetic minority agitation. No, the feeling in America is not that the will of the majority is a tyranny. In general, Americans agree with George Bancroft.
The best government rests on the people and not on the few, on the free development of public opinion and not on authority, because God has conferred the gifts of mind upon every member of the human race. Truth is not to be ascertained by the impulses of an individual. Truth emerges from the contradictions of personal opinions. Truth acknowledges neither the solitary mind nor the separate faction as its oracle, but owns as its only faithful interpreter the dictates of pure reason itself, proclaimed by the general voice of mankind. Thus, the opinion which we respect is indeed not the opinion of one or of a few, but the sagacity of the many.
In an age of equality, the majority always commands belief. Faith in the majority is itself a kind of religion. But although I fear the tyranny of the majority in America, and although I warn against it, I remain hopeful. Despotism seems to me peculiarly to be dreaded in democratic times. I should have loved freedom, I believe, at all times. But in the time in which we live, I am ready to worship it. But the men who live in democratic ages have naturally a taste for independence. They are naturally impatient of regulation. For a long time, these feelings should prevent the establishment of any despotism, and they will furnish fresh weapons to each succeeding generation that struggles in favor of the liberty of mankind. Let us then look forward to the future, not with that faint and idle terror which depresses and enervates the heart, but with that salutary fear that makes men keep watch and ward for freedom.
You have just heard The Tyranny of the Majority, a study in American freedom, item 9 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. These new Tocqueville study materials, including Tocqueville's 2-volume work, an album of the recordings, the text of the dramatizations, a newly published book, The Happy Republic, containing writings from the 1830s, and a discussion and reading guide, may be obtained from the American Foundation for Continuing Education at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to Common Sense and Moonshine, item 10 on Democracy in America.
Keep an ear to the world around you. Tune to NBC Radio.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, George Washington Slept Here. The starring players, this is Jack Carson.
And this is Carol Landis.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in a radio adaptation of Warner Brothers' rollicking comedy, George Washington Slept Here. by George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart. It stars Jack Carson as Bill Fuller and Carol Landis as his wife, Connie. The Lady Esther, Screen Guild Players, and George Washington Slept Here.
Here we are, Bill, miles from the city. Isn't it wonderful? No noise, no smoke.
Well, I like this city. I even like smoke. Smoke makes a city seem so lived in.
Ah, just smell that air.
Smells like a damp dog.
No, Bill, look, that's our new house.
Our new house? Connie, are you telling me that moth-eaten, termite-ridden pile of rotten boards is our house? You mean without saying a word, you've taken our hard-earned money and bought that rabbit hutch?
Oh, Bill.
Connie, I think you've lost your mind.
Ah, Bill, you're going to love this. It's hundreds of years old. Think of it, darling. George Washington actually slept in this very house.
Yeah? With all those cracks in the walls, it's a wonder the wind didn't blow him out of bed.
Ah, and look at this living room. 200 years ago, it was full of colonial soldiers. If only these walls could talk.
Well, I can, and I want to go back to town.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kemper. This is my husband.
Howdy.
I've been showing him through the house.
Be careful of them upstairs floors, ma'am. One of them caved in last month. Just up and gave away.
Well, Mr. Kemper is the caretaker.
I see. Have you been here 200 years, too, Mr. Kemper?
Let's see now. I came here in, no, it was, no. Yeah. No, I haven't.
Come along, Bill. Upstairs is the bedroom George Washington slept in just before going to Yorktown.
Can't you just buy me a book on American history and let me read it on West 27th Street? Right now I'm hot and thirsty.
Oh, Bill, I believe you're really angry.
Angry? I could spit from here to Mount Vernon. Look at this goat's nest. Looks like half the battles of the Revolution were fought down there in the living room.
Just wait till you see this place a month from now. We're going to remodel the whole thing, and Mr. Kemper is going to superintend it.
I'm thirsty. I want a drink of water.
Oh, Mr. Kemper.
Yes, Miss Fuller.
Where's the water faucet? Mr. Fuller wants a drink.
No faucets in the house, ma'am.
Isn't there any water at all anywhere?
Well, there's the brook.
Well, who's going to drink brook water?
Fished you right good on it.
I can understand that. This is a great spot for suckers.
Look, Mr. Kemper, couldn't we just dig a well and find water?
Nothing to stop you doing that. Only takes 30 to 60 days.
Oh, goody. I'll just put the drink off a month or two. I really wasn't thirsty anyhow. It's a fine thing. A guy's either got to be a fish and drink in the brook or a camel and never touch the stuff. I think...
Oh, Bill, look. Shame on you. You fell right through the ceiling.
Just up and gave away, didn't she? Are you hurt, Mr. Fuller?
No, I loved it. George Washington slept here. I know now what drove him to Valley Forge. Firing line is less dangerous than this 7-room booby trap.
Your name, Fuller?
That's right.
My name is Prescott. I own the house next door. This road you're using to drive up to your house is my road.
Your road? There must be some mistake. You see, I own this house. My wife and I just bought it.
Did you buy the road?
Well, no, of course not. But don't roads usually go with houses?
Not this road, Mr. Fuller. I built this road with my own money, and you, sir, are trespassing.
Well, how are we supposed to get to our house? Parachute in?
How you manage it is no concern of mine. All I can say is you'll have to build your own road. Good day, Mr. Fuller.
Who was it, Bill?
Our neighbor, Mr. Prescott. Nice guy. Owns roads and things. Says the road leading to our property belongs to him and we can't use it. We're trapped. I'm a man without a road.
But, dear, there's another road to the woods back of the house.
Yeah? Maybe we ought to trade our car in for a pack mule and an Indian guide.
Now, Bill, I'll check with the real estate agent in the morning.
By all means, do. Maybe the house doesn't belong to us either. That'll be the best news I've had all week.
Oh, here, Bill, help me unpack the rest of these cooking utensils. We'll never get dinner if Hester doesn't get the rest of her pots and pans.
For the love of Mike, listen to that noise. Is Mr. Kimber going to be drilling for water all summer? There's so many holes in the backyard now, it looks like an army of gophers were working a swing shift.
Well, Mr. Kimber says the new well looks very promising. He thinks we're going to strike it this time.
Yeah? He'll strike gold before he strikes water.
Miss Fuller, I'm quitting. I can't work in that kitchen.
What's the matter this time, Hester?
That animal of Mr. Kimber's walked right through the wall that ain't got no door.
Well, it's only a horse.
Only a horse?
Bill, help Hester get the poor animal out of the kitchen.
A horse must be out of its head to walk into a kitchen in times like these. Scram, dog biscuit. Go on back to Crosby.
There. There you are, Hester. Now, once that wall gets up, it won't happen again. The poor horse is probably just as scared as you are.
Oh, I ain't scared. I'm just not used to cooking and riding side saddle at the same time.
Look, Connie, we've been in this country jail 30 days. No road, wall in the kitchen still out, floors that may turn into trapdoors any moment, and even the OPA couldn't put a ceiling on this house.
But, Bill, it takes a little time to get everything all fixed up.
Pardon me, Mrs. Fuller, but I ordered the gravel. Going to need another load, too. We figured $42, but the bill says around $135. Price of lime's gone up, too. Then there's the trees, you know.
Trees? What do we have to do about the trees? Pay them for standing there?
No, but you got to spray them, Mr. Fuller.
Oh.
If we don't, they're liable to get elm blight or oak borer. Mm-hmm. And then there are caterpillars and the measuring worm.
Is that all, Mr. Kimber?
Well, there's the Japanese beetle.
Japanese... Does Mr. Prescott have Japanese beetles?
No, just you.
You mean all the way from Japan they came to pick on me?
Was there anything else, Mr. Kimber?
Well, we need a couple of truckloads of fertilizer. It's $45 a load now.
45... You know, when fertilizer costs more than sirloin steak, it makes you stop and think.
Then let's see. We're going to need 6 truckloads of dirt.
Dirt? Connie, first we got no water, then we got no road, but now a farm and no dirt. That's too much.
Bill, sometimes I just don't understand you. Here you are, face to face with the most wonderful thing in the world, nature. And all you see are a few insignificant trivialities.
That's all very fine. I love it here, Connie. Just us and the insects. But where's the money coming from to pay for all of this? Look at this little note from the county. Extra assessment county poorhouse, $21.30. I suggest we pay that and move right in.
Oh, Bill, at least you should feel better now that we have water. Just think, ever since early this morning, 40 gallons a minute.
Mr. Fuller.
Oh, hello, Mr. Prescott. What can I do for you?
Mr. Fuller, you have just put a well down on my property. You're drawing my water.
You know something, Mr. Prescott? I breathed some of your air today, too. Go on, sue me.
Why, Mr. Prescott,
See here, Prescott, we put no well down on your property.
Don't tell me. Your property ends at the brook. Why don't you look at your deed first instead of having a man go out and dig wells wherever he wants to? You can't go around punching holes in other people's property.
Well, even if the well is on your property, couldn't you, well, sort of allow us to use it?
Mr. Fuller, this well you put down has tapped my spring. I just tried to fill my bathtub and nothing comes out of the faucets.
Maybe it just runs on Saturday.
There is no water anywhere in my house.
You mean...
Yes.
Oh, no wonder we get 40 gallons to the minute.
Well, Mr. Fuller, do you plug it up or do I have my men do it and send you the bill? I'll give you an hour to decide.
Look, I'll pull the well out of the ground, saw it up, and stack it right in the middle of your road. Goodbye. Mr. Kimber, you've been drilling holes in this backyard long enough. I haven't seen anything but the top of your head for weeks. Don't go down to the mine today, Kimber. Don't.
The more I drill, the closer we get to water.
Well, please stop for a while. You're beginning to get that cave dweller look.
Yes, sir. But you know, the water is looking for us. We're looking for the water.
Mr. Prescott has probably drained all the water to stay away from this place. Just forget it.
Mr. Fuller.
Hello, Mr. Kimber. Come right in. I suppose the Japanese beetles are coming.
3 months too early for them.
Oh.
Afraid the new well is no good, Mrs. Fuller.
Just struck a cemetery.
A cemetery?
Anybody we know?
Well, you better keep trying, Mr. Kemper. We've got to have water.
Look, Kimber.
Yeah.
Dig.
Zoot, Mr. Fuller, zoot.
Connie, we've got to do something about Raymond. I refuse to have that 12-year-old package of dynamite running around this house any longer.
But, Bill, he's my nephew. Besides, Raymond's only been here 2 weeks, and after all, he's only a small boy. Couldn't you try to get to really know him better?
Know him? He bit his initials in my leg, didn't he? He's not the type to know better. The only way he can know that brat is worse.
But, Bill, it's just until my sister gets a divorce. That's the only thing that's holding it up now is the custody of Raymond.
You mean neither one of his parents will take him?
Hey, Aunt Connie, here comes that old flat-faced Mr. Prescott. The old jerk looks like he's got a puss on.
Oh.
Mr. Fuller, this boy just threw a dead skunk in my swimming pool.
I did not. It was a lie.
No. And this morning he put a sign, nudist camp, right in front of my gate.
Oh, Raymond, if you don't behave, your Uncle Bill is going to have to do something about you.
I know what I'd like to do, but it means the chair in this state.
Why, I'd turn my dogs loose on you if you weren't leaving tomorrow.
Leaving? But we're not going anywhere, Mr. Prescott.
Oh, that's what you think. Mr. Fuller, it may interest you to know that your property is being foreclosed on Tuesday.
Foreclosed?
Exactly. I'm on the board of directors at the bank. At 12 o'clock Tuesday morning, Mr. Fuller, I'm buying your place.
Connie, what does he mean?
I don't know, Bill. We have the deed.
You may have your deed, but you haven't got $5,000. Good day.
Well, there was a letter from the bank, Bill, but I didn't want to bother you.
Bother me? Just a letter of foreclosure, that's all.
Oh.
We seem to have paid for everything except the house.
Oh, it's all my fault. What are we going to do?
Sometimes if you write to Mrs. Roosevelt, the darndest things happen. You know, Connie, I was just beginning to like this place.
Were you, Bill?
Yeah.
Were you really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, $5,000. It doesn't sound like so much.
It does when you haven't got it. Maybe we could hock Raymond for $5,000.
So ends Act One of George Washington Slept Here, starring Carol Landis and Jack Carson. Before we hear Act Two, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I believe there's nothing that can do more to dramatize a woman's appearance than a fresh, lovely skin. For I've seen living proof of it so many times. I remember, for example, a rather plain, mousy little woman I met once at a dinner party. She had such a blemished, unattractive skin that it made her very self-conscious among people. And she begged me to help her, to tell her what to do. Well, I said, millions of women use my four-purpose face cream and seem to find it very helpful. You mean that's all I need, she said, just one cream? She seemed surprised, as though one cream couldn't possibly help her long-neglected skin. Well, I left the party soon after, never expecting to see her again. But I did see her just a few weeks later, and I could hardly believe my eyes. For she had taken my advice, had used Lady Esther face cream morning and night, and she had become positively radiant. Her skin looked so much smoother and fresher that she seemed years younger than when I last saw her. And now that she was no longer self-conscious about her skin, she had acquired new poise, new confidence. It was reflected even in the way she walked and talked. Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream had helped make her a very attractive woman indeed. So why don't you try Lady Esther Face Cream? It thoroughly cleans your skin, it softens your skin, it helps nature refine the pores, and it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Millions of lovely women now use no other cream for their skin than Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream.
And now the curtain rises on Act Two of George Washington Slept Here, starring Jack Carson as Bill Fuller and Carol Landis as his wife, Connie.
Oh, Mrs. Fuller, I forgot to give you this telegram.
Only a telegram, Mr. Kimber? No locusts? No worms? No beetles?
Oh. Bill!
Ah.
Guess what? Uncle Stanley is coming.
Uncle, when?
Now. He must be on his way from the station.
Of all the times.
Oh, Bill, it'll only be for a couple of days.
Oh, sure, just for the weekend. There isn't going to be any weekend, Connie. Don't you remember? We're leaving tomorrow. Uncle Stanley, the old windbag. Well, all I can say is if we ever get his money, we've earned it.
Money? Oh, money. Say, that's a wonderful idea. Don't you get it, Bill? We'll borrow the $5,000 from him.
That tight old buzzard. Do you realize he's never given us so much as a handkerchief? Just pictures. Pictures of himself.
Now, Bill, that one in the guest room came in very handy. It covered a very bad place in the plaster.
Tell you, I'm sick of them. Pictures of Uncle Stanley grinning at you in the living room, the dining room, the front hall, or even the bed, everywhere. I'd like to find just one peaceful corner in this house where the old goat couldn't leer down at me.
Hey, Bill, look out the window. Here he is now. It's Uncle Stanley.
The old buzzard.
Hello, children.
Why, Uncle Stanley. Hello, you old buzzard. Welcome.
Are we glad to see you?
Constance, my dear. Hello there, Bill.
Oh, Uncle Stanley, you look wonderful.
Come in and sit down in this nice easy chair, Uncle Stanley. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Bill. Now, let me see. Where's that little package I brought? Oh, yes, there it is. A little something for the house with my compliments.
Oh, look, Bill. A picture of Uncle Stanley.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
Nice little place you have here, Constance.
Yeah, George Washington actually slept here. You should have seen this place before we took it over. You wouldn't have believed anybody could have slept here. This place would have given Robinson Crusoe insomnia. Draw your chair closer to the fire, Uncle Stanley.
Yes, here, let me get a cushion for your back, Uncle Stanley.
Thank you.
Yeah, are you sure you're comfortable, Uncle Stanley?
Yes.
Ah, swell. Well, by the way, Uncle Stanley, there was a fellow in our office, and he had an aunt that was going to leave him a whole lot of money, and this fella got into some trouble or other or something, and he finally had to go to this aunt and ask her if she'd give him some money.
She was a darn fool if she did.
Bill is trying to tell you something, Uncle Stanley. We're going to lose this house if we don't get $5,000 tomorrow.
$5,000?
Well, we wouldn't ask if we weren't desperate. You see, we both felt that if Connie could have just that much of her inheritance now, why...
You see, Uncle Stanley, this house means so much to both of us.
That's all very well, Constance, but people shouldn't go about buying things they can't afford to pay for.
Surely, Uncle Stanley, a man of your means...
That has nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, Uncle Stanley. It was my fault, not Bill's. But $5,000 can't mean very much to you, and it means an awfully lot to us.
It's quite a shock to me, Constance. You're the first one in the family that's ever asked for money. As a lesson to you, I'm afraid I've got to say no.
Uncle Stanley, I'm not going to let you say no. Please say yes, Uncle Stanley.
Bill, Constance, I'm going to tell you something. I haven't got a plug nickel. Not a cent.
What?
I haven't got a cent. Went broke in 1929, clean broke.
Oh, you're joking.
No, I'm not.
I just don't get it.
I get $100 a month from an annuity, the only thing I have left.
Well, why did you go on fooling everybody all these years?
Well, children, I'll tell you. When I found I was broke, I didn't like the idea a bit, so I said to myself, if you don't let your nephews and nieces find out, you can still have a wonderful life just visiting around. It'll be a cinch.
This is the dirtiest trick I ever heard of in my life. A professional homesteader.
Oh, Bill, I'm going to miss this place terribly. Just little things. Walking upstairs to bed at night, putting around the place. Oh, I don't know, the whole feeling that it's yours, inside and out.
Yes, sir, a little place in the country. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of the Japanese beetle.
Say, Bill, I just want you and Constance to know that I'm very sorry I didn't have the money to give you.
Oh, that's all right, Uncle Stanley. Don't give it a thought. It doesn't matter now anyway.
Oh, all right. Take it easy, Hester. Your pie isn't so hot anyway.
You bring that piece of pie back here.
I can't now. I took a bite out.
Huckleberry Capone.
I suppose we'll have to give Hester notice.
With that kid Commando around, she'll probably be glad to retire to a boiler factory.
Raymond, come on out in the yard with me. I want to have a talk with you.
Okay.
Excuse us a minute, children.
Okay, I'm listening.
Well, you know that Aunt Connie and Uncle Bill are going to lose their house.
Yeah, I heard about it. They're not losing much when they lose that fire trap. Say, now there's an idea.
Yeah, but I got an idea how to help them. And I need your assistance.
Yeah? What's in it for me?
How about $5?
The fire'd be worth that. Make it 10 in cash.
All right, 10. Now listen, I want you to get Mr. Prescott over here. Do you think you could do something to make him chase you back here?
Do I think? Say it's a cinch. Now, where's the $10?
When the job's over, I'll pay you. Now run along and bring Prescott back.
Well, okay.
Raymond, on your way. George Washington may have crossed up the Delaware, but here's where your Uncle Stanley crosses up Mr. Prescott.
When you leave, where are you going to live, Mr. Fuller?
Under a newspaper in Central Park. Look us up.
Got a whole wheelbarrow of fertilizer out by the front door. What better do with it?
Oh, just leave it there, Mr. Kemper. Maybe Mr. Prescott can take it home for his roses.
Well, it's paid for. Seems just a shame not to...
Help, he's just behind me.
For heaven's sakes, who's just behind you?
Mr. Fuller, I've stood all that I'm going to stand. That boy threw mud in my face.
Why, Raymond.
And all that fertilizer out there are paid for.
I tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you're leaving tomorrow, I'd have you thrown out now.
Mr. Prescott, until tomorrow, this property is ours, and I'll thank you to get off of it. In other words, you've got your road out there. Hit it.
It'll be a pleasure. I shall put the matter of personal damages in the hands of my lawyer.
Raymond, you may go to your room.
Oh, gee.
You heard me?
Oh, whoever said it was peaceful in the country.
Hello there. Where is everybody? Surprise, surprise. A visit from your old Uncle Stanley.
Hey, what in the...
What's going on here, Constance? Is something wrong? Don't tell me I'm late. I brought the check with me.
Check? The check?
Yes, the $5,000 you phoned me about.
Oh, yes, the check. Yes, I see.
Beg your pardon. I don't believe I've met this gentleman.
This is Mr. Prescott.
How do you do? I'm Stanley J. Menninger.
Well, Mr. Prescott, it seems the property will still be ours, eh?
You mean your uncle here is paying off the mortgage?
Hey, Mr. Manager, here's the $5, but they wouldn't give me a dime for your cufflinks. The man at the pawn shop said they're phony.
Oh, so... Mr. Menninger is reduced to pawning cufflinks, but says you pay the bank $5,000.
Why, Uncle Stanley.
Well, it almost worked.
There's a jail for people like you, Mr. Menninger.
Now, Mr. Prescott, where's your sense of humor? It was all in fun.
Well, possibly you won't think it's so funny tomorrow. I'll see that my dogs escort you out of here personally.
Oh, Mr. Fuller, look what I found. We were digging, and I brought up this old boot. It had an old letter in it, too. Fell out when we dug it up.
An old letter? Who's it addressed to?
Let me see. Nobody. It says, notes on a speech to the armed forces.
Armed forces? Why, that must be...
What does it say, Bill? Read it.
Gentlemen, we are facing a time of peril so grave in our brief national history that there is now only the choice of serving the country a little longer or having tomorrow no country to serve. Under the favor of Almighty God, we have become a nation. Let me say to you that I hate war. But if we remain one nation, one people, that time is not far distant when we may choose war or peace as our national interest, guided by justice. In the words of Tom Paine, these are the times that try men's souls. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. 'Tis dearness alone that gives everything its value. And it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. George Washington.
George Washington?
Gosh. What's the date on that?
November 10th, 1777.
This document is priceless.
Well, think we can get $5,000 for it?
10 times that. Why, I know a half a dozen people who would buy it in 2 minutes.
Well, Mr. Prescott.
Well, what if it isn't genuine?
I assure you, Mr. Prescott, it is genuine. This will more than pay the bank back tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Prescott.
Look out for that wheelbarrow.
There's none left for his roses.
Oh, Mr. Fuller. Mr. Fuller.
What?
Close the door. They're here.
Who's here?
The Japanese beetles. Millions of them.
Japanese beetles?
Yeah, what'll we do with them, Mr. Fuller?
Let General MacArthur take care of them. Come on, Connie. This is the end.
Thank you, Mr. Carson and Miss Landis, for bringing us the story of George Washington Slept Here. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are indeed grateful that you could be our guests tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. We're all aware of what fine work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and Clinic. And to know that the benefits from this program support that work makes our annual appearance of the Lady Esther Screen Guild players a real pleasure. We'll be back soon. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Landis. Ladies, can you look in your mirror and say, my skin is just the way I want it to be, smooth, fresh, and youthful looking? Or are there telltale signs of age around your eyes and mouth? Does your skin seem dry and rough to your fingers? Do you have a tiny blackhead here and there, perhaps a few big pores? Well, you can have the kind of skin you dream about. You can have a radiantly clean, fresh-looking skin that everyone admires. And all you need is just one cream, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. Many women say it's the most beautifying face cream they've ever used. All I ask you to do is try Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. See how the dry flakes of skin are loosened and absorbed, how the very texture of your skin seems suddenly a lot finer and softer. Notice how much smoother face powder looks on your skin after you've removed those dry, clinging flakes. Remember, Lady Esther Face Cream is all you need, for it thoroughly cleans your skin, softens your skin, helps nature refine the pores, and leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Many women say their skin looks a lot younger and lovelier after the very first application of Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Design for Scandal. It will star Olivia de Havilland and Walter Pidgeon. Be sure to listen. Carol Landis is currently working in the 20th Century Fox production, 4 Jills in a Jeep. Jack Carson can now be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Princess O'Rourke, and he can also be heard Wednesday evenings on this network in his own Campbell Soup radio program. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hetch. For economy's sake, get the largest size of Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream and the larger sizes of Lady Esther Face Powder. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in His Girl Friday with Jack Carson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And that goes double for the ladies and gentlemen of the press, because we feel a slight pang of regret for what we're about to do to them. It's been rumored that they don't ordinarily behave as our play tonight would indicate, but we gaily beg their indulgence on the ground that His Girl Friday is an exceptional case. Tonight we present a lady of the press in the engaging person of Claudette Colbert, and a gentleman of the same profession played by Fred McMurray. A perfect team for the hectic happenings of the next hour. And right now, I'm going to give away a trade secret about this comedy. Most of you will remember a famous play about the newspaper business called The Front Page. Well, any resemblance between that play and His Girl Friday is no coincidence, but entirely intentional. This Columbia screen hit, produced by Harry Cohn and Sam Briskin, was based on The Front Page, but certain differences make it practically a new story. Hildy Johnson, the hero, used to be a man. Tonight, Hildy is a lady, a very charming lady, Claudette Colbert. Walter Burns, the autocrat of the editorial rooms, is just as autocratic as ever, with Fred McMurray in the part. And between rapid adventures with an escaped maniac, a crooked sheriff, a last-minute reprieve, and a kidnapped mother-in-law, they even manage to find time for romance. I'm sure every woman will agree that the silent partner of romance is loveliness. And that's why so many millions of women choose Lux Toilet Soap. They know that Lux Toilet Soap is a very active partner of loveliness. Now a quick signal to the switchboard. The footlights brighten and the curtain rises on the first act of His Girl Friday, starring Claudette Colbert as Hildy Johnson and Fred McMurray as Walter Burns, with Jack Carson as Bruce Baldwin. When a young and charming ex-wife drops in to see her ex-husband, there usually arises what is known as a delicate situation, particularly when she brings along her new fiancé. But Hildy Johnson, our ex-wife, was never fazed by a delicate situation. Bruce Baldwin, the new fiancé, was not consulted in the matter, and Walter Burns, the ex-husband and managing editor of the Morning Post, doesn't know about it yet. He's in his office as Hildy barges cheerfully through the city room, her fiancé a few steps to the rear.
Hello, Skitty. Hiya, Ruth. Hello, Maisie. Hildy Johnson. How are you? Hey, what are you doing here? You coming back to work, Hildy? No, just visiting. This is my fiancé, Mr. Baldwin. Oh, hello.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
Tell me, is the Lord of the Universe in? Mr. Burns? Yes, he's in a bad humor. Is that unusual? He's got Louis Peluso in there with him. You want to be announced, Hildy? No. I'll blow my own horn. Bruce, he's in, so you'd better wait here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you.
What did you say?
Oh,
I'll go on, Bruce.
Well, I said even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you.
I heard you the first time. I like it. That's why I asked you to say it again. You know, I can stand being spoiled a little. The gentleman I'm going in to see did very little spoiling.
I'd like to spoil him just once. Are you sure you don't want me to go in with you?
No, I can handle it. You just keep your eye on that door. See, Walter Burns, managing editor. I'll be coming out in 10 minutes.
Well, if it gets rough, remember I'm here.
I'll come running, partner. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Okay, call me right back.
Morning, Mr. Burns. Hello, Louis.
Hey, boss, your ex-wife is here.
Hello, I can't hear you.
How have you been, Mr. Peluso? How's the big slot machine king?
No, I ain't doing that no more. I'm retired, know what I mean?
No.
I'm a newspaper man now, working for Mr. Burns.
Okay, goodbye. Hildy. Hello, Hildy.
Hello, Walter.
Say, this is great. Outside, Louis.
Sure.
Gee, honey, you look swell.
Walter, I've got to see you right away.
No, not now, Duffy.
But listen.
No, not now. I'm busy.
Walter, I thought you ought to know that the governor did not sign that reprieve.
What?
And tomorrow morning, Earl Williams dies and makes a sucker out of us. What are you going to do?
Excuse me, Hildy.
Oh, sure.
Get the governor on the phone, Duffy.
I can't. He's out fishing.
Well, get him anyhow. Tell him if he reprieves Earl Williams, we'll support him for senator.
What?
Tell him the Morning Post will be behind him, hook, line, and sinker.
But you can't do that.
Why not?
Because we've been against him for 6 years.
All right, after we get the reprieve, we'll be against him again.
But, Walter...
Come on, Duffy, get going.
All right.
Well, Walter, I see you're still at it.
Yeah, first time I ever double-crossed the governor. Hildy, you look prettier than ever.
Well, thanks. You mind if I sit down?
Well, there's a lamp burning in the window for you, honey.
I jumped out of that window a long time ago.
Yeah. How long since we've seen each other?
Well, let's see. I was in Reno 6 weeks, and then Bermuda, about 4 months, I guess. Seems like yesterday to me.
Maybe it was yesterday, Hildy. Been seeing me in your dreams?
No. Mama doesn't dream about you anymore, Walter. You wouldn't know the old girl now.
Oh, yes, I would. I'd know you anytime, any
place,
anywhere.
Anywhere. Yes. You're repeating yourself, honey. That's the speech you made the night you proposed.
Yeah, I notice you still remember it.
Of course I remember it. If I hadn't remembered it, I wouldn't have divorced you.
Yeah. You know, Hildy, I sort of wish you hadn't done that.
Done what?
Divorced me. Makes a fellow lose all faith in himself. Gives him a feeling he isn't wanted.
Now, look, Junior, that's what divorces are for.
Oh, nonsense. You've got an old-fashioned idea that divorces are something that lasts forever. But divorces don't mean a thing nowadays, Hildy. Just a few words mumbled over you by a judge. We've got something between us nothing can change.
I suppose you're right in a way.
Sure, I'm right.
I am fond of you, you know.
Atta girl.
I often wish you weren't such a stinker.
It's a nice thing to say.
Why did you promise not to fight the divorce and then do everything you could to gum up the whole work?
Oh, Hildy, I only acted like any husband that didn't want to see his home broken up.
What home?
What home? Don't you remember the home I promised you?
Sure I do. That's the one we were to have right after our honeymoon. Yes, the honeymoon.
Now, was that my fault? Did I know the coal mine was going to cave in? I intended to be with you on our honeymoon, Hildy. Honest, I did.
All I know is that instead of 2 weeks in Atlantic City with my bridegroom, I spent 2 weeks in a coal mine with John Krupski. You don't deny that, do you?
Deny it? I'm proud of it. We beat the whole country on that story.
Well, suppose we did. That isn't what I got married for.
Oh, Hildy, what's the use of fighting? I'll tell you what. You come back to work in the paper, and if we find we can't get along in a friendly way, we'll get married again.
What?
Sure. I haven't got any hard feelings.
Walter, you're wonderful in a loathsome sort of way.
You mean you won't come back to work in the paper?
You're right, Mr. Burns, the first time today.
You got a better offer, huh?
You bet I've got a better offer.
All right, go on, take it. Work for somebody else. That's the gratitude I get. What were you when you came here 5 years ago? A little college girl from a school of journalism. I took a little doll-faced punk and...
Oh, you wouldn't have taken me if I hadn't been doll-faced.
No, what of it? I made a great reporter out of you.
It just didn't work out, Walter.
Well, it would have worked if you'd been satisfied with just being editor and reporter, but not you. You had to marry me and spoil everything.
I suppose I proposed to you.
Well, you practically did. Made Google eyes at me for 2 years.
Why, you...
Hey, put down that inkwell. Ah, Hildy, you're losing your eyes. Used to be able to pitch better than that. Hello?
Hello, Walter. This is Duffy again.
Oh, hello, Sweeney. What can I do for you?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not Sweeney. I'm Duffy.
Sweeney, you can't do that to me. Not today of all days.
What's the matter with you? Are you loony? This is Duffy.
Now, listen, Sweeney. This is no time
Walter, I have to.
All right, then. If you have to, you have to, I guess.
He had to, huh?
How do you like that? Everything happens to me.
What's the matter?
Sweeney, the only man in the paper that can write, and he has to pick today to have a baby.
Well, he didn't do it on purpose, did he?
I don't care whether he did or not. He's supposed to cover the Earl Williams case, and where is he? Walking up and down in a hospital. Is there no sense of honor in this country?
Haven't you got anybody else?
No, there's nobody else in the paper who can write. This'll break me, and I... Hildy. Hildy, you've got to help me.
No, sir.
Don't let me down in my darkest hour. It'll bring us together again, Hildy, like we used to be.
Oh, scram, Svengali.
Well, if you won't do it for love, how about money? I'll raise you $25 a week.
Will you listen to me, you great big bumble-headed baboon? Do you see this on my finger? Do you know what it is? It's an engagement ring.
Engagement ring? No.
Well, I tried to tell you right away, but you would start reminiscing. I'm getting married, Walter, and I'm also getting as far away from the newspaper business as I can get.
Huh?
I'm through.
No, Hildy. You can get married all you want, but you can't quit the newspaper business.
No, why not?
It'd kill you. You're a newspaper man. You're a journalist, Hildy.
A journalist? Now, what does that mean? Peeking through keyholes, chasing after fire engines, stealing pictures off old ladies. Oh, I know all about reporters, Walter. A lot of daffy Budinskis running around without a nickel in their pockets. And for what? Just so... Oh, well, what's the use? You wouldn't know what it means to me anyway. I want to be respectable and live a halfway normal life. Well, the point is, I'm through.
Where'd you meet this man?
Bermuda?
Rich, huh?
No, he's not what you'd call rich.
What's his line?
He's in the insurance business.
The insurance business?
Well, that's a good, honest business, isn't it?
Oh, sure. It's also adventurous and romantic. Now, listen, Hildy, I can't picture you being surrounded by policies.
I can, and what's more, I like it. Besides, he forgets the office when he's with me. He doesn't treat me like an animal either, Walter. He treats me like a woman.
Oh, he does he? How'd I treat you, like a water buffalo?
I don't know about water buffaloes, but I know about him. Oh, he's kind and sweet, and he's considerate. He wants a home and children.
Sounds more like a guy I ought to marry. What's his name?
Baldwin. Bruce Baldwin.
Baldwin. I knew a Baldwin once, a horse thief in Mississippi. Couldn't be the same fella, could it?
No, you're not talking about the man I'm marrying tomorrow.
Tomorrow? As soon as that, huh?
Yeah. No. Well, at last I got out what I came up here to tell you. I guess there isn't any more to the story. So long, Walter.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Hildy. You kind of took the wind out of my sails. Look, honey, I just want to wish you everything I couldn't give you.
Thank you, Walter.
I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to meet him. I'm more or less particular about who my wife marries. Or is he?
Well, he's right on the job waiting for me outside.
Oh, well, you mind if I meet him?
Of course not.
Well, then come on, let's see this paragon. Is he as good as you say?
He's better.
Well, then what does he want with you?
Well, now you got me. Bruce, dear.
Yes, Hildy?
Bruce, I want you to meet Mr. Burns. Mr. Baldwin, my fiancé.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Burns?
Oh, go on, it's a gag.
Huh?
It's a gag. You're not Bruce Baldwin.
Walter, what are you trying to do?
Really, is he? Certainly, Bruce Baldwin.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Baldwin. Hildy, you led me to believe you were marrying a much older man.
Oh, really? And what did I say that led you to...
don't worry about it. I realize you didn't mean older in years.
Oh.
You always carry an umbrella, Bruce?
Yeah, well, it looked a little cloudy this morning.
That's right, it did. Rubbers, too, I hope.
Uh-huh.
That's fine. Man ought to be prepared for any emergency.
Bruce, I think we'd better be running along.
Yeah, we better get going.
Where are we going?
Oh, I'm taking you two to lunch. Hildy, didn't you tell him?
No, she didn't.
You're wasting your time, Walter. It won't do a bit of good.
Oh, no, glad to do it. Well. So you two are going to get married, huh? You're getting a great girl, Bruce.
I realize that.
Yes, and you're getting something else, too, Bruce. You're getting a great newspaper man.
No orchids, Walter.
One of the best I ever knew. Sorry to see you go, Hildy. Darn sorry.
I'd like to believe you meant that.
I do mean it. But I know what you want, Hildy. You want a home.
Well, I'll certainly try to give her one.
I know you will, Bruce. Where are you going to live?
Albany.
Albany, huh? Got a family there, Bruce?
Oh, just my mother.
Oh, your mother, huh? You going to live with her?
Well, just for the first year.
That'll be nice. A home with mother. In Albany, too. Ow, hey, Hilda, what'd you kick me for?
I'm sorry, Walter. My foot must have slipped.
Oh, okay. Well, let's have a drink, shall we? What do you say? Hey, guys.
Oh, no, not for me. I've got to buy the tickets yet and check the baggage. We're taking the sleeper for Albany.
Oh, are you leaving today?
4 o'clock. We're getting married tomorrow.
Well, let me get this straight. You mean you're taking the sleeper today and then getting married tomorrow?
Oh, well, it's not like that.
Well, what is it like?
Oh, poor Walter. He'll toss and turn all night, Bruce. You'd better tell him Mother's coming along, too.
Mother? Well, your mother kicked the bucket 3 years ago.
Oh, no, my mother. My mother.
Oh, your mother.
Yes.
Well, that relieves my mind.
No, it was cruel to let you suffer that way, wasn't it? Isn't Walter sweet, Bruce? Always wanting to protect me.
Well, I admit I wasn't much of a husband, but you can always count on me.
Oh, Mr. Burns.
Yeah, guys.
You're one on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, will you? I'll be right back.
Not at all.
Don't be long. We've got to leave.
Right away. Hello?
Hello, Walter. This is Duffy.
Oh, Duffy, I'm glad you called.
About that lead.
No, forget it. Listen. Is there any way we could stop the 4 o'clock train to Albany from leaving town?
Sure. We got dynamite.
Oh, okay, never mind. Now get this. Get hold of Sweeney and send him out of town on a 2-week vacation right away.
But, Walter, he's covering the Williams hanging.
Keep your shirt on. Hildy's coming back in the paper.
She is?
Yeah, she doesn't know it yet, but she's staying. And listen, tell Louis to stick around the office. I may need him. In the meantime,
I kind of wish he'd hurry up. You know, Hildy, he's not such a bad fellow.
No, he should make some girl really happy. Slap happy.
I sort of like him. He's got a lot of charm.
Yeah, he comes by it naturally. His grandfather was a snake.
Here he is. Say, he looks all upset.
Sorry, folks.
Something wrong, Walter?
Yeah, bad business.
What's the matter?
The Earl Williams case.
Oh, yes, I've been reading about that.
What's the lowdown?
It's simple, honey. The poor little dope lost his job. Went nuts and shot a cop who was coming after him to quiet him down, and now they're going to hang him tomorrow.
Well, if he was out of his mind when he did it, why doesn't the state just put him away?
Because there happens to be an election coming up in a couple of days.
And nothing brings in the votes like a good old-fashioned hanging.
Well, I should think you could show the man wasn't responsible.
No, that's not so easy.
Well, maybe it's not so hard either.
What do you mean, Hildy?
Well, don't they have to have another expert examine him before they hang him?
Oh, sure. A guy named Egelhofer's going to do it. Why?
Well, look, Walter. You get an interview with Earl Williams.
Yeah?
Print Egelhofer's statement.
Yeah?
And right alongside it, double column, you run your interview. Alienist says he's sane. Interview shows he's goofy.
Hildy, you could do it. You could save that poor devil's life.
No.
Oh, that's right. You're going away. I forgot.
Well, how long would the interview take?
Well, only an hour for the interview and another hour to write it, that's all.
Well, Hildy, we could take the 6 o'clock train if it would save a man's life.
Well, sure.
No. Walter, if you want to save Earl Williams' life, you can just interview him yourself. Or else get Sweeney. He's the best man you've got on that paper for stuff.
Poor Sweeney. Duffy just told me. His wife finally had twins. Isn't that terrible? So Sweeney goes out to celebrate and falls down a flight of steps. Sweeney has twins, so Earl Williams hangs tomorrow.
Oh, now, Walter, it isn't as bad as that.
Oh, look, Bruce, argue with her, will you? Argue with her. Otherwise, you're going on a honeymoon with blood on your hands. How can you have any happiness after that? All through the years, you remember that a man went to the gallows because she was too selfish to wait 2 hours.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. Sweeney only got married 4 months ago.
You win.
Then Mrs. Sweeney didn't have twins?
No, honey, the twins were Walter's.
Oh, it was nothing. Here, we'll start all over again. I'll offer you two a business proposition. Bruce, I understand you're in the insurance game.
Don't listen to him, Bruce. I know all his tricks from
Hildy,
way
I'm
back.
talking to him. Now, look, Bruce. You persuade Hildy to do this story, and you can write a nice, fat policy for me. What do you say?
Oh, no, Mr. Burns. I won't use my wife for business purposes.
Wait a minute. How big a policy, Walter?
Oh, $25,000?
What?
$50,000? $100,000?
Bruce, what's the commission on a $100,000 policy?
Around $1,000.
So what's wrong with $1,000? How long would it take to get him examined?
Well, I could get a company doctor here in 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll get the story.
Now you're talking.
You keep out of this. Bruce, take him down to the office and see if they'll allow anything on that carcass of his.
Say I'm better now than I ever was.
That's nothing to brag about. And look, Bruce, after you get the check, you phone me. I'll be in the press room of the criminal court building. Oh, Walter.
Yeah?
I think you'd better make that a certified check.
What do you think I am, a crook?
Yes.
All right, it'll be certified. Want my fingerprints?
No, thanks. I've still got those. Bruce, how much money have you got on you?
Well, you know everything we have. $500.
Well, give me the $500.
But I have to get the tickets.
No, I'll buy the tickets.
But, Hildy,
Oh, really, darling? I know what I'm doing. He'd get you in a crap game. Now, please.
Well, all right. Here you are.
Thanks. And when you've finished examining this imperfect specimen, remember now, call me. Press room, criminal court building.
I will. Be careful now.
Never mind me. Watch out for yourself. You're in bad company.
Hello, press room. Accused speaking. Hey, who is this? Oh, the sheriff. Hiya, Sheriff. Oh, wait a minute, I'll ask him. Hey. Hey! Sheriff Hartwell says we're making too much noise.
Tell him to go soak his head.
Go soak your head, Sheriff. I got 3 aces.
Hiya, boys.
Hey, look, it's Hildy Johnson.
Hi, Eddie. Hiya, Joe.
Hiya, Hildy. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you.
Coming back to work, Hildy?
No. This is just a farewell appearance. I'm going into business for myself.
What doing?
I'm getting married tomorrow.
What now? Hey, you're not fooling us, are you,
No,
Hildy?
on the level. Look what I've got right here. 3 tickets for Albany on the 6 o'clock train tonight.
What do you mean, 3 tickets?
Me and my beau and, hats off, boys, his sweet darling Ma.
What? Your mother-in-law? What kind of marriage is that?
No, it's going to be all right. I'm going to settle down. I'm through with the newspaper business.
Oh, sure. Hey, can you picture Hildy singing lullabies and hanging out the dides? And swapping lies over the back fence?
Sour grapes, boys.
She'll be back as soon as she gets tired beating rugs. Too bad you can't stick around till tomorrow, Hildy. You're missing a nice hanging.
Say, I have to do a yarn on Williams. Did he know what he was doing when he fired that gun?
If you ask us, no. If you ask the state alienist, the answer is yes.
Press room. Huh? Oh? Oh, yeah, she's here.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Here, hand it over. Hello?
Hello, Hildy?
Oh, yes, darling. Did you get the check from Walter?
Sure, certified and everything. I got it right here in my pocket.
In your pocket. That's fine.
Uh-huh.
No, wait a minute. Maybe it isn't so fine. Where are you?
I'm in Mr. Burns' office.
Well, now, look, Bruce. I don't want you to carry that check around in your pocket.
Hildy, it's all right. The check is made out to the company. Nobody can cash it, and anyway, I wouldn't lose a check like that. It means too much to us.
Don't worry, Hildy.
Now, look, Bruce, do what I say, will you? I don't want you to carry that check in your pocket, please.
Yeah, but I think it's all right.
There's an old newspaper superstition that the first big check you get, you put in the lining of your hat. See? It brings you luck.
Well, Hildy, that's silly.
I know, darling, but do it for me.
Oh, all right.
And look, tell Walter I'm going right over to Earl Williams' cell to get the interview. I'll phone it in as soon as I can.
I'll tell him.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Everything all right, Bruce?
Oh, yes, Hildy said to tell you she'd get right to work.
Oh, fine.
Well, I must be going now. Thanks again, Mr. Burns.
Oh, don't mention it, Bruce. Don't mention it. I'd do anything for you and Hildy.
Yes, I'm beginning to realize that. Well, goodbye, Mr. Burns.
Goodbye, Bruce. Oh, and don't forget your umbrella. Might rain, you know.
Huh? Oh, thanks. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, Louie. Louie, come in here.
Yeah, boss.
Come here. Listen, did you see the guy that just left here?
That dope?
Yeah, I want you to follow him. He's on his way to the railroad station to get the 6 o'clock train for Albany. He's not supposed to get there, see?
I get it. What'll I do to him, boss?
I don't care what you do to him, but try to keep it legal.
Leave it to me.
Hello? Hello, is this the press room? I want to speak to Miss Johnson.
Hello, who is this?
Hildy, is this you?
Oh, hello, Bruce. What is it?
Hildy, something terrible has happened. I'm in jail.
What?
Some fella says I stole his watch.
Stole his watch? What are you talking about?
Some fella on the street. He said I stole his watch, and then he had me arrested.
Well, what fellow? Who?
I never saw him before. His name is Louis Peluso.
Louis Peluso. Oh, Bruce, where are you?
I'm in jail. He says that
I know. What jail?
The 43rd precinct. Hildy, I didn't steal his...
I know you didn't. Never mind that now. Bruce, sit tight. I'll have you out in 10 minutes.
Hello, Murphy calling. I'm still in the press room. Nothing new on the Williams case. I'll call you if something happens. Hello, boys.
Well, Sheriff Caldwell.
Sheriff, this is an honor. Got the kidding, boys. Here, I got the tickets for the hanging. 1 each, that's all. Hey, Pete, why can't you hang this guy at 5 o'clock instead of 7?
Sure, it wouldn't hurt you, and we can make the city edition.
Well, that's kind of raw, fellas. You can't hang a man in his sleep just to please a newspaper. No, but you can reprieve him twice so the hanging is 3 days before election.
Yeah, so you and the mayor can run on a law and order ticket.
Honest, boys, I had absolutely nothing to do with those reprieves.
Yeah? How do we know there won't be another reprieve tonight?
What if this guy Egelhopper finds Williams insane? He won't find him insane because he isn't. He's just as sane as I am.
Saner.
Oh, you fellas make me tired. You try to do a decent turn for you once. Hiya, Hildy. Where have you been?
To the 43rd precinct. Hello, Post. This is Hildy Johnson. Get Walter Burns on the phone.
What's the matter, Hildy? You look sore.
Oh, you stick around and watch your lady burn.
Uh-oh, something.
Hello? Hello, Walter. This is Hildy.
Oh, hiya, Hildy.
I've got some news for you.
Oh, swell. Did you get the interview?
Yeah, I've got something much more important. Maybe you better get a pencil and take it down.
All set, Hildy. Let it go.
Now get this, you double-crossing chimpanzee. There isn't going to be any interview.
Wait a minute,
And there
Hildy.
isn't going to be any story. And that certified check of yours leaves with me in 20 minutes. I wouldn't cover the burning of Rome for you if they were just lighting it. And if I ever lay my two eyes on you again, I'll hammer that monkey skull of yours so it rings like a Chinese gong.
Hey, what are you sore about?
Oh, you don't know what I'm sore about? No. Well, maybe you'd better get Louis to tell you the story of his watch. Goodbye.
Hildy.
Nice going, Hildy.
That's telling him.
That, gentlemen, was my farewell speech to journalism. Goodbye, boys. I'm off to Albany.
Send us a postcard, kid.
I'll do that.
When will we see you again, Hildy?
Well, the next time you see me, I'll be riding in a limousine giving out interviews on success. So long.
What the? Was that a shot?
It sure sounded like it.
Hey, listen. It's a jailbreak. Come here, that window.
What?
Hey, what's the matter down there? What's happened?
What's that gate? Close that gate!
Cooley! Who got away? Who was it?
Earl Williams!
Earl Williams!
Where is he?
Give me a phone.
Hello,
Give me a phone.
hello,
Tribune. Earl Williams just broke jail. Why are you shooting, you dopes? Look out where you're aiming.
We better get out of here.
There's some phones in the state's attorney's office.
Come on.
Hello, Post. Hildy Johnson. Get me Walter Burns, quick. Hello, Walter. This is Hildy.
Hi, listen, Hildy.
Shut up. Earl Williams just escaped from jail.
What?
That's all I know. Stick by the phone till you hear from me.
Hildy, if you'll cover
Yeah,
me,
don't worry. I'm on the job.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars Claudette Colbert, Fred McMurray, and Jack Carson will bring you Act Two of His Girl Friday. And now, oh, Sally. What does that remind you of?
Why, that tune always makes me think of the Old South, of dashing young officers courting charming little Southern belles. It makes me think of magnolia trees and crinolines and organdy ruffles and, well, Scarlett O'Hara.
Good. And this tune, Sally.
Oh, everybody thinks of Lux toilet soap when they hear that, Mr. Ruick. Yes, Lux toilet soap.
Right. And now, if you add those two tunes together, it reminds you that the makers of Lux toilet soap have captured the charm of the Old South for you in their exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooch. The brooch is a lovely simulated cameo designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind. The piece consists of a pure white head in classic profile against a glistening ebony background. It's the sort of brooch every woman longs to own and would be more than proud to wear, because the brooch is truly beautiful, and it's expensive looking, too, with its distinctive gold-finished setting. It has every single detail. It has so many touches that make for beauty and quality, including a safety clasp.
Well, don't forget to tell everyone how easy it is to get one of those brooches, Mr. Ruick.
Yes, Sally, thanks. It's as easy as falling in love with the lovely Lux toilet soap complexion. Now, here's all you do. Just go to your dealer, buy 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap, and ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. It's as easy as that. And your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly. Only, please don't delay. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for handsome matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. All beautifully designed, all at amazing bargain prices. So get your 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow and send the wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of His Girl Friday, starring Claudette Colbert as Hildy Johnson and Fred McMurray as Walter Burns, with Jack Carson as Bruce Baldwin. With the maniac Earl Williams roaming free in the city, things are happening fast around the criminal courts building. The press room is deserted for the moment, when suddenly Hildy Johnson sweeps through the door and grabs the telephone.
Hello, Post. Walter Burns, right away.
Hildy?
Walter, listen. I've got the whole story on how Williams escaped, and I've got it exclusive.
Exclusive?
Yeah, that's right. And it's a pip. But it cost me $450 to tear it out of Cooley.
Oh, never mind. What's the story?
Now, just a minute. I'm telling you first, I had to give him all the money I had on me. And it wasn't exactly mine. It's Bruce's money, and I want it back.
Bruce's money. Sure, you'll get it. I swear it on my mother's grave.
All right. Wait a minute. Your mother's alive.
Oh, don't be so technical, Hilly. What's the story?
All right, here. It's the jailbreak of your dreams. Listen, this expert Egelhofer, the profound thinker from New York, was giving Williams a final sanity test in the sheriff's office.
Yeah?
You know, sticking a lot of pins in him to get his reflexes.
Yeah?
Well, he decided to reenact the crime exactly as it had taken place, so as to study Williams' powers of coordination. Of course, he had to have a gun to reenact the crime with. And who do you suppose supplied it? Sheriff Peter B. Hartwell, B for brains.
No kidding, Hildy.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm not good enough to make this one up.
Go on.
Well, the sheriff gave his gun to the professor gave it to Earl, and Earl shot the professor in the stomach and jumped out of the window.
Hildy, this is terrific. Was Egelhofer hurt?
No, not badly. They took him to the county hospital where they're awfully afraid he'll recover.
Oh, that's great work, Hildy.
Yeah. Now, what about my $450?
You'll get it in 15 minutes.
I'd better get it in 15 minutes.
Listen, Hildy, have I ever lied to you? I tell you, you'll have that dough right away.
Louis right here in the office, and I'll send him over to the press room with it.
All right, Walter. I'll trust you once more, but don't fail me, will you? Bruce is waiting downstairs in a taxi.
Oh, he is? Wait a minute, Hildy. Hey, Louis. Louis, come here.
Yeah, boss.
Is that bangle dame outside?
You mean that blonde babe? Yeah.
Get her in here.
Walter, listen.
Just a minute, Hildy. Be right with you.
Here she is, boss.
Hiya, Walter.
Come here. Now get this straight. There's a guy waiting in a taxi in front of the criminal courts building. His name is Bruce Baldwin. Get over there right away.
You want me to go into my act?
Yeah, can you handle him?
I never flopped on you yet, have I?
All right, beat it. You've only got 10 minutes.
Hey, Walter, I'm still on here.
Okay, Hildy. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Walter, about that $450.
I know. Hold on a minute. Hey, Louis, I need $450 in counterfeit money.
$450?
Yeah, in counterfeit. Can you get it for me?
I got that much right here in my pocket.
Well, that's a coincidence. Take it over to Hildy.
Do you want I should tell him it's phony?
No, you dope. Just give it to her.
Okay.
Hello, Hildy. It's on the way.
Well, it better be. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Hildy. Oh, and Hildy, good luck on your honeymoon, honey.
Press room. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hey, Hildy Johnson.
Right here. Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Hildy.
Bruce, I thought you were waiting in the taxi.
Hildy, something awful has happened.
What?
Hildy, listen. I'm in jail again.
Oh, for the love of... What for?
Well, they called it mashing.
Oh, you didn't, did you?
Oh, no, Hildy. I was sitting right in the taxi right where you left me, and the young lady seemed to have a dizzy spell. And...
Well, was she a blonde?
Yeah, she's a blonde, very blonde.
Oh,
And
never mind. I know what happened. Bruce, where are you?
the 26th precinct.
All right, I'll get you out as soon as I can. Goodbye.
Anything I can do, Hildy?
Yeah, you can stab Walter Burns in the back for me, that dirty double. Oh. Listen, I've got to bail somebody out again. How much money have you got?
$1.80.
Andy, how about you?
64 cents.
Oh, thanks. You can buy an annuity.
Hey, Hildy, look sore again. Press room, McHugh speaking. No, I can't get an official statement yet. Hey, boys, here's the mayor. Wait a minute. The mayor just walked in. I'll call you back. What do you say, Mayor? How about a statement? Come on, Mayor. Get out.
Quiet, please. Don't pester me now, boys. I've got a lot on my mind. Have you seen Sheriff Hartwell?
It's hard to tell you, Ronnie. You see, there's so many cockroaches around here.
Now, wait a minute. What about that statement, John?
Sure, we're going to press in 20 minutes.
Boys.
Give us a statement on the election.
Yeah, what effect is all this going to have on the voters?
None whatsoever. How can an unavoidable misfortune like this have any influence on the upright citizens of our fair city?
Baloney.
Excuse me, boys. This is Honor here. Where's the mayor?
Hi, Sheriff.
Here, Sheriff.
Mayor, I've been looking all over for you.
I've been looking for you. We've got to have a talk, Sheriff.
And so do we. What's the dope, Sheriff? How did Williams get out?
And what was he doing in your office, Sheriff? Where did he get the gun?
Now, wait. Just a minute, boys, and I'll tell you. I've got him located.
Oh, Williams? Where?
Out at the place he used to live on Center Street. I just got the tip.
Why didn't you say so?
The rifle squad's just going out. Well, Mayor, you wanted to see me?
I certainly did. Pete, you're through.
Through?
I mean, I'm scratching your name off the ticket Tuesday and running Sherman in your place.
Oh, now, Fred, I'm doing everything I can.
Well, it ain't enough. Do you realize there are 200,000 votes at stake, and if Earl Williams don't hang, we're going to lose him?
But we're going to hang him, Fred. He can't get away. Come in.
Excuse me. I'm looking
What do you want?
Are you Sheriff Hartwell?
I'm Hartwell. What is it?
You're a hard fellow to find, Sheriff. I have a message here from the governor.
What's from the governor?
It's a reprieve for Earl Williams.
For who?
Earl Williams, reprieve.
Pete, you said there wasn't going to be a reprieve.
Fred, please.
It frightens me to think of what I'd like to do to you.
Fred.
Shut up. You. Come here.
You mean me?
Yeah. Who else was there when the governor gave you this reprieve?
Nobody. He was out fishing.
Pete, get the governor on the phone.
Oh, he's not there now. He's out duck shooting.
Fishing? Duck shooting? The guy does nothing more strenuous for 40 years than play pinochle. He gets elected governor, and right away he thinks he's Tarzan.
Look at this reprieve, Fred. Insane, he says. He knows very well that Williams isn't insane.
Well, I never
Pure
met the
politics.
man, but...
Hello? Yes, this is Hartwell. What? Where? Holy Moses. Hold the wire a minute.
Well, what is it?
They got Williams. They got him surrounded. The rifle squad has him out in his house.
Tell him to hold the wire.
Hold the wire.
Cover up that transmitter. You, come here. Now listen. You never arrived with this reprieve, get it?
Yes, I did. Don't you remember? I came in that door.
How much do you make a week?
$22.50.
How would you like to have a job for $350 a month? That's almost $100 a week.
Who, me?
Well, who do you think? Now, listen. They need a fellow like you in the city sealer's office.
In the what?
In the city sealer's office.
You mean I should work in the city?
Yes.
Oh, my wife wouldn't like that.
Well, why not?
Well, you see, my wife lives with my family in the country.
Well, that's all right. Just bring her here. We'll pay all your expenses.
Oh, this puts me in a peculiar position.
No, it doesn't. Now, remember, you never delivered this reprieve. You got caught in traffic or something. Now, get out of here and don't let anybody see you.
Yes, but how do
Come
I
in
know?
and see me in my office tomorrow. No, by the way, what's your name?
Pettibone. What's yours?
Pettibone.
Really?
No. Listen. All you've got to do is to lay low and keep your mouth shut.
Well, I'm tired anyhow.
All right, now beat it.
Okay, but it's a funny thing.
Go on, beat it. Get out.
Hello? Wait a minute. What'll I tell him, Mayor?
Tell him to shoot to kill.
What?
You heard what I said.
But the reprieve...
Quiet and do as I tell you.
Hello, Olson. Shoot to kill. That's orders.
Come in.
Hiya, Hildy.
Oh, it's you double-crossing hyena. What did you and Mr. Burns pull this time?
What's the matter, Hildy?
Don't give me that innocent stuff. You had Mr. Baldwin thrown in the jug again.
Who, me?
Oh, shut up. Did you bring that money?
Oh, yeah, $400.
$450.
All right, you can't blame a guy for trying. Here, and you better give me a receipt.
I'll give you a scar.
Yeah, I got plenty of them. So long, Hildy.
So long, you rat. Hello, operator. I want to call the 26th Precinct Police Station.
Drop that phone or I'll kill you.
Never mind, operator. Hello, Earl.
You're not going to tell anybody where I am. I got away from them. Across the roof, down the fire escape. They'll never get me.
Earl, put down that gun.
No, I won't.
No, you're not going to shoot me, Earl. I'm your friend, remember? I was in your cell a little while ago. I've got to write that story about you, remember? You don't want to hurt your friends,
Don't
Earl.
you move. Maybe you're my friend, and maybe you're not. You can't trust anybody in this crazy world.
I don't blame you. If I were in your place, I wouldn't trust anybody either.
Wait a minute. Where you going?
I was just going to pull down the shade so no one will see you.
No, you're not. You're going to get somebody.
No, I wouldn't get anybody, Earl.
Yes, you will. You get him after me again. I won't let you do it.
No.
I'll kill you.
No, Earl, don't shoot!
I guess I fired all the shells.
Oh. Earl, give me that gun.
I'm awful tired.
Now, listen. Those reporters will be coming back here any minute.
I don't care. I'm not afraid to die. I was telling the fella that when he handed me the gun.
Keep quiet. Hello, Post. Walter Burns.
Waking me up in the middle of the night. Talking to me about things they don't understand.
Shut up.
I wish they'd take me back and hang me.
They will if you don't keep quiet.
Burns talking.
Walter, Hildy, something terrific's happened. You better get down here right away.
What's the matter?
I've got Earl Williams.
What?
Earl Williams right here in the press room. I've got him.
On the level?
So help me, but hurry, I need you.
Open up. Hildy, open up.
Walter.
Well, where is he?
Oh, I thought you'd never get here.
Come on in, Louis. Close that door.
Okay, boss.
I brought Louis along just in case. Now, where's Williams?
He's in the desk.
What? What desk?
The big one there. I stuck him in there and pulled down the roller.
No. Well, open it up and let's get a look at him. Hiya, Williams. Let me out of here. I can't stand it in here. Shut up. You're sitting pretty. Hey, get back in there. Who's that at the door?
I don't know.
Hildy, let me in.
Oh, for the love of Mike, it's Bruce's mother.
Hildy.
Coming.
Killy, are you crazy? Don't let that dame in here.
I've got to. I'll get rid of her right away.
Well,
Oh, come in, Mother.
don't you mother me, playing cat and mouse with my poor boy, keeping him locked up.
Mother, I can explain
Making
that.
us miss 2 trains and you supposed to get married tomorrow.
I'll go with you in 5 minutes.
You don't have to go with me at all. Just give me Bruce's money and you can stay here forever as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, please, Mother.
Let me out of here. Shut up.
What was that?
What, lady, what?
There's a man in that desk.
Oh, don't be silly, lady. What would a man be doing in a desk?
There's something funny here.
Shut up, will you, lady?
I won't shut up. You're doing something wrong.
Mother,